media capital of the world.
To participate in the general public comment period, please call now at 818-238-3335. For any scheduled public hearings, please call when prompted to speak if you want the comment to be part of the record. Speaking times will be determined by the total number of public comment cards and callers in the queue at the start of each public comment period. For 1 to 20 total speakers, each speaker will receive up to 3 minutes. For 21 to 39 total speakers, each speaker will receive up to 2 minutes. And for 40 plus total speakers, each speaker will receive up to 1 minute. No additional comment cards or calls will be accepted once the public comment period begins.
Interpreters are available for assistance with in-person public comment. Please connect with them if you are in need of services. Hay servicios de interpretación disponibles para asistir con los comentarios públicos en persona. Por favor, habla con un intérprete si necesita estos servicios.
Եթե տեղում մեկնաբանություն եք անում թարգմանիչի կարիք ունեք, միացեք թարգմանչի հետ օգնության համար։
Good evening and welcome to a joint meeting of the Burbank City Council with the Parking Authority on this lovely Tuesday, July 15th, 2025. Please join me for a moment of reflection, and this moment is intended to begin our meeting with a positive and collective support for our beloved community. The City Council welcomes everyone joining us this evening. We encourage you to take a moment to reflect on our community and the work we will all be doing tonight. Although each one of us has our own unique reasons for being here, we are united in our passion for our wonderful city. As we pause, let us consider our individual contributions and what they mean to those around us. Let us find solace in knowing that by working together with a shared spirit of community and partnership, we will always act responsibly for the betterment of Burbank. All right, please join me for the flag salute. Ready? To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good evening, Madam City Clerk. How are you?
I'm terrific. How are you, Madam Mayor?
I couldn't be better. Look at this room full of amazing people, and Parks and Rec is in the house. All right. Madam City Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Indeed. Councilmember Anthony?
Present.
Councilmember Mullins?
Here.
Councilmember Rosati?
I am here.
Vice Mayor Takahashi?
Here.
And Mayor Perez?
Present.
Thank you.
All right. There will be 5 periods of public comment tonight. Members of the public may comment in person or by telephone during the general public comment period and must submit cards or call before the comment period begins. You can submit your card to our lovely city clerk right here. The first comment period is for general public comment on any matter concerning city business. And if you are here in person and wish to speak during general public comment, you should have submitted a yellow public comment card to address the council. If you would like to participate in this general public comment over the phone, please call now at 818-238-3335. Callers will be placed in a queue until the general comment period begins, at which time no additional calls will be taken. If you would like to participate in the public comment for the public hearing over the phone, please call any time between now and the beginning of the public hearing to that same number, 818-238-3335. Additional public comment periods will be available for the public hearing and following each report to council this evening. And finally, interpreters are also available for assistance with public comment. We have Spanish, and do we have Armenian today? And Armenian interpreters sitting right here in the front. If you need assistance, please see them before the public comment period. And if nobody needs their services, I would let these lovely folks go home. All right. So the first announcement we have this evening is a note that item number 5 on the consent agenda, an adoption of a resolution of the Parking Authority of the City of Burbank approving an entry and license agreement with nearby businesses to use a trash enclosure at the 133 East Orange Grove Avenue public parking structure and delegating signature authority to the executive director as the chairman's designee has been removed and will be brought to council at a later date in a shocking twist of events. For anybody, I was joking. We have 4 additional announcements this evening.
Following our announcements for July 15th, 2025. Burbank businesses can now take advantage of the Business Bucks program, an exclusive BWP offering that covers up to $5,000 worth of energy efficiency improvements with no out-of-pocket cost to you. From LED lighting to occupancy sensors and more, this turnkey program includes a no-cost on-site energy assessment and installation of eligible upgrades by a BWP qualified contractor. Whether you run a restaurant, retail store, office, or small warehouse, Business Bucks can help lower your energy bills and improve your workspace without cutting into your bottom line. For more information or to check your business's eligibility, go to burbankwaterandpower.com/business-bucks. You're invited to Metro's community meetings to learn more about the North Hollywood to Pasadena Bus Rapid Transit BRT project, connecting Burbank, Glendale, Eagle Rock, Pasadena, and North Hollywood with 22 new zero-emission bus stations and dedicated bus lanes. The project is progressing through design and preparing to begin construction in late 2025 and early 2026. The community may attend any of the upcoming community meetings to share their input. The community meeting in Burbank is on Tuesday, July 22nd from 6 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. at the Buena Vista Branch Library. For details and for a list of all meeting dates around the region, visit metro.net. The City of Burbank is proud to present the return of the Media Industry Expo and Job Fair on Friday, August 1st from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Woodbury University. Hosted by Burbank Public Library and Woodbury University, this dynamic event brings together job seekers, media professionals, and creative organizations for a day of connection, collaboration, and career exploration. Recent graduates, seasoned professionals, and anyone looking to enter the media industry should not miss this incredible opportunity to gain insight, make connections, and take the next step in their career. Learn more at cityofburbankjobfair.com. Join the Burbank Police Department at this year's National Night Out event. This annual event aims to promote healthy police community partnerships and provides fun activities and exhibits for the whole family. The event will be held at Johnny Carson Park on Tuesday, August 5th from 5:30 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. See you there. This concludes the announcements for this evening.
All right. We have quite a few presentations this evening. You can guess which one the biggest one is. But we're going to start with our first presentation. the presentation of the Family Service Agency's 17th Annual Care Walk Award to the Burbank Parks and Recreation Department. I would like to welcome Mr. Eric Hansen, Chair of the FSA Care Walk and a former Burbank Parks and Recreation Director, up to join me at the podium, as well as Ms. Marissa Garcia, our current Director of Parks and Recreation, to join me both up here. We have generations of Parks and Recreation Directors here today.
Yeah. So Eric hired me in Parks and Recreation, so this is the person to blame.
I don't know. I don't think so. It's a pleasure to be here. I have some prepared remarks. Bear with me. Mayor, City Council members, and city staff, I am proud to represent the Care Walk Committee of the Burbank Family Services Agency, who selected to dedicate this year's event to the Burbank Parks and Recreation Department. The Care Walk was created to offer support for the non-cost school-based counseling program through its sponsorships and registration fees. Currently, the event is held at Johnny Carson Park, and although it rained on our parade this year, participants came to the FSA's building to enjoy our donated breakfast provided by Command Performance and to tour the facility. It was a resounding success. I was a participant in the Youth Summit in 2001, which identified the critical need for school-based counseling. A program to meet that need was initiated in 2004. It was a cooperative effort between the city, the school district, and the Family Service Agency. Currently, it provides 9,500 units of direct mental care at no cost to over 2,000 students. It's an amazing program. Thank you, Madam. The Burbank Park and Recreation Department has been instrumental in providing city support for these critical counseling programs for over 20 years. I might also mention a new partnership program that has been initiated at the Joslin Adult Center, providing seniors with supportive services. We are extremely grateful for the ongoing cooperation and support of the department. As a side note, we've been doing the Care Walk for 17 years. During that period of time, it has always utilized a park facility, except for 1 year when we used the Chandler facility. And we've worked closely with the administrative staff and the park department staff to ensure that the event goes off without a hitch. And we've almost always been really good at that. There have been a couple of slight errors, but we recovered. You want us up close, okay. As such, in conjunction with their 100th anniversary, I would like to present to Marissa Garcia, Burbank Parks and Recreation Director, our Care Walk Award. As is our tradition, the award is a ceramic shoe handcrafted by FSA's staff member, Christine Ramos. This is the shoe. Quite a colorful thing. We're thinking about marketing to Nike next. It's with the greatest of respect and appreciation we give this to you. I would also like to have the Care Walk members stand and be recognized for their service for these many years. Most of them have been with us for about the whole 17 years. Craig. So if you'd come up, and the FSA staff members that are here, come up and we'll take a picture. Okay? All right. One step to the left. I'm trying. Here, I'll turn. Okay, okay, good. Hold it. One more. One more. Sorry, folks. It's going to be a long evening. Here, I'll do it over this time. All right. Good deal. We're okay? 1, 2. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, FSA, and congrats to our Parks and Rec Department for the first time this evening. Now, our next presentation this evening is a presentation of a proclamation declaring July 2025 as National Parks and Recreation Month. At this time, I would like to invite Mr. Ara Maserlian, Parks and Recreation Board Chair, to please join me at the podium. Welcome, Ara. Good to see you. All right. Now, Ara, I'm going to let you say a few words. We're going to watch a video, it looks like it, and we'll take some pictures.
That's what it is. Good evening, everyone. Everyone in the green shirt here are all the hard workers. I've just been chosen to say a few words, but I want to make sure that they're fully recognized for all the hard work that they do. And I'm going to get into some of the things that they've been working on over the past year, which is why I have these notes, because there's a lot of really, really cool stuff that they've been working on. I want to make sure I highlight some of them. So this year marks the 40th anniversary of the Parks and Recreation Month, and the national theme is Build Together, Play Together. It's a reminder of how parks help us build lasting memories, lifelong friendships, and stronger communities. Here in Burbank, we're also celebrating another major milestone, the centennial anniversary of the Burbank Parks and Recreation Department. As you can see by this shirt that says 100. For 100 years, the department has served as the heart of our community, offering safe and inclusive spaces, creative programming, and countless opportunities for connection, health, and joy. I'm joined tonight by one of our board members, Robbie Brody. I'd also like to recognize the rest of our board who couldn't be here this evening. It's an honor to serve alongside them to accept this proclamation on behalf of the entire board. Each program, event, and park experience are designed to bring people together and improve quality of life. This past year, the department lived out the Build Together, Play Together spirit in so many ways, and I'm just going to name a few. I'm not going to go through all of them because I think the video will highlight some of those as well, but I picked out a few that I thought would be interesting for all of you to hear. Nearly 97,000 participants took part in sports and aquatics programs, building healthy habits and community through play. Over 118,000 well-balanced meals were delivered to older adults and homebound individuals, providing both nutrition and vital social connection. The Burbank Animal Shelter, which is one of the newer, departments within the department, they adopted out 981 animals, while animal control officers responded to nearly 3,900 service calls and patrolled parks more than 10,000 times to keep our spaces safe. The Burbank, another big one here, the Burbank Volunteer Program logged 393 volunteer hours, and our senior program saw 4,395 active participants in drop-in activities and events. Almost done. Completed 6 capital improvement projects, including 3 new playgrounds and 1 new shade structure. This is great for the children of our community. The department held the 2nd annual Burbank Adaptive Sports Expo. I don't know if any of you had a chance to go out there at the McCambridge Park. It's absolutely an amazing event, creating space for inclusion and accessibility through adaptive games, community booths, and partnerships. the department received the prestigious California Parks and Recreation Society Award of Excellence for Vaporized, an anti-vaping public service announcement. And the department launched, I'm sure you guys saw this with unfortunate circumstances with the Starlight Bowl, Starlight on Tour 2025. This has been keeping Miss Erin Burrows busy for the last few months and will for the next couple of months. A free citywide concert and movie series running through the summer. And most recently, this one's really, really cool. Most recently, the Parks and Recreation Department was selected as one of only 26 recipients of the 26 Champions Grant awarded by the Los Angeles World Cup 2026 Host Committee in partnership with the Play Equity Fund. This grant honors Burbank's continued commitment to inclusive recreation and recognizes its adaptive sports programs as a regional model for excellence. Tonight, we'd like to take a moment to shine a light on their work with a short video highlighting the people, places, and purposes that make Burbank Parks and Recreation so special. So I'll pause now for the video.
For 100 years, Burbank Parks and Recreation has been a heartbeat of a city where community, connection, and purpose flourish. From our very first playground to today's vibrant recreation programs, we've remained committed to creating spaces where friendships blossom, families thrive, and generations come together. As we celebrate our centennial under the theme, A Century of Community, Parks, People, and Purpose, we're proud to honor the past while embracing the future. This July, we proudly join the National Recreation and Park Association's initiative to build together, play together, a perfect reflection of the values that define Burbank Parks and Recreation. Whether it's learning to swim, joining a youth league, taking an art class, or picnicking in one of our parks, Burbank Parks and Recreation is where memories are made and lives are enriched. Our dedicated teams, from recreation and community services to landscape and forestry and business administration, work every day to ensure Burbank is a place where everyone is welcome. Landscape and forestry services care for our beloved green spaces, trees, playgrounds, and trails, creating safe, beautiful environments that connect us to nature and each other. As we reflect on a century of service, we invite you to celebrate with us and continue building the next 100 years of joy, inclusion, and community spirit.
A shout out to the Parks and Rec Department in general. Clint and I grew up within it. It helped shape our childhoods, and I know it continues to serve families and young people who are finding themselves in this very complicated world. It just does pull people together.
Congratulations, Parks and Rec. And with that, I'm looking forward to presenting you this proclamation and then bringing everybody up for a group photo.
Let's go. Let's get all the staff, board. Let's get everyone up to take a...
We can do it. We can do it.
I know it's a lot, but we're going to figure it out.
But first, whereas Parks and Recreation fosters social cohesion in communities by celebrating diversity, providing spaces to come together, modeling compassion, promoting social equity, connecting social networks, and ensuring all people have access to its benefits. And whereas Parks and Recreation expands access and inclusion through adaptive sports and recreation programs that empower individuals with disabilities to engage in active, healthy lifestyles and connect with their community. And whereas Parks and Recreation supports safe, welcoming, and vibrant communities and offer positive and healthy recreational opportunities. And whereas the year 2025 marks the centennial anniversary of the Burbank Parks and Recreation Department, celebrating a century of community parks, people, and purpose. And whereas July is designated as Parks and Recreation Month by the U.S. House of Representatives and celebrated across the nation, now therefore I, Nikki Perez, Mayor of the City of Burbank, do hereby proclaim July 2025 as Parks and Recreation Month in the City of Burbank.
Thank you.
Let's take a picture.
Get up here. Let's get this picture.
And while these guys are shuffling up here, I do just want to say Our Parks Department does so much. If they're not putting on a drone show, they are making sure our pools remain safe and open. They are providing adaptive sports opportunities. They are doing so much for our community.
Yes. Thank you. I took some of it. I read the room. I was all right. Wow, look at them all. Oh my God.
Come through that little door and stand behind here.
Our new police. That's why.
Colin, I thought others were going to follow you. There we go. There we go.
All right, everybody.
Come back there. Yeah.
All right, ready? Ready, everyone? I'll hold a shoe.
Okay, everybody, let's take a look at the camera. All right.
Thank you. Megan, what do you want to do?
Thank you so much.
Of course, yeah.
See you in August.
Yeah. Good to see you again.
Yes. Was that big one? Thank you, everybody in Parks. Thank you for my amazing childhood and my baby's future amazing childhood. Actually. Okay. All right, and as our friends in Parks make their way out, we have our third presentation this evening, which is very exciting as well. We don't have about 100 people to celebrate, but we do want to recognize one Burbank resident on her 105th birthday. Congratulations, Miss Ruth Sherman.
I'm out of feelings, that's why.
All right, Ruth. There's so much to say about Ruth. Ruth was born on July 5th, 1920, in Berlin, Germany. She is a Holocaust survivor who escaped to Shanghai, China in 1938. She, her parents, and her sister survived in a displaced persons camp for 8.5 years. They arrived in San Francisco in 1947, coming to Los Angeles 6 weeks later. She met a man named Morris in camp, who later became her husband. They moved to Burbank in 1957, and their children, Judy and Jerry, just like me, attended Theodore Roosevelt Elementary School, Luther Burbank Middle School, and John Burroughs High School. Ruth worked at Roosevelt for almost 15 years as a noon aide and teacher's aide, and later she worked at Handy Market for numerous years. There's nothing more Burbank than that, folks. Morris and Ruth were married for 58 years. Ruth gets her nails done at a local nail shop in Burbank, and her manicurist is someone she watched over on the playground at Roosevelt. She gets her hair done at a local salon owned by a Burbank resident, and she attends Shabbat of Burbank Synagogue on a regular basis. She is very proud of her children and the wonderful education that the Burbank schools provided for them. Her daughter has worked for Yumi Credit Union, formerly Burbank Schools Federal Credit Union, for 48 years. And Ruth continues to be an active member of the Burbank community and is proud of the city she lives in. Ruth, there is rarely a more Burbank story than yours. And we are so grateful that you've spent so many of those 105 years with us here in Burbank. But I gotta ask you, please tell us, what is the secret to a long life?
To a long life? Oh my God. I have a sweet tooth.
Well, then, I think I'm in good company. I'm going to live for a very long time. Congratulations, Ruth, and thank you.
So much.
Thank you.
And I'm so happy that I'm Burbank. It's a beautiful city.
Thank you, Ruth. Thank you for everything. Thank you to your wonderful daughter and your children and your family for sharing you with us all these years. And we hope to have you for many more years.
I hope so. I want to be here.
We have more for you. All right. So this is a certificate of recognition for Ruth on behalf of your 105th birthday. We congratulate you, myself, and the entire City Council. We want to congratulate you, wish you so many more, and thank you for spending them with us.
Thank you so much. I love it here. I love everyone.
Ruth, you're getting your steps in more than me.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Now, I hope to look like Ruth at like 80, let alone 105. All right. Our final presentation this evening is another exciting one, is a presentation of a certificate to Detective Ryan Alexi for being named as the 2025 Rex Andrews Police Scholar Award recipient. At this point, I would like to invite Ryan, and I would also like to invite Chief Quintero to join me at the podium. Welcome, Chief. Chief, you have a few words?
Good evening, all. Ruth, I hope I look as halfway as good as you do. She's like, all right, whatever, like move on to the next person. No, it's okay. I'm like, it's okay. I can't compete with you anyways. For those that are not aware or have no clue as far as who Rex Andrews was, he was a highly respected chief of the Burbank Police Department from 1953 to 1971. Prior to coming over as the 4th chief of police for the city of Burbank, he was a chief 2 locations in Highland, Illinois and Winnetka, Illinois. He was also, for those Rotarians in the room, a Rotarian, and hence the partnership and the collaboration between the Burbank Police Department and the Burbank Noon Rotary Club. Yes, 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 yay, yay. So since the 1990s, this award, if I'm correct, since the 1990s, this award has been given to a Burbank officer who specifically espouses the values that Rex had laid before, specifically professionalism, integrity, commitment, and really that commitment towards higher education. Rex was probably one of the first administrators, at least you go that far back, that really valued and put an emphasis on education and what that meant for police officers in that professional development. So to give us a little bit more, I'd like to invite Cynthia Wagner up here. That's what my script says, Cynthia, that I'm inviting you up here.
So thank you. We're happy to honor Ryan, or Detective Alexi. Burbank Noon Rotary supports Rex Andrews' mission, and so we took on the torch after he left to make sure that we're providing a scholarship. So this Scholar Award is truly because he's finishing off his education. He's going into his he's in his master's program in criminal justice. And so we gave him a scholarship amount to help with books and other things that he needs. And so that was Rex Andrews' goal, and that's now the Burbank Noon Rotary goal, is to continue that education. So each year we honor a police officer or a detective who's continuing their education. So congratulations to you and your family. And I think you're done.
So a little bit about Detective Alexi. Detective Alexi has been working for the Burbank Police Department since 2017, about 8.5 years. Currently, he's assigned as a detective to our Domestic Family Crimes Unit. Forgive me, because I'm 3 months in, so I might not get everything right. I wanted to make sure. So detective of the Domestic Family Crimes Unit. Prior to that, he was a field training officer for 3 years. As Cynthia just stated, he completed his bachelor's degree and is currently working on his master's. For a police chief, I could not be more proud and honored to have someone of his character, his overall, just as an individual, as a police officer that espouses the values consistent with what Rex believed was important for us as police officers, as working professionals. And he's committed to that. Not only is he committed, but obviously the sacrifice that you take on as being a police officer and also at home. Here with Rex is his wife, Courtney, Brody, and Camden. So looking forward to further good things to come as he completes and works through his master's degree and then develops, and ultimately looking at replacing this guy, later on. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
I'll say a little something first. I had to prepare just so I wouldn't forget anyone. So I'd like to thank the Rotary Club for graciously presenting this scholarship every year in honor of former Chief Rex Andrews and his legacy. I'd like to thank the Burbank Police Department and the City of Burbank as a whole for placing an emphasis on further education and providing team members like myself the opportunity to do so. The Burbank Police Command staff for selecting me as the recipient of this scholarship and recognizing my academic accomplishments. My family, including my wife Courtney, my sons Brody and Camden, for allowing me to sacrifice valuable time with them to pursue further education that will benefit us in the future. And again, thank you to the Rotary, Mayor and Council members.
And now comes the best part. You get a certificate of recognition and a big check. All right, so on behalf of myself and my colleagues here on the council, we just want to recognize you with the certificate of recognition. Thank you for your academic excellence, and we couldn't be luckier to have you in the department. Thank you. Of course. Let's bring your family on up. Thank you for sharing him with us and with school.
Yes, thank you.
All right.
This is a $1,000 check that we're honoring Ryan Alexi with to help with his studies. Congratulations. What would you get with it? What would you buy? Are you a Legos person, a gaming person?
Now you put him on the spot.
3D printer, he said.
3D printer.
Oh, nice.
Congratulations to you and your family. Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, let's give it up one more time for our detective. And those are all our presentations this evening. We never keep it boring, always exciting here in Burbank. Let's give it up one more time for everybody.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, thank you, thank you. These are this is just a fraction of the
All right. Mr. City Manager, do you have anything to report?
Madam Mayor, yes, I do. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. I would like to introduce our Public Works Director, Ken Berkman, as well as our Library Services Director, Eric Lashley, to provide an update on our Civic Center Library project, as well as a brief update on our City Hall fountain.
Great. Welcome, Mr. Berkman. Welcome, Mr. Lashley. It sounds like you all have fans in the audience.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, council members. Actually, Mr. Lashley will be second with me. The first thing we're going to do is our City Hall fountain restoration and modernization project update, which everybody's very excited about, I know. As the PowerPoint comes up, and this was a contract award for this project that came on April 8th and started work about a month later. And we made some great progress. Just wanted to run through a few pictures for everybody. Our first part, cleaning and restoring the fountain tiles and ornaments. If you've driven past the fountain at that time, you saw the wonderful women in there, right inside the fountain, getting things ready. We have our cleaning and restoration of the weirs, our fishy weirs, before and after, prepping those. You might recall the picture on the left. So one of the things we don't like in, I was going to say engineering, but any place is water and power next to each other. And that's what you're kind of seeing. That wasn't a good thing. So you see after now this vault under City Hall here is cleaned up and only electrical connections will be there. So here we see work in progress at the top, removing decorative fish around the outside to make molds and recast missing and damaged fish. And below, more significant cleanup of electrical and plumbing, decommission the plumbing, installing a new electrical point of connection for the project to the right. We have excavated the pipes, plumbing pipes, electrical conduit to connect the subterranean equipment vault. And speaking of that vault, this is a major piece of the puzzle. Coming in from Missouri, actually, here's a crane offloading this facility at the yard where it was stored until the day of installation. Concurrently, new plumbing electrical conduit was installed in the fountain's main basin. And here's the big thing. So the only thing that really kept me up at night was digging this hole in front of the city hall. And I was happy to say we didn't find anything, and it was a clean hole. That's a big deal, as we know, subterranean, who knows what you're going to find. But it was good. That's shoring that was in place. And lo and behold, there's our 1,024 cubic foot vault installed. And now our last picture, we are currently placing the new rebar in the fountain basin, and now installing pump equipment, electrical panels in the vault, electrical conduit and plumbing to connect the vault to the fountain. And we're prepping for landscape and irrigation installations, commencing the decorative tile installation, as well as the final concrete paving around the fountain. And we're on schedule to have some water flowing out of there by July 31st. So that concludes this report. And that said...
Thank you, Mr. Berkman, but don't head out just yet. You got one question.
Sure.
Mr. Berkman, Councilmember Mullins and I have a dinner wager. Is there reclaimed water coming out in that fountain?
So that was the biggest part of the project. Our partners at BWP put in a recycled water line in Third from Orange Grove to Olive, and that is currently feeding the grass in the front lawn, and that was the biggest hurdle to get recycled water, which is now, that's for the drought emergency, we have to use recycled water for decorative water features.
Capitol Grill, please.
My pleasure, sir.
That was on you. Sorry, after you're done, I have a question regarding...
Councilmember Anthony and then
Just for
Councilmember
purposes of
Mullins.
the bet, it is reclaimed. We can call it reclaimed purpose. Okay.
For the council member, yes, of course.
There you go. Wanted to get you that dinner. Real quick question. There's another fountain behind the building at CSB, the sort of the infinity pool looking fountain back there. That has not been operational for a while. Are we thinking the same thing in the future? What's the plan for that? Is it sort of the same mentality or different?
There are a few options, and restoring that is also on the table as well, and that's something we're considering.
Stay tuned. Councilmember Mullins.
So my question about reclaimed water, is it, I don't know how to phrase this except to say, is it safe in the event a child jumps in there, which they're not supposed to, and touch that water, or somebody decides they want to put their feet in that water?
You are not supposed to be in contact with reclaimed, recycled water. It's not good for humans.
So we make sure we put signs all over that place to say, do not touch this water?
With our purple signs.
Okay. Yes. Thank you. I have seen it as in the city clerk's office that people jump in there in the hot weather and they cool off.
We had to nix our plan of having council come out of the fountain.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Berkman. We appreciate it. Welcome, Mr. Lashley.
I'm going to hit it. All right. So to start, our co-champions of the Library Civic Center project. So Mr. Lashley and I are here to provide an update on the progress of the new Burbank Library and Civic Center project. At our last update in November, we noted we were going to proceed with a request for proposal process to bring a full-service project management firm on board to assist us with progressive design, build, delivery of this generational project. We're pleased to let you know we have completed this effort, and we will be bringing that agreement to you for your approval at the next meeting. A quick overview of the process that happened over the last quarter. The RFP was released on February 25th. A mandatory pre-proposal meeting was held on March 10th. That was attended by 50 firms, 50. Then 15 proposals were received on April 8th, which were evaluated by a panel comprised of Public Works, Library Services, Community Development, Financial Services Directors, and one of our senior assistant city attorneys. After the proposal review process, the panel selected 5 proposer teams to continue to the interview phase, which was conducted on June 6th. The panel was unanimous with which team should be recommended to the City Council for the award of the agreement, and we look forward to bringing that before you. And now, my pleasure to introduce Mr. Lashley.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. Eric Lashley, Library Services Director. As Ken mentioned, we have gone through the process of selecting a project manager for our position. And I just wanted to reiterate that this project has been a long coming. We're so excited about it. We know that our goal is to build a world-class, community-centric library and community civic center. I just want to highlight the amenities of the library will include a dynamic children's library, co-working spaces, a media lab, maker spaces, a dedicated teen space, a coffee shop cafe, public art and art gallery, performing art spaces, meeting rooms, and museum-level displays for the entertainment industry and local history. The outdoor space will host festivals, concerts, farmers market, and a place for the community to gather. We're hoping that, again, that the project manager will help us create an RFQ for the Progressive Design Build team. We're excited about this. This project is long in coming. And so, again, we thank you for your support, and thank you very much. And we hope to come back really quickly with another update. Thank you.
Thank you. And you have no questions, just a lot of wooing from the council. Thank you both. Mr. City Manager, anything else to report?
Nope, that is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney, will you please report on closed session?
Yes, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council, and for the benefit of the public, the City Council met this afternoon at 4 p.m. to discuss 5 items in closed session. The first item was a matter of anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4 with the city as a potential plaintiff. The next 3 items were all items of existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1 in the matters of VCI versus the City of Burbank, a breach of contract action, Rizzulli versus City of Burbank, an automobile accident, Garcia versus City of Burbank, also an automobile accident. And the final item was a matter of real property negotiations with the city's Assistant Community Development Director, Simone McFarland, as real property negotiator concerning 2244 North Buena Vista Street, familiarly known as the former Boys and Girls Club, which will be the new home of Home Again Los Angeles. And council gave direction on lease terms, price, length of term, building improvements, et cetera. The city council took no reportable action on these items this evening.
All right, thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Now is the time for general public comment. I will be calling out the speaker's name as well as the person who is next in line to speak in order to keep the public comment moving in a timely fashion. We have a designated seat.
Oh, keep going.
We have a
Sorry.
designated seat in the front row for speakers who are next to the podium, right up here in the front. And a timer is available on the podium. This is also the last call for anybody who needs an interpreter. Seeing none, you're both free to go home. Thank you for being here. In-persons may choose the first period of public comment to address an agendized report, but will not be able to speak on that item following this segment. All right.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
If I could, we do have still a good amount of people outside. If it's okay with the council and the mayor, I'd like to take just a 2-minute break to make sure that we get everybody in from the presentations and that everybody gets a card in that needs to get a card in.
Hey, can we hold the interpreters too? Is that just in case?
Oh, I think they left, but I think everybody who's out there has been asked about that. I saw staff checking in.
So very brief,
yes.
2 minutes, just to make sure the clerk has the correct amount of cards and we provide that to you. If we could take a 2-minute break.
Great, let's take a 2-minute recess. All right. Welcome back, everyone, and thank you for bearing with us through this brief intermission. Madam City Clerk, how many cards and callers do we have?
Madam Mayor, we have 36 cards for in-person speaking, and we have 10 on the telephone.
Okay, that is 46 total, and in line with our council protocol, everybody will get 1 minute to speak. That is a lot of folks speaking today, so thank you for bearing with us for the 1 minute, and y'all already know this, but I'm very pregnant. If I need to leave the room, please don't take it personally, it's not you. All right. Thank you. And the Vice Mayor's got my back, and we'll make sure that we continue public comment running smoothly. All right, so now is the time for general public comment. Timer available on the podium. If I mispronounce your name, please correct me when you come up to the podium. You will have 1 minute to speak, and anybody who would like to take the front seat when their name is called to come up next will help us run through this efficiently. Our first speaker is Mr. Ron Bax, followed by Jeff Ferguson. Welcome, Mr. Bax. You have 1 minute.
I thought it was the third card. I guess other people are suspicious. Please pass those.
You have 1 minute, Mr. Bax.
Not to hold the meeting up, you guys get to go to copy. I talked about the landlord-tenant complaint form last time. Didn't get much traction on it. Wasn't very specific. So I have the complaint form. You have a copy in front of you, or you will have a copy. How is a housing provider supposed to fill this out? The left-hand side here, the left column, is fairly straightforward with name, address, city, phone number. But you get to eviction, well, a housing provider's not going to be evicted, or yes or no. Then it falls apart when you get to the right column. Have you lived in the property for at least a year? No. Landlord's name, landlord's phone number, landlord's address, et cetera, et cetera. There's nothing here that would identify the tenant if the housing provider was filling this out. I'm beginning to think that the city is gaslighting housing providers, which is defined as making one question their sanity by psychological manipulation. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Jeff Ferguson, followed by Jason Lewis. Welcome, Mr. Ferguson.
Thanks. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Jeff Ferguson, and I'm the Vice President of the Magnolia Park Merchants Association and President of the new sister nonprofit Magnolia Park Events. I'm also the event coordinator for our community events. I'm happy to report that the Food Truck Friday events are off to a fantastic start this summer. We've had 2 great events so far with thousands of residents and visitors packing Magnolia Boulevard to enjoy an incredible mix of food trucks, live music, and community fun. The energy has been amazing, and it's been a great boost to our local businesses. We've also added something new this year, an outdoor movie screening in collaboration with Yumi Credit Union, Run Out Groove Records, and Be Kind Video. This month's feature is Raiders of the Lost Ark. And in August, we'll be showing the original Top Gun. These movie nights have been a great new addition, bringing even more families and film lovers out to Magnolia Park. Our next event is coming up on Friday, July 25th, and we're on schedule to host another 30 trucks to keep the good times rolling. Looking ahead, holiday in the park.
Thank you, that's your time, but you got a lot in there.
Yeah, I got it.
Thank you for your comment.
Wrote it for 2 minutes.
All right. Next, we have Jason Lewis, followed by Gina Blake.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Jason Lewis, and I'm here for item 10 as a sitting transportation commissioner, past chair on my application for another 4-year term. As I sat eating my dinner tonight at Smash down on San Fernando, a great West burger, by the way, and reflected on the Transportation Commission and what we have done in the past 4 years, what we've supported, and what the city has done, I should say, I'm proud to see and inspired to continue, because I didn't have to look very far from my table, something we didn't do before COVID, outside, to see the bustling dinner scene along the one-way street that the commission recommended and the council implemented over a year ago. And now we have design meetings for the BRT connecting us to the east and the west from North Hollywood to Pasadena coming up. And I bring up Metro because as a lifelong resident of the greater Los Angeles area, I remember the RTD days and the limited poor service that crisscrossed the counties. I just want to say that as we stare down the barrel of World Cup 2026 and the third Los Angeles Olympics, I'm proud of this city with our airport, our 3 train stations, and our fantastic bus system. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Gina Black, followed by Robbie Brody.
Hello, it's Gina Black. I applied for the Burbank Cultural Arts Commission, and I just wanted to tell you a little bit about myself. I have 20 years plus in event planning and production. Currently, I manage all of our nonprofit community events at Forest Lawn for all our 6 locations in Southern California. And I love being of service, and I'm a resident in Burbank, and I would be honored to be considered to be on the Burbank's Art Commission. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Robbie Brody, followed by Linda Kazakis.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Robbie Brody, Burbank Parks and Rec Board. Gosh, I'm so proud to represent our city, be the eyes and ears of council on Parks and Rec. We've got so many things going on, and council members, you see me around. I try to get to as many events as I can, and I'd love to continue to serve you in the city with another term on Parks and Rec. Thanks very much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Linda Kazakis, followed by Farah Asadi.
Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members, my name is Linda Kazakos, President of Burbank Tournament of Roses Association. Tonight, I'm here to urge you to approving of the 2026 float rendering for the annual Rose Parade, America's New Year celebration, held on January 1st, 2026 in Pasadena. The parade theme is the magic and teamwork. Whoops, sorry, Cam. That's okay. Our design shows our misfit crew has set sail together in search of the greatest treasure of all, a forever home with a loving family. I am pleased to present this color rendering to the winning float designer, Dave Lowe, who has done other spectacular artwork around the city. Thank you, Dave, for submitting this wonderful design. Again, I am urging you to please approve this float design titled All Paws on Deck. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kazakis, and kudos on doing that in under a minute. Our next speaker is Farah Asadi, followed by Julie Markarian.
Hi everyone, I'm Farah Saudi. It's good to see you. I was most recently here with the Leadership Burbank class of 2025. We worked on the Adaptive Sports Project with the Park and Recreation Department. And I'm here tonight because I applied for the Park, Recreation, and Community Services Board, as well as the Planning Commission. I'm hoping that I'll have the opportunity to be able to serve the city. I love living in Burbank. I have a lot of skills I can bring to the table, including my passion for helping, my dedication, really organized, hardworking. So I'd love the opportunity to join the board and be able to contribute to the goals and progress of the city and to the board. So with that, thank you for your consideration, and hopefully I'll be able to serve. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Julie Markarian, followed by Lynn Lipinski.
Hi, my name is Julie Markarian, and I'm here on behalf of the Apartment Association of California. We represent over 2,000 housing providers, and many of them are here in Burbank. I want to address an FPPC rule that falls under conflicts of interest. Under the Act, a public official has a disqualifying conflict of interest in a governmental decision if it is foreseeable that the decision will have a financial impact on his or her personal finances or other financial interests. One of the rules for disqualifying is personal finances. The official personal finances, including his or her expenses, income, assets, and liabilities, as well as those of his or her immediate family, is a reason to disqualify them from voting on certain issues. It's clear that if you require council member Rizzotti to...
Thank you for your comment. That's your time. Our next speaker is Lynn Lipinski, followed by Jenny Deal.
Hi, I'm Lynn Lipinski. I'm the president of the Zonta Club of Burbank area, and I'm here today to invite you all to the Red Sand Project Burbank that we're organizing for Saturday, July 26th. This is an interactive art project where we're going to put grains of sand in the pavement cracks at the Yumi Credit Union parking lot to represent the lives of those lost to human trafficking. This event is thanks to a generous community grant from the city of Burbank that is helping us make this possible, along with our partnerships with the Rotary Club in Kiwanis. So I hope you all can make it. And those are flyers, and wow, I still have time, but that's it.
Thank you for your comment and congratulations again. Our next speaker is Jenny Deal, followed by Mark Scroggs.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, city manager. I'll be as fast as I can. Congratulations to Parks and Recreation. The posters that have been distributed to you are from me, from the Magic in Teamwork, and that is the theme for the Tournament of Roses Rose Parade. The pins that are on your desk are also from me. Please enjoy them. I've made 3 round trips to and from Oakland in the past 6 months, using the lift that is a 2-part lift that goes up to the galley to load in and out of the plane. Today, no one knew it existed. I got into an argument with them. They said it didn't exist, they couldn't find it, and they finally did. There are 2 of them. I would like to be able to give them a.
Thank you for
Can I just say my last word?
Okay, last
training.
Okay, training. And
thank you.
I want to correct for the record, actually, I think we were going a little fast. Janet Deal, Jenny Deal. Yes. So I was calling for.
the wrong ones.
I was calling for Jenny.
I'm sorry. Oh, okay.
No worries. You all have very similar names, so I'll just remove your card when it comes up.
Okay.
She's going to go next.
Yes, Jenny Deal. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Good evening, council. Good evening, Madam Mayor. My name is Jenny Deal. I've been a 30-year resident of Burbank. I currently sit on the Sustainable Burbank Commission, and I am also the Parks and Rec liaison through that same commission. I also sit on the Drought Tolerance Task Force. And through being the liaison through Parks and Rec, I have learned the fantastic programs that they are now doing. And I would love to be more a part of that on a little deeper capacity. So I humbly ask for your vote to sit on the Parks and Rec board, and so I can do great things and hopefully collaborate with you on a deeper level. So I greatly appreciate your consideration, and like I said, I humbly ask for your vote. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Sorry about the confusion. Our next speaker is Mark Scroggs, followed by Mike Darian.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Mark Scroggs. I was hoping that we could discuss some of the stuff about the tax incentives and what's in it, because there's some really good things. They're not just money related, about helping underprivileged or underutilized or underserved communities and nonprofits, but we can wait for later. Some of that's going to be brought up also at the media fair in a few weeks, so you're aware. I also just want to say, in promoting Burbank, 4 Burbank-based shows received Emmy nominations for drama or comedy. The Pit and the Abbott Elementary both shoot fully here. Shrinking shoots most of the interiors here. The exteriors were at Altadena. I don't know where they were now. They had to move them after the fires. And the studio, a lot of the studio shot here, especially at the Smokehouse if you watch it. So just want to say, there's good things going on here, and just, that's it for tonight.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Mike Darian, followed by Harry Tamurian.
Good evening, everyone. 3 of you, either through your public stance or your silence, have contributed to the growing vilification and demonization of housing providers. If I'm wrong, I'd like to hear about it, okay? There is a cost of living and housing crisis that affects more than just tenants. Seniors who have lived in their homes for 30, 40, or 50 years are being forced to sell and relocate to other states and must take reverse mortgages just to stay in their homes. I haven't heard anyone talk about this. But yet, bashing the housing providers happens all the time. I have data from here, from CoStar. In the last 4 years, we've had only 1.5% increase in rents for the last 4 years on average. Unbelievable. You wouldn't know that if you're listening to the noise out here. You know, even in Russia, they don't impose rent control on private property. Did you know that?
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Harry Tamurian, followed by Bennett Tarasina. Welcome, Mr. Tamurian. You have 1 minute.
I'll make sure everybody gets what they're going before my time starts. We don't want to use my minute to pass paper around. There we go. Honorable Mayor, City Council, my name is Harry Tamurian, Burbank Association of Realtors. In front of you are two pieces of paper. One is the recertification process for the Burbank Housing Corporation. The second is from Kenneth Mejia, who's the City Controller of the City of Los Angeles, showing you how much City Council people make in the City of Los Angeles. If you realize Burbank Housing Corporation requires a means test in order to subsidize individuals' living preferences, you guys required a means test whenever you guys went ahead and subsidized relocation fees for $500,000, but yet every single one of you guys do not want to have a means test for housing providers and you want to implement rent control. Hugo Soto Martinez, who is the DSA's top choice city council member, makes $244,000 a year. You want to talk about house hoarding? Look at that guy, making $244,000 a year and stealing a house away from a low-income individual. Do not implement rent control without a means test. Do not implement rent control, period. Do not vilify the residents of Burbank. Do not make Burbank Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Bennett Tarasina, followed by Matthew Arat.
Good evening, your Honorable Mayor and City Council. I'm here just to let you guys know that I'm applying for the position of a Parks and Rec Commissioner as well as the Planning Commission. I've been a resident of Burbank for 43 years. I've been a member of the Parks and Recs since I was a child. I grew up in the HAP minor system and everything. And now I'm very, very proud to say that my children are now participating in that. I work as a head coach for them, and I also actually work in the city of Torrance. I make the commute from Burbank every single morning because I love this town. And I say that without hyperbole. I really love Burbank. I make it a mission to tell people how beautiful it is. And every single Saturday of Burbank Little League, I would take my kids up to Brace Canyon because at a certain point you can see the city of Burbank. And I said, kids, this is the same town that your dad grew up in, that your brother grew up in, and that your parents brought over here. And this is the best view of the whole entire town. And it's proud for me to, if I could serve Burbank. Something that I've wanted to do for a very, very long time, but I've always never had the opportunity until now. And that, well, thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
May I be excused?
Yeah,
okay.
Of course. And for the record, if folks need to leave, you don't need to ask. You can go ahead and head out. Thank you. It's very kind of you, though. Our next speaker is Matthew Arat, followed by Cynthia Pease.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Matthew Arat. I am a non-resident trying to apply to become a part of the Burbank Cultural Arts Commission. My time in Burbank has been incredibly plentiful, and I care a lot about Burbank and its future because the arts in Burbank is more important than ever. And I feel that my generation wants to make Burbank a thriving city for the foreseeable future. One of the largest projects that are in development right now is the Starlight Bowl project. I've been to every Burbank Arts Commission meeting for months now, and I understand the importance of that project to the point that I've actually visited the grounds to see what improvements can be made. I have expertise in world-class theaters like the Soraya Performing Arts Center in Northridge, which taught me the importance of having a venue that can specialize in having renowned artists come in while also being a venue for locals to enjoy as one of their own. This and many other projects will be a group task, and I've understood the code in terms of aiding the city council in any assigned tasks through the code. Networking is a skill that I've built up as well, and I have a number of people involved.
Thank you
so
for your
much.
comment. Our next speaker is Cynthia Pease, followed by Leah Harrison.
Mayor Perez, City Council, City staff, thank you for all you do. Happy Tuesday. Okay, I've already sent you pretty long communications in regards to who you review and vote for on all of these commissions, which is you really need to look at the willingness and ability and what they bring to the table. This city is now on the verge of very big changes, wonderful things. I want to thank Marissa and the Department of Parks for all they do. And you know, the arts is incorporated into everything, and it makes it all better. It's the highest level that you can reach in human aspiration is the arts. And we're going to shine, guys. So we need the best people who are going to put in the most hours and the most work in a volunteer capacity to do this. So I really just want to appreciate what you're doing, and I hope you've noticed the number of applications you got for the Arts Commission. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Leah Harrison, followed by Stephanie Gerard.
Hi, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members. Hi, City staff. Hello, everybody, I guess. Hi, my name is Leah Harrison, and I am the current chair of the Cultural Arts Commission. I am here because I put in an application to continue, and I would kindly ask for your vote to reinstate me for another term. I'm really beyond thrilled with the work that we've been able to do, along with you and the other members of our commission and staff. We've been able to help the artistic community grow through grants program, framework, events, art advocacy, mixers, and yeah, it's just really an honor to serve my community in this capacity, and I would look forward to seeing some of the projects through that we've started, if it's possible. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Stephanie Gerard, followed by Ara Maserlian.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Stephanie Gerard, a 30-year resident, and I'm seeking reappointment as well to the Cultural Arts Commission. For the past 4 years, it's been my pleasure serving on the Cultural Arts Commission. During my term, I have been a part of a great team that has continued the electrical box art program, growing the number of electrical boxes painted by local artists throughout the city of Burbank. I've been a part of producing numerous events featuring performances, art talks, pop-up art shows, musical entertainment, which many of you attend, and while bringing the community together to enjoy and meet the fellow Burbank residents. I was pleased to be part of the subcommittee that brought our grants program to fruition and continue to serve on it for its third round of awards. In addition to working with staff and my fellow commissioners to advance the arts in Burbank, I have the pleasure of being on the board of 2 art organizations, Burbank Art Association and California Creative Arts. As an award-winning artist and producer of many art shows, I bring to the commission a talent. Anyway, thanks, and I also want to support Samantha Wick and Eddie Poland.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Ara Maserlian, followed by Christy Maloof.
Good evening, Mayor Perez and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Ara Maserlian, and it's been an honor to serve on the Burbank Parks and Recreation Board the past 4 years, including being the chair this past year. I'm here today to express my strong interest in continuing that service through reappointment. Over the past term, I've had the privilege of contributing to discussions and decisions that help enhance the quality and life of Burbank residents. Looking ahead, I'm eager to continue supporting and helping advance some of the department's most exciting and meaningful projects. This includes seeing through the revitalization efforts at the Starlight Bowl, helping shape the vision of the George Isay Park master plan, and advocating for improvements for our beloved community, assets like the McCambridge Park aquatic facility. I also recognize the importance of spaces like the dog park, which promote community activity and inclusivity for all residents. These projects and many others represent not just infrastructure improvements, but long-term investments in the health, vitality, and spirit of our community. I appreciate your support and look forward to the opportunity to continue on the board for another term.
Thank you for your comment. Right on the money. Our next speaker is Christy Maloof, followed by Mabel Carrasco.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and staff. I'm here tonight again to voice my concerns for no rent cap and especially no rent registry. I would like to show you how I conduct my own rental registry. This book, Rental Property. This book is what I choose to use. It keeps all my records, bills, receipts. When you take that choice away from me is when I will have to walk away from being a housing provider. City of LA has rent control for many years. Look at what a mess they are in. I currently rent 3 units below market value, but it's my choice. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Mabel Carrasco, followed by Megan B.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and Burbank staff. My name is Mabel Carrasco, and I'm honored to be considered for the Burbank Cultural Arts Commission. I've been a proud Burbank resident for 26 years and a proud graduate of Burbank High School, class of 2003, Go Bulldogs. I currently serve as the Director of Major Gifts and Planned Giving at the Natural History Museum of Los Angeles County, where I lead efforts to fund exhibits, public programs, community engagement. My work has also included partnerships with cultural leaders like Disney, NBC Universal, Netflix, Amazon, to increase access to the arts and uplift diverse voices. Through my career, I've helped raise over $150 million for initiatives that connect people, foster empathy, and build inclusive creative communities. That experience deeply aligns with the cultural affairs framework priorities, expanding visibility, building capacity, increasing access, and cultural art spaces. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, and I don't know, go Bears. Just saying. I'm just messing with you. All right, our next speaker is Megan B. Megan B, followed by Kyle Anderson.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, staff, everybody in the room. A city's governing success relies on how well it supports its most vulnerable citizens. Every week that goes by that the rental registry and rental cap is not put on the agenda is a week that we have failed our most vulnerable. Passing a rental registry is a first crucial step in creating housing policy that works for all residents of Burbank, not just the wealthy landlords. It will show us who the actual owners are, tell us how many mom and pop landlords we have, and give the city the necessary data to make informed housing decisions. If landlords have nothing to hide and are as above board as they say they are, they will welcome this opportunity to be transparent. I've lived and worked in Burbank for almost 8 years. I live in a 1-bedroom apartment with my spouse. We work and rent here. Our rent goes up by 9% every year, and we're slowly getting priced out. We and all the other renters deserve a sustainable rent cap so we can continue living in our beautiful city. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Kyle Anderson, followed by Christina Boyer.
Thank you, Council. I'm speaking in support of a rent cap today. The 8.9% yearly rent increases are unsustainable for renters like me. I'm an award-winning documentary filmmaker who desperately loves Burbank, loves being in Burbank, loves making art in Burbank. My wife runs an entire branch of a part of the city, and we are being priced out of being able to live here. I've had my rent increased from $2,000 up to $2,500, and two more increases, and I'm homeless. This really isn't sustainable. If we don't get 9% raises every year, why should landlords? This issue really affects Burbank, and you can tell it does based on how much money big tech, things like Airbnb, has funneled into local elections. And outside, when we were waiting, I'll just end on this. There's a beautiful mural that showcases the history of Burbank. And on it, you see all of the things that really made Burbank what it is: aerospace, filmmaking. There's no landlords on there. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Christina Boyer, followed by Diana Pulver.
Good evening. I'm an attorney at Public Counsel, and I'd like to advocate today for the speedy agendization and implementation of a rent registry and strong tenant protections like universal just cause, a hard rent cap, and stopping rent evictions. All of these things are crucial, and the city should not wait on the rent registry being up and running and collecting a bunch of data before moving on the other tenant protections. Burbank is a city of renters who are being pushed out every day by unaffordable rent increases and unjust evictions. Data from the rent registry will be great to tailor policies like universal just cause and rent stabilization, but there is no need legally or policy-wise to wait to collect all that data to start moving on the other tenant protections. LA City adopted its RSO in 1979 and didn't have a rent registry until 2016. It is not only possible, but crucial to move on all of these items now with urgency. The rent registry, universal just cause, rent stabilization with a hard cap, and closing the substantial remodel loophole. Please move on this urgently to keep people in their homes. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Diana Pulver, followed by Terry Friedman.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Please keep housing providers like me in mind when you consider housing regulations. To maintain the quality of my units and not allow them to fall into disrepair is a daunting task. For example, the cost of replacing a wall heater went from $3,700 to $4,700 this past year. Gardening, up $200. My insurance, up 30% from last year. Just as the Burbank Water and Power has had to raise its rates in order to maintain the level of service that Burbank residents have come to expect, housing providers like me must also contend with rising costs. I try to absorb as much of these costs as I can and not pass them on, but it is becoming harder and harder to do. In these inflationary times, housing providers could use help from their elected officials. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Terry Friedman, followed by Corey Mensing.
Hello, City Council, staff, everyone in the chamber and at home participating in civic engagement. My name is Terry Friedman, and I am applying for the Sustainable Burbank Commission. Zero waste principles are a core value in my life. For starters, I walked here today from Central Burbank, as I have for most SBC meetings that I've been attending over the past year. My application shares information about my background, such as being a Waste Warriors graduate of 2024, as well as launching the Green Committee at my union, and instilling lots of sustainable practices at the commercial building and for my membership there. As a small business owner, I come in contact with a lot of items that people often see as disposable, and I reintroduce them for reuse in the community. For example, I upcycle cardboard boxes. I just gifted over 24 paper towel core rolls and egg cartons. I also donate leftover food from catering from the film sets that I work on, and I've donated over 100 meals just on a recent feature film. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Corey Mensing, followed by Douglas Carlson.
I have a photo, I think. Okay, thank you. Hi again, council and staff, and thank you for the chance to speak. I meant to share this photo at the last meeting, but submitted it too late, maybe extremely early for this meeting. I still wanted to share it because it's really special to me. This is the bus stop I requested at Victory and Chandler. Still happy to see it. Look at it. It's a regular use, shows what I really believe. There are stories like this all over Burbank and real opportunities for simple, high-impact adjustments to improve quality of life. I'd love to see more inclusive language around transit and a broader understanding that transportation is about getting people where they want to go. That means drivers, transit riders, cyclists, and pedestrians feeling safe and respected wherever they are, however they're getting around. I'm applying for the Transportation Commission because I want to help as many people as possible with thoughtful, impactful solutions that truly make a difference. Thank you again for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Douglas Carlson, followed by Kat Kosmala.
Good evening, Council. I love living in Burbank. It's so great living in a city where you can participate in your government and really feel like you're a part of the community. So I've lived in Burbank since 1995, and I love using our public pools. So currently I have a pinched nerve in my hip. I have arthritis in both shoulders and in my back, and using the pools is really important because it is a part of my rehabbing. So for using the Verdugo pool as well as McCambridge pools, I've passed out a flyer, and if you could notice, there's a schedule of the availability of the pools for both McCambridge and for the Verdugo pools. So during the summer in particular, when you would think that would be the prime time to utilize the pools, is the worst time in terms of pool closures. If you notice the schedules, there are 5 times.
Thank you, that's your time.
All right.
but I
Thank
do
you.
believe staff may be available to speak to you if you would like.
That would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kat Kosmala, followed by Antoinette Dogman.
Good evening, Burbank. I'm very lucky to have been a Burbank homeowner for the past 15 years. I love it here. And while I'm very grateful for my own situation, I did not work harder and I was not more clever than my friends who are still renting. I was simply lucky enough to be in the right set of circumstances at the right time. Property ownership is not without its own set of complications too. My insurance rates went up higher this year along with everyone else's, and I, like many Californians, live in fear of the day when my AC unit breaks down. But there's no doubt that I am in a much more adaptable position than those of my colleagues who must rent because the number of homes on the market is limited and the average price is no longer attainable for the average citizen. How are they supposed to save for or invest in their own future when they must give the majority of their monthly income to others who are lucky and privileged enough to not only property in which they live, but the properties in which others live as well? That is why I am come today to support a rental registry. Please agendize and support and pass it ASAP. It'd be a great first step to getting all the data we need to solve the affordability problem. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Antoinette Dogman, followed by Daniel.
Good evening. I'm not an eloquent speaker. I'm not an eloquent speaker as the others. I'm not as well prepared. I just want to let you know that we are a mom and pop rental providers, and we have worked our tail off since 1967 when we first invested in Burbank. Burbank used to be known as the wonderful city to raise your family, no rent control. You know, things were just good schools. When you talk to Water and Power, you got an answer, you got a light person. LA, I mean, you can't talk to anybody. But what I'm here for is really, I am against rent control. I am against rent caps, rental registry, and all these laws that are making it so hard on small landlords like us that I feel they're trying to just take our power away
Thank you for your
just
comment.
give it to the big corporations.
Thank you, Antoinette. That's your time. Thank you for your comment.
I'm sorry, but I mean, I'm really so
Thank you.
frustrated.
That's your time, though. I'm sorry. I have to move on to the next speaker. But thank you. We hear
Please,
you.
no rent control.
Thank you. That's your time. Our next speaker is Daniel, followed by Andrew H.
Dear Burbank City Council, please LA my Burbank. LA has a sustainable 3% rent cap. LA has strong, responsive rent registry and housing department. LA closed the rent eviction loophole, which we've been asking you to do for over 2 years. LA has enhanced relocation assistance for no-fault evictions with extra protections for elderly and disabled tenants. LA has redefined failure to pay rent from a day late and a dollar short to owing more than fair market rent. LA is a great city for tenants with robust protections and a sustainable rent cap that succeeds in keeping families housed. A recent LA study found landlords of all sizes spend on average 35% of their revenue covering operating costs, with the remainder going towards their mortgage and profits. Localities like LA, unincorporated LA County, Pasadena, West Hollywood, Santa Monica, and Beverly Hills have all implemented a rent registry, rent stabilization, and many of these other amazing protections. Burbank residents voted for this city council because you campaigned on tackling housing and tenant issues. You said housing is a human
Thank you
right.
for your comment. That's
Please
your time.
LA my Burbank.
That's your time. Our next speaker is Andrew H., followed by Liz Bax.
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council. My name is Andrew, and I've been a tenant here in Burbank for the past 30 years. I lived here all my life. I attended elementary school here, Bret Hart, Luther Middle School, and also Burroughs, go Bears. I would like to also dream here someday to, now I have 2 kids, and I want to continue having them attend the schools, have the history I've had here in Burbank with experiencing the movie theater here at AMC 16, and witnessing some ice cream right there on Cold Stone on Palm. But it's just getting harder and harder every year. Our rent is increasing, and it's making it harder to even dream about a future when you can't even make ends meet just to pay your rent. So I'm asking City Council to please acknowledge rent stabilization, eviction protection, and also rental registry. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment, and I did not mean to start the Boroughs Burbank war again. Our next speaker is Liz Bax, followed by Ashley Ramsey.
You did mean to start that. You did.
Maybe a little bit. Welcome, Liz. You have 1 minute.
Good evening, everyone. There's a growing frustration over what's actually going on, what's going to be happening on Olive Street. At the virtual meeting with LA Metro July 10th, I don't have exact words, but they said Burbank and LA Metro will be working together to move to a dedicated bus lane, while the Burbank city officials maintain it will be mixed flow. So which is it? We should not be left guessing about major changes to our streets. Are we going to go through a decision process again with you all, or does your decision stand? If Metro is pushing a dedicated lane while the city tells us otherwise, that's a problem. Either there's a lack of transparency or plans are being made behind closed doors without true public input. Also, the rest of the meetings will be open house format. And if this is not truly changing, Vice Mayor Takahashi and Councilmember Mullins are not being given the respect by the matters of the Metro Board. And speaking of affordability, I would like to know how many new affordable houses will be available by the end of this year. From my research, you are using mom and pop housing providers as your low rent housing.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Ashley Ramsey, followed by Alessandra Valdez.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Ashley Ramsey, and I've been a Burbank resident for 8 years, and I've been a renter all those 8 years. I am fortunate enough that I have only seen 2 rental increases during my 8 years of paying rent, but I know that many others in Burbank are not as fortunate, which is why I'm asking City Council to please move forward quickly with a rental registry, rent stabilization, and stronger eviction protections. We've been asking for these things for a while, and with the unsustainable current rent increases, the time to move forward is now. A rent registry will provide crucial information, crucial data needed to make informed housing policy decisions and to ensure fairness and compliance with current laws. We need rent stabilization because the current annual rent increase of 8.9% is not sustainable for most families, and especially because wages are not increasing at a similar rate. Lastly, we need universal just cause for all units, including apartments, houses, and condos with no rent evictions. As prices continue to increase,
Thank you for your comment.
Alley for Sustainable and
Thank
Kevin
you for your
Parks and Rec.
comment.
Thank you.
Our final speaker, our final speaker in person is Alessandra Valdez, and then we will go to the phones. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. Good evening to everyone in the chamber. My name is Allie. I am a 6-year resident of Burbank and a proud member of the Burbank Tenants Union, speaking in favor of community stabilization, a rental registry, closing the rent eviction loophole, and universal just cause. When are those things coming back? I also want to share that for the past month, my neighbors and I have been organizing community defense patrols against ICE in our city, and this has been something that tenants and homeowners have stepped up to do. We chased off ICE trying to come into someone's building last week on Wednesday. It took 6 community members to chase ICE off because they like to do their operations in secret. And so I would like to invite members of the community to join us in these community patrols. I'd also like to speak in favor of Kevin Morris and Jenny Deal for the Parks and Rec Board, and to Terry Friedman, myself, Audrey, and Charles for Sustainable Burbank Commission. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. All right, those are.
David Blumberg. Did you want to speak during general or just my 1 minute regarding your commission?
I think he's got a card here.
So we have general public comment, just for everybody in the room who's new to council. We have general public comment, and then we have each item. It seems that you turned in your card for the agenda item itself.
What I was told to do.
Yeah, which is perfectly fine. We'll get your chance to speak during the agenda item itself. Sir, I'll give you the choice. If you'd like to take a minute right now, you can. If not, during the item. All right.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, City Council. My name is David Blumberg. I applied for the Police Commission. If the matter has not already been decided, I wanted to put my name in there. I'd like to be able to help the city council any way they see fit with the police commission. I've been in law practice for over 3 decades. I've had my practice in Burbank for over 20 years. A point of importance, I do not take on any police cases or any matters against the city, so I don't see any conflict of interest. I've been on the Los Angeles County arbitration panel for decades, basically pro bono, where I hear matters for the county. I've been on the grievance committee for the Board of Realtors. I and my wife are residents of Burbank for 25 years. My daughter is a product of the Burbank schools and the Y. I'm a long member of Pemple Emmanuel. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. All right, so that was my last speaker. And now we will go to the phones.
The first caller is Marjani El-Ghanady.
I'm sorry, can we repeat that? We couldn't hear that.
The first caller is Marjani El-Ghanady.
Thank you. Hi, Marjani, you're on with City Council. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Marjani El-Ghanady, and I'm honored to speak today as an applicant for the Burbank Cultural Arts Commission. As a resident and passionate advocate for the arts, I believe this role is an incredible opportunity to serve our vibrant community and contribute to the cultural enrichment of Burbank. The arts have the power to inspire, unite, and transform, and Burbank's creative spirit is what makes our city unique. If appointed, my priorities would be accessibility and inclusion, support for local artists, and innovation and collaboration. With my background as a music teacher serving the greater Los Angeles area for 9 years, I'm eager to bring fresh ideas while honoring Burbank's rich artistic legacy. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your call.
The next caller is Linda Walmsley.
Hi, Linda, you're on with City Council. You have 1 minute.
Good evening. I am calling tonight to let you know the wonderful work done by the Park and Rec Department and Public Works in repairing the major leak at Verdugo Pool. As a year-round lap swimmer, I appreciate that they have only taken 48 hours to correct this problem and have that pool back open for those of us that lap swim, for all the kids that are swimming, and the many programs that the fabulous staff at Verdugo Pool provide for our community. Thank you to the people that did this work in 48 hours. We are lucky to live in Burbank.
Thank you for your comment, and yes, we are. Thank you, Parks and Rec.
The next caller is Michael Rosenkrantz.
Hi, Michael, you're on with City Council. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. I am the founder of SoCal Adaptive Sports. We've been collaborating with the city for a few years. I want to all invite you to our latest collaboration of Boccia, which is on Sundays at McCambridge Park from 3 to 4:30. I want to recognize the fact that Burbank is a leader in the field of adaptive sports. I just want to read you one paragraph from an article in the Fulcrum. When we invest in adaptive athletics, we are not just funding sports programs. We are affirming a civic truth that every person, regardless of ability, has something to contribute to our shared story. We are building spaces where courage is not measured by medals, but by the willingness to show up, to compete, to connect. Thanks again for being a leader in the field of adaptive sports. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
The next caller is Rennie Gabriel.
Hi, Rennie, you're on with City Council. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor Perez, fellow council members, and staff. My name is Rennie Gabriel, and my wife, we have been mom and pop housing providers in Burbank since 2008. And after 12 years, we now have 11 units here. That means we are not a major corporation. As a housing provider, I respect my tenants, support them, and in turn, they pay their rent. It appears some of the council members are following the doctrine in the book, Abolish Rent. The approach in this book is no different than the Communist Manifesto designed to take away property rights. I went from broke at age 50 to a housing provider 3 years later because of the opportunities in the United States that don't exist in Russia. For the last 23 years, I have provided financial education to each and every one of our tenants, and several have been able to purchase their own home, and one even purchased his own 3-unit property. Finally, after teaching art from elementary school through high school, please vote for me to be on either the Arts or the Burbank Sustainable Commission.
Thank you.
for your
That's your
today.
time. It's 1 minute. Thank you so much. Thank you for calling in. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Joe Pimienta.
Oh, I guess I'll just go. Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff, and everybody present in the chamber. My name is Joe Pimienta. I'm a resident of Burbank, and first and foremost, I just want to say what an awesome drone show we had on the 4th of July. That was great. I also want to throw in my support for Ali Valdez for the Sustainable Commission, but I also want to throw in something specifically. As you all know, I am in favor of a rental registry and the need for just cause. But I also just want to throw attention to this saying that's been going around of "Don't LA my Burbank." As I've mentioned before, I'm not a big fan of presenting cities as a derogatory, because that's some place some people come home, and whether they realize it or not, "Don't LA my Burbank" comes across very racially insensitive. So for anyone using that phrase, be more cautious, be more thoughtful, and just take into consideration that you're talking about the places where people live, which is something that we're also trying to do. Is we are trying to make sure that people remain housed here in the city of Burbank. So with that in mind, thank you so much for your time, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you for everything.
Thank you for calling in. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Jackie Waltman.
Hi, Jackie. You're on with council. You have 1 minute.
Hello, City Council. I'm going to speak very quickly. I hope you can follow me. Last meeting, Mayor Perez, you said that you and Mr. Anthony were following the law by not recusing yourself from the rent cap issue. But maybe there's more than just the legal consideration. Maybe there's an ethical and moral consideration. Burbankers expect all of our council members to be ethical. And in this situation, I really do think that you should consider not voting on this issue. Rental rates don't occur in a vacuum. If the rents are too high, units will be vacant. The landlords are aware of this. The market really does determine what the rental costs are going to be. We have 2,200 units coming online in Burbank in the near future, and we are already seeing a dip in the rental rates. Let the free market determine the price. Sustainable, 9% sustainable. Sometimes 9% is not sustainable even for the landlords.
Thank you for your call. That's your time.
The next caller would like to remain anonymous.
Hi, you're on with the Burbank City Council. You have 1 minute.
I support Ali Valdez and Terry Freeman being on the Sustainability Commission. I urge City Council not to waste time with semantics as Mullins once again prioritizes landlords over tenants by wanting to change landlords to housing providers. Despite the obvious power imbalance that exists, I want City Council to finally get on passing a rental registry and exposing how many of these mom-and-pop landlords are actually not, and many do not live in Burbank. Owning 11 units is not a small mom-and-pop. In LA, mom-and-pop counts as someone who owns 4 or less. We need a 3% rent cap, as many in the entertainment industry are forced to leave because rent keeps increasing at an unsustainable rate at the maximum amount of 8.9. Burbank is the media capital of the world, and yet those people have been left behind. Many people have moved back home with their parents if they have the privilege. My partner is one that does not have that privilege. His parents are both dead, despite being only in his 20s. And if rent continues to increase, what will he do? If I wasn't here, if a landlord is having a hard time, they can always sell their property and get a real job. Just like me, I'm working $21 an hour for a global company right in Burbank. Wages are not increasing or even close to the livable wage that rents are at now. Every $100 increase in rent causes a 9% increase in homelessness. We need action. We need City Council to stop delaying protections that could reduce homelessness by keeping folks in their homes.
Thank you for your call.
The next caller is April.
Hi, April. You're on with City Council. You have 1 minute.
Hi, everybody. Lots to say and so little time. I'm a renter in Burbank. I want everyone to know there's no one more sympathetic to the plight of renters than me. I was forcibly out of my housing situation when my daughter was just 2 weeks old at the time. I was rapid rehoused in desperation to Jerry's Promise and then to BHC. So I want really want to emphasize that the systems that the city has in place are working. Yes, we need more of them. However, as a renter, I also want to very strongly say that forcing housing providers to, forcing them to, taking away their constitutional rights is not a solution. You can't just take something from someone else. You cannot have injustice. You cannot repay injustice with injustice. No one is more sympathetic to the renters.
Thank you for your
job as city
comment.
council.
That's your time. Thank you for your call.
Madam Mayor, that was our last caller.
Okay, we have made it through public comment, everybody. All right. Now is the time for I now declare the public comment period closed. Now is the time for a brief response from City Council, the City Manager, and/or the City Attorney. Mr. City Attorney.
Yes, Madam Mayor, City Manager and I just flipped a coin and I won the toss. So I will comment on the housing issues. So as reported in the Burbank Leader on July 5th, we were awaiting several opinion letters from the FPPC to continue on the housing matters. Several items were pushed from the budget discussion, and there were additional pending items requested by Council last July that we have set to work on. So we have met since July 5th, and we're setting a target date for early October to bring a comprehensive report addressing all the issues at once. Probably a study session to get direction so the reason why we would bring a study session first is because we have to have a discussion of all the issues and then receive direction. The direction would result in ordinances or budget appropriations or whatever. So it will require a couple of meetings. Our goal is to bring a comprehensive report so that everyone knows, both housing providers and tenants of the night, and that they can focus their efforts and receive the information and address the council. So the four main items generally would be the housing data collection, also referred to as a rent cap, universal just cause, addressing renovation evictions, and also the subject of rent caps, soft caps, hard caps subject. So the target time frame is early October.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. And I do want to point out for the record, this is the second time you have let everybody know. Last council meeting, you also let everybody know that the tentative date was October.
Thank you. I'd forgotten that.
Yeah. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you. I just had one follow-up. The speaker talking about the pool, the city pool access. So we are going to have Ms. Garcia reached out to that gentleman and provided contact information. I'm not sure if that what the issue is, but I will tell you that we did have a leak over at Verdugo that is fixed now, as you heard by one of our speakers. That was taken care of. We did have to limit and move some of the programming to McCambridge this week. So I don't know if it's just related to this week, but in any case, we will be following up with that gentleman and seeing what we can do.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager, and thank you, Ms. Garcia, for always being ready to handle. All right. Who would like to go first from the council? Councilmember Anthony.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you to all of our speakers for coming down. The rendition here of the new float, All Paws on Deck. It's a bunch of dogs on a pirate ship. It's adorable. And I believe there's a cat that's snuck in there, too. It's always incredible. You see the rendition, and then the finished product looks so much like you. Like, how are they going to build that? And they do it every time. It's incredible. That's why we always win those awards. I say we because I go down with my family, and we put flowers on the float, so I can say we. I encourage everyone, when it comes time, if you are able to donate your time, volunteer, and help build this float. It's really such a fun activity and all ages friendly. And the only other thing I wanted to say, well, first, actually, thank you to everyone coming down and speaking. And in about a year, my son is going to be headed off to high school. So when I wear that Bulldogs hat. I don't want a fight.
Very strong opinions here on the council. Who would like to go next? Vice Mayor Takahashi.
I'll go. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you to all who came out tonight, and thank you for understanding our time limits on comments when we have a lot of them. And thanks to those who called in. A number of items were already addressed by our staff, and for those who spoke on later items, we'll get to those when we get there. So thank you for speaking on those now. Let's see, a few things. To Mr. Bax about the complaint form. I have asked staff to look at this. So staff, have you had a chance to look at the email I sent about the form or any progress on this?
So we have, as I think I mentioned last time, we have code sections that name that commission that form is for. This is the intake form for the Landlord-Tenant Commission. I think the commission primarily addresses complaints from tenants. We don't get a lot of complaints from landlords, although some landlords, several, have come out over the years that have had issues with tenants. It does primarily serve that purpose as a forum for tenants. That's all changing, and council's going to have to address the commission powers, but you've also asked for the name to come back. That requires an ordinance. It's not something we can just do on the fly, so that'll be back before council.
Okay. So in the meantime, when the landlord would like to use this form, what do you suggest? How do you suggest they approach it?
They use the form.
But just ignore the parts that have to do with tenants, basically?
Yeah, they can
Okay.
fill it out, and if they don't find the part of it's applicable, they can leave it blank.
Okay, so it is on our radar. We are working on that. Not as fast as I'm sure folks would like, but it is on our radar. Mr. Ferguson, thank you so much for coming, and you're still here, I'm not sure. He was here talking about MPMA and what's going on in Magnolia Park. So exciting, all the things that are going on there. Thank you for updating us on that. Ms. Lipinski for the Red Sand Project, I'll be there. Looking forward to it. Thank you so much. It was one of the projects that you got funded for the community events, so thank you for doing that. Let's see, for Ms. Janet Deal, she had asked about a lift at the airport. What do you suggest that maybe who she could contact for getting information or getting some support in that lift situation at the airport?
We could follow up. We do not have a good answer right now. So,
Okay, but you know where to find her?
Yes,
okay, good.
absolutely.
Okay. I mean, she does have one of the keys to our city, so I think that you can find her. Let's see. Mr. Scroggs, always thank you for updating us on the entertainment industry. Mr. Darian, you brought some more data with you. I'm looking forward to our meeting, so please reach out. I would love to meet with you. And Ms. Malouf, same, you brought some information with you as well. I would love to talk to you about the information that you brought, so please reach out. All my information to contact me, my direct phone number and my link to my calendar is all on the city website, so feel free to go there and make an appointment with me. Many of you in the audience have used that link, so you can let them know that it actually works. It's legit. And then, let's see, one last thing. Ms. Doman, oh, I think she might have left. Oh, she's still here. Ms. Doman, I also would love to chat with you, so please reach out. All right, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Takahashi. Councilman Rosati.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to say congratulations to Mrs. Sherman on 105 years in existence. So when my parents moved to Burbank in 1967, Mr. and Mrs. Sherman was the first to welcome my family to the neighborhood. We were neighbors friends and neighbors for 60 years. So seeing her tonight just brings back so many memories of growing up in our neighborhood. So congratulations to her. God bless. Really, what a gift. Parks and Rec and Care Walk, guys do so much amazing work in our community. I try to make it to every event, and I just want to say, I know there was both sides of the coin about the 4th of July, but most of the comments I received were really spirited in a positive direction, so congratulations. I know that's our first venture, but congratulations. Mr. Bax, Yeah, you look at the form, and let's be honest, the landlord's concerns were never really considered. So I think that's changing. I'm starting to see that tide change a little bit. It just took a little bit of time. To all the speakers regarding rent control, I've been watching council meetings for a very long time, and there's always a point, I think, when council starts to realize that the information they're getting is not really reliable, and I'm starting to think that this council is coming to that conclusion. To the gentleman that wants to LA my Burbank, be careful with that. Be careful what you wish for. Be careful what you wish for. I move people from LA to Burbank every day, and if you heard the stories, you wouldn't want to live in LA. The person regarding BRT, I've seen the information online. I've seen some of the items in the meetings. They don't seem to be honoring our council's position, and I don't feel like we're being recognized. It's extremely disappointing. We'll be having some meetings about that in the near future, but I see what you're seeing and I hear you. I want to say I'm really impressed with everyone that showed up tonight for all the commissions. We have such tough choices to make. And I just want to say to everyone who took the time to come down, fill out an application. I spoke to many of you. I texted and corresponded with many of you. I read all the applications. I just want to say how impressed I am that we have so many people in our community that want to serve. So, lots of credit to you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Mullins. Oh, you haven't gone yet. That's right.
No. Well, thank you so much, everyone who spoke. I do want to thank Councilmember Rosati for actually recommending that Mrs. Sherman comes tonight and we can acknowledge her. She's an amazing woman. I met her a year ago. She still looks the same from when I met her a year ago. So I appreciate that you allowed us, that we share a good moment with her. Congratulations to Parks and Recreation Department. Great job as usual. And to Family Services Agency. And then also I want to acknowledge Detective Alexi for winning the award, the Rex Andrews Award. So congratulations to him. I want to acknowledge all the speakers who came tonight regarding boards and commissions. We will address that when we get to the item. And then I also want to share my thoughts of the interviews and everything that we have gone through that brought us to this moment here where we have to take a vote. So thank you for being here. Thank you for sticking around with us. All the emails, hundreds of emails. So I appreciate your willingness to serve our community and wanting to be part of Burbank, not LA. So I want to make sure I say this out loud. This is the city of Burbank, and I'm very proud of it. Also, I do want to acknowledge Ms. Bax about Metro, because you did mention the fact that Vice Mayor Takahashi and myself are on the subcommittee for BRT. My vote and my stand was mixed flow. And I still stand with my vote on my stand. I don't care what Metro said until this item is brought back, which I wasn't, I know it's going to come back in the near future because Vice Mayor Takahashi requested that we discuss this item again. I know the city manager, you have a future date, which we are not certain yet until we hear from the FPPC. We also have an FPPC requirement that we need to check into some conflicts of interest. And until this item comes back, I assure you, I have not changed my opinion. I have not changed my mind. And I still represent the voices of the people of Burbank who came and spoke about mixed flow on Olive. So I don't want you to think that there's something that has changed on my part, and I can't get too much into the information, but I'm happy to talk to you and let you know what's going on. What else we have on here? Well, a lot of the other items have been already addressed, so this is it. We'll pursue the agenda items. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Okay. I just want to thank everybody for being here, and I will say one thing. I don't want to talk about rent control housing. No offense, it's not what we're talking about tonight. I know a lot of you came to talk about that on both sides. It's not what we're talking about tonight. We're talking about boards and commissions. We're talking about leaf blowers, and we're talking about trees and Ike. But you heard it from our city attorney. Please share, and I'm talking to both of you, landlords, tenants. You heard it from our city attorney, October. That's the date we're looking at. We've followed the steps with the FPPC. We've done everything ethically and legally the right way as a council. And I'm very proud of this body for following the right steps. And so it will come back when it comes back. And the one thing I will leave you all to think about in the meantime is I hear a lot of mudslinging from both sides. Folks talking about landlords, folks talking about tenants. I think, Councilmember Anthony, you said this a while back. At the end of the day, we all need to live with each other. We're all a community here in Burbank. And then I just want you to think about that when you come forward, on both sides. Think about the fact that these are your neighbors, these are folks who live here, who work here, and that is the important part. And at the end of the day, whatever this council decides and whatever's said and done, you still have a relationship with your landlord, you still have a relationship with your tenant. So just keep that in mind, folks, for yourselves. I know I do every day with my landlord. I have a great relationship with him, and I intend to continue doing so after whatever vote happens. So just want to point that out there, because I know I can hear that it's getting kind of heated. And the last thing I will say is, I will say to Mr. Termurian, you're right, Councilor Mones, this is not the city of LA. Just for some fact checking here, we don't make these salaries, folks. I have never seen $250K a year for this role. I have not even seen anything remotely close to that. Nobody on this council has. In fact, we are almost volunteers. So just a fact. You're right, this is not the city of LA. We do not have LA money. All right, and with that, go Bears. And we will move on to our next agenda item. All right, the consent calendar may be enacted in one motion. Madam City Clerk, please read the consent calendar.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On tonight's consent calendar, we have 7 items with the removal of item number 5. Shall I wait a second? Do you want me to wait a second? Yeah, I mean, they can't, you still have 3.
We still have 3.
We have a quorum.
We have quorum. We can keep going.
Just for the noise level. Okay. All right. I'll just press on. Item 1, approval of the City Council minutes of the regular meeting of June 24th, 2025, and the dark meetings of July 1st and July 8th, 2025. Item 2 is approval of the Parking Authority minutes of the joint meeting of June 3rd, 2025. Item 3 is adoption of an ordinance amending Burbank Municipal Code Section 2-1-202 relating to compensation of council members. Item 4 is adoption of a resolution approving the 2025 Title VI program triennial update for Burbank Bus per the United States Department of Transportation, DOT, Federal Transit Administration, FTA, Title VI requirements and guidelines for federally funded subrecipients. Item 5, the new item 5, is adoption of a resolution authorizing acceptance of the 2024 Urban Area Security Initiative Grant and any future amendments, accepting $247,041 in grant funds and amending the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget by appropriating funds. Item 6 is approval to amend the fiscal year 2025-2026 adopted budget and appropriate general plan maintenance funds for consultant services to update and apply the city's travel demand forecast model to analyze growth assumptions for the proposed downtown Burbank transit-oriented development, Golden State, and Media District specific plans. And item 7 is approval of the City of Burbank Tournament of Roses 2026 float rendering. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I'll move to make a motion to approve the consent.
Do I have a second? Great. Motion and a second. Let's take a vote.
Councilmember Anthony?
Abstain on 6, yes on the rest.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Rosati?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Takahashi?
Yes.
And Mayor Perez?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, consent calendar passes. We now move on to our public hearing. This is a time and place for the appeal hearing of the decision by the Permit Appeals Panel to charge appellant $9,600, the value of the tree that was removed in violation of Burbank Municipal Code, Section 7-4-104, illegal pruning of the city tree at 1083 East Harvard Road, Burbank 91501. If you wish to comment on this item in person, please present a salmon public hearing card to the city clerk. If you wish to speak over the phone, please call now at 818-238-3335. You will be placed on a queue until the public hearing comment period begins. Pursuant to Burbank Municipal Code, Section 2-1-1517, the hearing will be conducted as an independent re-examination of the matter, and the appellant has the burden of proof as the party seeking counsel's review. The appellant, Mrs. Maureen Bezhanian, is the owner of the property at 1083 East Harvard Road, Burbank, California. On May 24th, 2024, the appellant was issued a citation by the Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Department in the amount of $12,604.41 for illegal pruning of a city tree adjacent to her property. After a hearing, the Permit Appeals Panel found appellant responsible, but reduced the invoice to $9,600, which was the stated value of the tree. Before we begin, City Council, are there any disclosures related to this hearing?
No.
No.
No. Madam City Clerk, do we have the complete files of exhibits, correspondence, and other documents?
You do?
And are there any written communications on this matter?
Yes, we received 2 communications, one from Marissa Garcia, Director of Parks and Recreation, and one from Justin Hess, City Manager.
Thank you. And now, will the representatives of the City Attorney's Office and the Park, Recreation, Community Services Department please introduce yourself and summarize the history and basis of the decision?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members. Ray Johal, Senior Assistant City Attorney with the City of Burbank. I'm here with Michael Del Campo, Assistant Director for the Parks and Recreation Department, Forestry Division. So I'm here on behalf of the Parks and Recreation Department, and I wanted to give an overview of kind of what led us to this appeal hearing. Generally speaking, we have several BMC sections that regulate public parkway trees and vegetation. Particularly in this case, we have BMC section 7-4-104, which regulates the pruning or trimming of a public parkway tree, specifically those that abut property owners' property lines. And that requires a permit to be obtained prior to a property owner trimming or pruning any public parkway tree. So in this case, we have the 1083 East Harvard Road in the city of Burbank, which is currently owned by the appellant, Maureen Bezhanian. And we are discussing a jacaranda tree that was fully grown, that was located abutting the property line of Ms. Bezhanian's property. And it was located in the public parkway. Right of way. It's owned and maintained by the city of Burbank. So since 2021, the appellant has contacted the city to come out and maintain as well as evaluate the tree, the specific jacaranda tree. Mr. Del Campo will come and speak to the amount of times the city has gone out and inspected that tree. In some scenarios, has actually conducted maintenance, and in other cases has evaluated that no maintenance was needed. But what we're talking about that led to the events of this case is that in April of 2024, Ms. Benzanian reached out to the city for this particular jacaranda tree, asked that it be evaluated for maintenance and pruning. City staff went out to the location, investigated and examined the tree, determined that no maintenance was needed. Thereafter, in the same month of April, city staff, particularly Ken Scaroni, who is a certified arborist and senior tree trimmer, was working off hours, received a phone call stating that the tree was being trimmed. He went out there on a Sunday, April 28th, did not see anybody trimming the tree, but noticed that the tree had been severely trimmed and pruned. The following day, city staff, particularly forestry supervisor, city employee Juan Cardenas, who is also a certified arborist, went out to the location, inspected the tree, took photographs, and determined that the tree was illegally pruned, was structurally unsafe, and needed to be addressed. On May 16, 2024, June 5th, 2024, and November 6th of 2024, the Parks and Recreation Department sent notices of violation to the appellant, indicating that her tree was illegally trimmed, or the tree was illegally trimmed pursuant to BMC Section 7-4-104, and provided the appellant an invoice of $12,604.41. That included $9,600 worth, or $9,600 in the value of a replacement tree, as well as labor and costs to remove and replace the current tree that was in place. On November 12, 2024, the appellant filed a formal appeal, and pursuant to our BMC Section 2-1-1501, she was afforded a permit appeals panel hearing. That occurred in March 13th, 2025. The hearing consisted of a three-panel department directors consisting of three members of the city staff who overheard that hearing. Parks and Recreation was present with Mr. Del Campo and provided evidence as to the justification for the notice of violation and the invoice. The appellant was present as well, along with her representing her attorney who represented her, and provided evidence to the panel as well. The panel made the decision, as Madam Mayor, you had indicated earlier, that they reduced the invoice down to $9,600, which was the value of the tree, due to the invoice including the estimated cost to remove and replace the tree. From there, after the panel made its decision and provided notice to the appellant, she then filed this formal appeal with the City Council pursuant to the same Burbank Municipal Code 2-1-1501. And at this time, I'm going to ask Mr. Del Campo to come up and provide a factual basis for why the notice of violation was sent to the appellant. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Del Campo.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members. Thank you for your time. Mike Del Campo, Assistant Director of Parks and Recreation. I am also a board-certified master arborist and a tree risk assessed qualified arborist. So I look at trees all day long, as you guys know, and to probably make sure you guys remember that. So this case involves illegal pruning, as as Ray was mentioning, of a jacaranda tree located at 1083 East Harvard. So I'm not going to go into all the stuff that Ray just went over, but on January 3rd, 2019, Ms. Benzhanian contacted the department requesting tree trimming. An inspection was done by city staff, and a tree was pruned on June 15th, 2020. This is pursuant to the city's tree trimming schedule. The schedule is based on severity. If the tree needs to be done quicker than that, then of course we'll expedite it. If the tree can wait till normal maintenance, then we're going to wait for that. And this tree was determined that it could be done in a normal routine schedule. On December 18th, 2023, Ms. Benzhanian contacted the department requesting the tree trimming, and staff actually went out there, and no maintenance was warranted at that time. And when staff does this, they'll contact the resident who makes that call and let them know the tree is not going to be trimmed. And our practice is to inform them the tree is not going to be trimmed, but also let them know that that if they do want to trim the tree, they can hire a certified arborist to do that tree work. They just have to apply for a free permit. And this is just to allow that so we can review the work that's going to come by what the arborist is going to do and make sure that the tree is trimmed. Then, so that was denied. On April 12th, 2024, Ms. Benzhanian contacted the department again requesting tree trimming. Then on April 15th, staff again conducted an inspection, and the tree was determined that no immediate trimming or pruning was necessary. So on April 28th, senior tree trimmer and certified arborist Ken Scroney received an after-hours call reporting the tree in question was being trimmed by non-city personnel. Mr. Scroney responded the same day and observed that the tree was illegally pruned and that the parties had left the area. On April 29th, the next day, forestry supervisor and certified arborist Juan Cardenas inspected the tree and determined that it had been illegally pruned, resulting from more than 60% crown reduction. The tree's foliage being removed, 6 minutes worth of foliage being removed. The result was that the tree was unbalanced and structurally unsafe. The tree would need to be removed and was placed on the city's list to be removed upon priority. Now, this wasn't an immediate hazard, but we wanted to get this tree out before it was a failure. When you do remove a canopy, when you are working on a tree and you remove more, then you move a tree that you move 60% of it is gone, and unbalance a tree, that can put the city at risk, knowing that tree is like that. Trees can grow with leans and bends and all that kind of stuff, and look scary to people, but they kind of balance themselves out. And when you do that, when someone trims a tree not knowing how to balance a tree or how to trim it properly, it unbalances it, and that will allow that tree that potentially to fail. It could fall over, and being on a city street that's on a sidewalk, it's on a road that could block traffic, affect emergency services, hit a car, or even a walker. And it's a highly walkable area due to the multiple parks that are on that route. So, forestry supervisor Juan Cardenas came in, showed me some pictures he'd taken, and I agree with him. The tree did need to be removed on our next removal round. What we based, and then we sent the letter out to Ms. Benzhanian, and this was based on the multiple requests in that time period that the tree was located next to her property, and being told that the tree did not need pruning at this time, and the fact that this illegal trimming occurred 2 weeks after the city believed it was the Ms. Benzhanian's did this work. And as we said, and you guys know, the letter was sent out to notify them of the illegal trimming on May 16th in the violation of the BMC 7-4-104. The value of the tree is based, we have a very extensive tree inventory system, Tree Keeper, and that system calculates the value of the tree using the trunk formula. This is a standardized formulation on how to value trees. It brings in the species of tree, the shade it can provide, the health of the tree, and if you look at the attachment on attachment 4, you can see that the tree has been under power lines. There's a bunch of things that go into the tree to the trunk value, and if the tree was in perfect shape, the tree would have been $24,000. But there were some conditions that the tree wasn't in perfect shape before the illegal pruning, the last time we inspected the tree, and that's how the value of $9,600 was calculated. And that's all through that our tree inventory system. But these are some of the inputs that makes that number. So the letter was sent, and we added our estimated fees, and then we came to that appeal, and that was reduced since it was an estimate, which was fair, and then there was now we're here. That's all I got.
All right. I lost my place. We will first hear from the appellant or her representative, and you will have a maximum time of 15 minutes to make your case. And just to explain the process for the appellant and for folks maybe who are watching through, now that our city staff has gone through an explanation of the situation at hand, the appellant or her representative will have 15 minutes total to explain, and then we will go into public comment, and then the appellant will have 10 minutes for rebuttal, then staff will have 10 minutes for rebuttal. And that's the way the process is going to go. So now we will hear from the appellant. You have 15 minutes.
Hello, everyone. Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Marina Besanian. I've lived at 1083 for over 10 years now.
I'm sorry, can I ask that you maybe bring your mic a little closer and make sure it's on? And let's please restart her time.
Okay. I think it's on.
Okay.
I don't have a representative. Okay. I'm
Thank
here
you.
today to seek your attention and assistance in resolving this matter that's been causing me distress for over a year. I guess I just want to state for the record, and for this is first time in front of you, I did not cut this tree. I did not hire anybody to cut this tree, and I'm being blamed for something I did not do, merely based on the fact that I live, my house is near the tree. Yes, I did call the city throughout the years, but actually the truth is that I did not call for a specific tree. I've been calling, I did place many calls along with all my neighbors and my family members complaining of overgrown vegetation in that area that's causing high fire hazard. And also lately it's actually become a place for people many people that are hiding in those bushes, and for many criminal activity that I've actually brought attention. I've called the police department on many occasions for. So I haven't just called for one tree to be trimmed. I've wanted to bring the city's attention, the Parks and Recreation's attention to the neglected area and overgrown vegetation and all the broken branches and neglected trees around that area. But just going back to this problem I've been facing since last year, the city, specifically Parks and Recreation Department, brought against me these allegations accusing me of cutting a tree, which in fact, I guess repeating myself, I did not do. And to this day, there's been no evidence presented to support this claim, yet this continues to linger, creating obviously emotional and financial strain for me as a resident. As a matter of fact, I think if this case were to go to court of law, any reasonable judge would dismiss this due to complete lack of evidence. Continuing to pursue this case not only wastes resources, but also undermines the fairness and integrity that Burbank residents expect from local government. I guess I don't need to go into the background of the story, but in April of 2024, I received an invoice from Burbank's Parks and Recreation Department requesting a fine for me to pay a fine of $12,600 some dollars for allegedly trimming a tree located near my house. which is, again, something I did not do. And they did not present any evidence at the time. When I actually first received this letter from the city, I was not given any opportunity to dispute the charge. My initial attempts to engage with the city were met with closed doors. It was not after persistent efforts and numerous letters and calls to various officials that I was granted an appeal hearing that took place actually not in March like they stated earlier, but it was in February of this year. I come today to ask for a resolution based on facts and not assumptions or bias. I respectfully request your support in dismissing this case, which is based on just false allegations and has brought unnecessary hardship in my life. There was after several attempts and requests, there was a hearing that, again, was held in February of this year, 2025. The hearing conducted in February was neither fair nor impartial. The panel members demonstrated clear bias and favoritism towards city employees, failing to conduct an independent and objective review of the evidence. A fair hearing requires an unbiased panel, which was absent in this case, as the panel members, city administrators, openly favored the city's position, disregarding lack of evidence from the city to substantiate their accusations. The panel failed to consider evidence and photographs presented by me, which directly demonstrated the condition of the tree in question and were highly relevant to the case at hand, while in contrast, the panel gave undue weight to the testimony of Mr. Del Campo, despite the fact that his statements were repeatedly proven to be inaccurate. Notably, Mr. Del Campo provided consistently inaccurate dates and misleading information that was later identified as false. The panel, having become aware of the discrepancies in the testimony, failed to disqualify his statements, which should have been considered unreliable in those proceedings. During the hearing, Mr. Del Campo provided incorrect statements, including false dates of this particular tree removal, false dates of arborist reports, and even untrue accounts of call logs indicating irrelevant construction permits, fabricated stories of requests that were never made by me. To be specific, Mr. Del Campo made a written statement as well as testified during the proceedings that the alleged tree trimming, which supposedly took place in April of 2024, had made the tree unsafe and needed to be removed. He also claimed that the tree was removed by the city in June of 2024, and there were dated photographs of the tree in question, which looked no different than all the adjacent long neglected and wind-damaged trees, proved that the tree, in fact, was not removed, contrary to what Mr. Del Campo claimed, but was standing in no different shape to the neighboring trees in even October of 2024. Mr. Del Campo also testified that there was a certified arborist that inspected the tree in question on November 18, 2024. He even stated that was a Monday, and that would not have been possible because the tree was removed by the city in October, a month before the arborist report allegedly took place. Mr. Del Campo, in both his written statements and testimony, has exposed numerous inconsistencies, directly contradicting his allegations, yet the panel failed to disregard his statements, therefore compromising the fairness of the hearing. During the hearing, the Parks and Recreation presented two clerks or staff as witnesses, despite their testimony lacking any evidentiary support. The two city employees who were not previously mentioned as witnesses became involved and testified, each claiming to have heard me admit to tree trimming. Their statements, along with an unsigned and undated documents, failed to align with the facts, particularly given my ongoing efforts to challenge these false allegations. At no time did I admit, there were no admissions by me to any tree trimming. The panel also completely disregarded a signed declaration by my friend, neighbor also, Ashley Gamborian, who was present during the visit to the city on July 10th, 2024, and therefore she witnessed the whole interaction between the staff, city staff and me. Ms. Gamborian provided a sworn statement under penalty of perjury affirming that I made no admission regarding any tree trimming at any time. Her testimony directly contradicts the unsigned and undated statements provided by the city employees, which the panel accepted without question, further demonstrating their bias. It is important to mention that during the meeting with Ms. Garcia and Mr. Del Campo back in September of 2024, both admitted that they had no evidence that connected me to the alleged trimming of the tree. And I repeat again, there were no confessions made. I visited the city seeking to speak with the administrators or city's Parks and Recreation Department, and I was told that they weren't available, but at no time I made any confessions. In fact, I don't think there are any recorded confessions or signed confessions because I never confessed to anything. This decision at issue is arbitrary, contrary to the law, and it's not based on any true evidence that establishes my liability. The city has failed to provide any legitimate evidence connecting me to the alleged tree trimming, relying solely on unfounded accusations, false information provided by some city employees, and circumstantial claims. The city also relied on Google imagery from different dates to fabricate an accurate representation of the tree's condition. These images merely reflect the natural growth cycles of trees as well as damage from natural elements and neglect, and do not provide any evidence of unauthorized cutting. The panel disregarded photographic evidence showing that all trees along the same street exhibit similar characteristics, such as leaning to one side, off balance, asymmetry, showing signs of wind damage and neglect over time. These images refute the city's claims that the only tree in question was altered. The appeal panel also disregarded the photographic evidence depicting the condition of the tree in question when the city decided to remove it. The tree appeared healthy, blooming, and appeared identical to all the adjacent trees. The city's actions also, I find, are retaliatory, perhaps stemming from my previous calls reporting neglected vegetation and trees, like I stated earlier, in the neighborhood, which has been posing fire risk in the area that's considered the high fire risk zone. It is evident that when a neighbor or someone lodges a complaint against me, the city takes this opportunity to retaliate against me for bringing their inaction and neglect to light. The actions of the city's Parks and Recreation are a clear demonstration of retaliation against the concerned resident in order to discourage any future concerns raised and addressed. The panel even disregarded the fact that the city removed a live tree in pursuit while leaving the damaged and dead unsafe trees untouched. For the above outlined reasons, I respectfully request for the Burbank City Council overturn this decision from February hearing and vacate any penalties or obligations imposed upon me. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I believe if she needs more time or would like to say anything else, she still has time on the record.
She had, sorry, I'm not sure if this works. Hello? She had a little bit more time, but she had concluded her comments. So after this, we would take speakers, but we don't actually have any speakers right now. And then after that, she's allowed rebuttal. Is that correct?
Okay. Yeah, just wanted to make sure, see if she wanted to use the remainder of her time at all. No? Okay. Thank you. So seeing as we have no speakers, the public comment period is now closed. All right. We have completed all of the portions here, and now we will move to whether or not the appellant or her representatives wish to make any further comments. You do have 10 minutes for a rebuttal.
I think if you're going to ask staff if they have any rebuttal,
Yeah.
the appellant would get the final period to rebut. I don't know if there's a prompt on your script for that.
There is not. That's what. Okay, so can I do that? It makes more sense to go that direction.
Yeah, I recommend you ask staff, and then the appellant would get the final opportunity to comment.
Great. So staff, you have 10 minutes for a rebuttal, and then we'll go to the appellant for 10 minutes for a rebuttal. Thank you.
So Ray Joe Hall, Senior Assistant City Attorney. So I did want to address some of the issues raised by the appellant. Specifically, yes, Mr. Del Campo did not mention that on July 10th, 2024, the appellant, along with her then representative, Ms. Gamboriana, I believe is how you pronounce it, they came into the office, or the Parks and Recreation Department, to speak with Mr. Del Campo and Ms. Garcia. At that time, they were not. Mr. Del Campo and Ms. Garcia were not available. They ended up speaking with Assistant Director Grace Coronado and Forestry Senior Clerk Andrea Del Rio, both of which you have statements from that are signed and dated. At which point the appellant did mention that she did prune the tree. When she started making that statement, her friend, who the appellant has referred to as her attorney, stopped her and told her not to speak. That's also a part of the reason for the Parks and Recreation Department's decision to continue pursuing this matter. We have 33,000 trees, urban forests within the city of Burbank. We have Burbank municipal codes that require a permit process to ensure that these trees are kept safe. And as you can see, the value of these trees are not insignificant. And so the appellant was doing construction on her home at this time. There were several trees in front or around her home. The tree was located abutting her property line. She's made statements regarding pruning of that tree. It's no coincidence that the illegal pruning and trimming without a permit occurred within a 2-week period of her last phone call with Parks and Rec staff. And the appellant's statements from the time this incident happened until now have been changing. Initially, it was a claim that her neighbors were harassing her, and they were the ones that pruned her tree, to now that there's no evidence by the city that points that she's pruned the tree. But the BMC is clear that property owners with public parkway trees that abut their property line are required or cannot trim or maintain trees without a permit. And that's why we're here today. So I do direct counsel to refer to the packet that was provided that includes the statements from Parks and Rec staff, as well as Forestry Division staff who are certified arborists, indicating why the tree was removed. That tree was removed in November of 2024. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other staff comments in the remainder of these 10 minutes for rebuttal? No?
There are no public comments and no callers.
Oh, we're past that.
Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. I had to get a check.
I was asking if staff had anything left to say, given they still have time in their 10 minutes, and seeing none. Okay. So now we'll give the appellant 10 minutes and time for a rebuttal to staff's comments.
Okay. I just have 2 comments to make. First, the construction that was brought up is a construction of an ADU which is behind the house on a detached garage, which is not even near the trees in question. Those trees have never been and are never in even remotely near that construction and never needed to be altered or anything during the construction. The ADU construction, which is still ongoing, is permitted and has been and is completely, it's being inspected all the time, and there's people coming and checking. It's compliant with the law and all the regulations. And again, the trees are not even near that constructions and never needed to be altered because of the construction that was brought up earlier, which again is not true. The other comment that I wanted to make was even earlier by the attorney that was made, that all of these statements that are being made and are brought up, these are only assumptions. All the calls that I've made, actually the calls and the dates don't match in any of the statements, and even that was during the hearing and all the statements or emails that have been going back and forth, none of the dates actually match, but that these are all assumptions that connect me to a tree just because of the calls, the previous calls that I have made. And again, the calls were not for a specific tree or even trees. The calls were for overgrown and neglected vegetation that have been there for years, and actually just, I don't remember the exact dates, but some of the trees or some of the overgrown vegetation in that neighborhood, in my neighborhood, were just trimmed and taken care of just a month or two ago, that they have been neglected for a long time and not been addressed. And that's what I've been calling throughout the years. And there was no specific call for a specific tree. If there were, it was for the trees around that area that needed to be trimmed.
Okay, thank you. And no further comments? You still have time? No, okay. Okay, that being our presentation, the appellant's 15 minutes, and both rebuttals, I now declare the public hearing closed, and the council will now deliberate. This is a time for the council to discuss and whether we will affirm. I'm going off the script. Can I give them room for questions? My script seems topsy-turvy to me, but.
Yes, I think if the council has questions,
Okay.
now would be the opportunity.
Okay, so questions, and may they, for clarification, may they ask questions of both the appellant
sides.
and the,
Yes, whatever, you're the finder of fact here and the decision maker, so whether it's of the written evidence, the declarations, or the live witnesses here, all's fair game.
okay, great.
Thank you.
Councilman Rosati.
Madam Mayor, questions for the homeowner and also the staff. I counted 18 calls. Is that accurate, or is there more?
Yes, 18.
And in your experience in Burbank, would you say that is a significant amount of calls, ordinary amount of calls?
That's a lot of calls. from
That's a
one-
significant
Yeah,
amount of
that's a
calls. That's what I
significant amount
thought.
of
Okay. And then the last two calls, you guys went to the property and did nothing? You decided that the tree did not need to be pruned, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
We went out there on the January 3rd, 2019, examined the tree, inspected the tree, and the tree was pruned. And then the two calls after that, the tree didn't need to be pruned.
Got it, okay. And then, ma'am, you used the word neglect quite a few times. You had 18 calls go to this property, and the last two calls for this tree was decided that it didn't need to be pruned. So I don't understand the word neglect. When you have 18 calls, it seems like the tree was being serviced an inordinate amount of times? Would you say yes or no?
The calls, the 18 calls, I actually have transcripts of those calls because I requested them. Some of the calls are not made by me. There are different phone numbers and names here. We acquired that property in 2013, and some of the calls are made prior to that, just to clarify. And also, I used the word neglect, not pertaining to a particular tree, but in my neighborhood, and I can show you, I have several pictures taken, and they do clearly demonstrate neglect
But we're
of
talking about
trees in this area.
This is a hearing about this tree.
Yes.
Was this tree neglected?
Yes, there are currently some trees right next to
I'm
that tree
talking
that
about-
was removed.
I'm talking about this tree that the tree was cut and that we're having this hearing about. Do you feel the tree was neglected?
In the past, yes, it has. Before it was completely removed by the city, yes, it has.
With all the calls of service, and then you have 2 calls where they said it didn't need to be pruned, I just don't understand the word neglect, that's all. So I don't have any further questions.
Okay, does anybody else have questions? Councilor Mullins.
And this is to staff. It was mentioned here that after the tree was pruned, let's assume a ghost came in the middle of the night and pruned it, that it was determined to be unsafe. And I saw some pictures in the packet, the trees leaning kind of more to the street. Can you talk a little bit about the safety aspect after the tree was pruning? Was it going to be broken in the middle of the street? Why was it deemed unsafe?
That's a good question. Yes. So when the tree is shaped like that and pruned improperly, it becomes unbalanced. So that could lead to, and jacarandas can do this, they will tip. The roots will tip over due to the unbalancing of it. And also, when the tree grows back, when the crown is significantly reduced that much, it's gonna generate some regrowth, vigorous regrowth. But the regrowth is not attached as securely as natural growth. Original growth, I should say. So those branches become a safety hazard. So that would be if someone were to get injured, and our arborists know this, we wouldn't be able to justify that the tree was not maintained correctly. So we didn't do that pruning. So that's why we know that tree became unsafe. And it's just as a risk assessment, it didn't meet our goals for that.
And would you say if we, staff would have determined we can go out and maybe shape it in a different way to give it a new look, perhaps when it can grow together as a healthy tree, would that even be possible? So you guys can send an arborist that knows what to do and how to trim the tree properly, and you would have done that. Would have been a possibility that could have grown to be healthy?
Again, the tree was healthy, but the way the canopy was trimmed made it unsafe. So we could have, the way there wasn't enough crown to correct what happened to it. It would have affected the long-term health of that tree if it would have been shaped in a different way. It would have basically deformed the tree, and then the tree would have been more of a safety hazard with other reasons doing that.
Thank you. Also, in the code, it does state that we determine the value of the tree based on the health, location, and also those, especially those 2 items. And I think it was determined that the tree was in a fair condition, correct?
Correct.
Okay. The 9,600, well, it was originally 12,000, was reduced to 96 because of the cost of labor and other things that you decided, well, we'll remove those costs. So let's talk about 9,600. If the tree was in excellent condition, so I don't know, I'm just asking, there's fair, good, excellent, would the price be different from the fair?
Sorry, excuse me, yeah, absolutely. If you look at attachment number 4, at the very bottom, like I mentioned earlier, if the tree was in perfect condition, the tree would have been worth $24,806.
And so because it was in fair condition, we
Correct.
dropped the price to
The
$9,600.
trunk formula reduced it to $96,000, or $9,600.
600.
Correct.
Okay, and staff basically followed the code to determine the cost of the replacement, because the actual cost of replacing a tree, let's say 36-inch box, I believe I looked it up, and I looked up at a nursery and just wanted to get an idea, somewhere about $1,200, $2,000 for a 36-inch box, give and take. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so the reason we are charging the $9,600 because of our code that we have to follow, that tells us we need to really evaluate the cost and look at the trunk and the health and location of the tree.
Exactly, and what that tree provided to the environment and the community. So shade, water purification, wildlife habitat, all that stuff's taken into effect with the tree. So if you were to have a tree that is, I'm just going to use round numbers, or what is this, I don't have the DBH in front of me on it, but I think it was probably around like 14, 15 inches around. If you were to replace that tree, like you said, for the $1,200 replacement tree, that's going to be you said 36-inch box when you shop. So that's going to usually have a 4 to 6-inch trunk. So it's a smaller tree. It's not going to provide the benefits that the city calculates as what our urban forest provides for the community.
Eventually, over many, many years to come, when the tree grows, assume it's going to be healthy. I mean, eventually we will get there, but replacing. And the reason I'm making this point, because as someone who reads the report saying, well, it doesn't cost $9,600 to replace the same tree, and there's a reason why we're charging, or you determine $9,600 is the fair amount of, charging for that tree that was removed.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I have a question for the appellant. So this is very puzzling, and I see that staff has a lot of documentation and a lot of dates. I personally went date by date, printed here each date, and just to follow the timeline of what happened. What evidence have you given staff, or what evidence do you have for us that we can look at and see that you have information, additional information, perhaps the staff did not provide us or give us? You indicated that you didn't cut the tree. And for me to sit here, and I want to believe what you're saying, but I also see a lot of important documents that I know staff is not out there just making up documents to charge the $9,600. I want to know if you have any evidence that can help us look and see the fact that perhaps you didn't cut the tree.
Well, I don't have any documents stating I didn't cut the tree. I'm not sure what documents I could possibly have for not cutting a tree. I find it very troubling that I can be accused of doing something without anyone seeing me cutting or paying somebody to cut a tree. Just merely based on the fact that I live close to that tree, and also because of the calls, again, not just complaining of a specific tree, but overgrown and neglected vegetation in that area that persisted for years, even until, again, 2 months ago. I also find it very troubling, and I don't know what documents I would have to dispute that. I actually do have a document, a declaration by a friend, like I mentioned, that was there during the visit to the City Parks Department in July, that the city initially didn't say anything during the meeting, that there were witnesses that heard me confess to a tree cutting, but that never occurred. So I find it very troubling that city staff can make up stories, basically. I apologize for not finding better words for it, to serve as an evidence that I did something that I didn't do as a confession, which I never made. And again, luckily I did come with a friend who witnessed that whole conversation. At no time I made any confession because I did not touch that tree, and I did not pay anyone to touch the tree.
Well, the evidence I was looking for, obviously, you indicated earlier that the timeline, there was something wrong with the dates that were provided by staff, and that you have different dates or different information, and those are the type of information I was looking for, is contradicting to the documents that we have before us. The other evidence I would be looking for is that you would have maybe your neighbors, the neighbor that you mentioned a couple of times, or some other neighbors in the area that would have been here today with you to say, we can testify that you had nothing to do with this tree. Now, the big mystery would be, well, then who cut the tree, right? And if you don't know, maybe I was hoping that you say, oh yeah, somebody down the street didn't like that tree and they probably did it, or something that we can obviously look at the documents that we have and we feel that it's being contradicted. So that's what I was looking for. And I really want to give you the opportunity to demonstrate enough that you didn't do it, because you're trying obviously to prove your point. But I have a lot of evidence here before me, and these are the questions that I was concerned and ask you directly if you have anything else that I can look at. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Mullins. Councilmember Anthony?
When we do a call for service to look at a tree, here you said you sent out the arborist. They do an evaluation. How does the person who requested the service, how do they get that information? What's the follow-up? Does the arborist call them? Does someone from staff call them? Do they get a letter? How does that follow-up look like?
Good question, yes. So the arborist who inspects the tree will make the phone call back to the resident.
And they will be able to talk to them directly?
Correct.
Okay. And the last 2 inspections before the supposed pruning, both complaints were from Ms. Bazanian. Is that correct?
Correct.
And do we have confirmation that the arborist spoke to her both times?
That's our standard protocol, but we don't have anything written. But yes, I mean, we do that. We don't leave a resident out without knowing. Not in my 10 years I've been here. I work next to them. I hear them talking to different residents. So do I have the actual phone call? I don't. But yes, they do that.
Okay. Let me confirm with Ms. Bazanian. The prior 2 calls that you made about this tree, do you remember receiving a phone call or having a conversation with the city arborist about those?
I've never gotten a call from any arborists. Never.
You've never spoken with our city arborist?
Never. No. I've called, put in a complaint about, trees needing to be pruned, but never had a follow-up call. Someone calling saying, oh, we came out, inspected, whatever you're complaining about, and we did such and such, or we didn't do anything. I've never had a call from them that I remember.
I'm going to give you a second to think about what you just said, because I'm going to ask staff if our arborists are here and if any of them have spoken to you.
Okay.
Do we have anybody here who has talked to Ms. Bazanian?
Our arborist, Juan Cardenas, is here, and he can say if he did call her back.
Sure. Juan, can you come up? Have you spoken with Ms. Bazanian at all, or anyone who put in the call for this? Is that okay?
Juan,
Sorry.
can you just come up to the podium here, introduce yourself, let us know who you are, and answer the council member's
Yeah.
question? And,
Just
and
identify
welcome.
yourself and the department you work in. What do you do?
All right. Juan Cardenas, been with the city 34 years, and I've been an arborist for about 14 years. And I'm a forestry supervisor in there.
Do you remember any conversations you had with Ms. Bazanian about trees or tree trimming?
No, I don't remember. I deal with so many calls, and I don't remember.
Okay. Are there any logs anywhere that would have kept track of anything like this? That would have listed, oh, yes, contact was made or contact was not made, or a voicemail was left or something?
Okay. If I don't talk to the resident, I always enter the comments and tree keeper that the tree doesn't need any work. And that is the date in there when I inspected and all the stuff.
And you put those comments where, in your reports?
In the tree keeper, in comments.
And would you put in that report whether or not you spoke with the complainant?
Correct. About
Okay.
the tree.
Is there a way we can go back in the records and look at that, or is that available for us to see, or
Yes, it
any?
is.
Yes. Okay. Is it possible to do that in the next couple of minutes? I don't know how easy it is to look up those records. That's all. All right, thank you. I'll move on while we try to find that. The reason I asked this question, okay, Councilmember Rosati brought up the issue of neglect. You called about this particular tree and some other trees. So what was it about this tree that you felt needed pruning? Why did you call in originally multiple times about this tree? Was it overhanging? Did it look dangerous? Did it seem dead? Were there branches that looked scary to you? Do you remember anything specific about why you called about this tree?
I don't remember calling for this specific tree. I called for, there were, one was removed, but three very identical trees on that side of the street. And I've periodically would call about those trees because there would be a lot of dead, overhanging branches, dried, that did seem to pose a risk to, actually, they're leaning towards the street, never towards the house. So I've put in those calls, yes, and I don't remember a particular thread by any single tree, but yes, those, and again, I have pictures I can show, but first of all, they've always posed a fire hazard, to my opinion. Also, danger to people walking, including myself. I walk there all the time. But,
What do you mean danger? Like branches are going to fall on you?
Yes,
or?
there were like broken branches or dead branches hanging that needed to be addressed, and that's what I meant when I said neglected.
Okay.
I felt that it needed to be taken care of.
Okay.
And sometimes.
And so here's my question to you. At any point, maybe they didn't contact you or talk to you, but when you got a hold of the city and they told you that the tree has been inspected and doesn't need trimming, were you able to hear that directly from any city staff, or were you simply never given an answer? I'm trying to figure out why it is you kept calling and calling if our arborist is making reports and saying the tree is fine. I'm wondering if that message ever got to you to say your concerns are noted, but the tree is fine. Have you ever heard that from staff? Did we ever tell you the tree was okay?
I've never gotten a call from anyone stating that we've come in and we came out and inspected a tree or anything that you complained about and it didn't need to be trimmed or we took care of it. I've never had that call. I never had a follow-up call, and to be honest, when I called, for a while, then I would, be busy with my life and not follow up myself.
Mm.
And there was one particular occasion that I remember when I called, I was told that the city was, and I've told them that I've called already several times, and that there were people now hiding behind those, this is now across the street behind the bushes that I also called about. There are some overgrown palm trees right by the Bell Golf Course's fence. and that I was told that the city, you need to be patient, the city is understaffed, and we'll get to it.
Okay.
Madam Mayor.
Mr. City Attorney?
The council member asked a question about tree keeper, and it looks like attachment 1 appears to be records from tree keeper.
Okay.
I see two types of records. I see call records. Page 3, call number 2 through call number 9 on page 1 all appear to be, I believe, the appellant. And then separately, you have work record information. And that appears to be page 4 through page 7 are work records. So you had asked a question about what records existed. And there are, I believe, employee names on each of the records where actions were taken. Inspection records like deadwood only, remove bootleg mulberry tree. So I don't know if that gets to your question about what sort of records they have.
In fact,
the notes are sparse, but perhaps that's where you want to inquire.
Yeah, in one of the, like some of the comments here, if I could, Mr. Cardenas, could you come up just for a second again? Some of the notes here, the comments say light prune or no trim needed, and those are the only comments. You're telling me that if you had talked to the individual, if you had followed up, you would have put that in the comments if you had made a conversation with them.
Correct.
Okay. And I don't see those in here. So I guess my question back to you, do you have a landline or a cell phone or both?
No landline.
Okay, you have a cell phone. So when you call in, you leave your cell phone for a callback number or you don't leave your number?
I've usually been asked for my phone number and name, and I have left my cell phone number.
Okay,
Yes.
because it looks like they're here, it's just been redacted in our paperwork, and that's fine. When they call back and you're not picking up or you don't answer the phone or whatever, that isn't a slight on the staff doing their due diligence. Obviously, they have a lot of people that they're working, even Mr. Cardenas says he can't even remember because he works so much on this stuff. So I'm not going to fault staff for not hounding you and getting you on the phone and talking to you about this. My concern is that you were very concerned about these trees, and they've come out multiple times, and yet a simple call, thank you, Mr. Cardenas, you're okay. A simple call to the Forestry Department, to the Parks and Rec, to ask for a follow-up. I don't see any of that in the records. They would have been able to tell you what's going on or what's happening. You simply continued to make complaints. And that's fine. You're allowed to do that. My issue is exactly what Councilmember Mullins came up with, which is if you're telling us that you didn't trim the tree, then who did? And this tree, you're the house that's closest to this tree, is that correct? Is there another house that's close by? Like, is your neighbor doing something that you are not willing to point the finger? Do you know they're innocent? My problem is this is not a criminal proceeding. The worst thing that's going to happen is that you have to pay the fine that's already been given. So I feel like you're trying to dodge a lot of the questions we're giving you because you don't want to implicate yourself further. The worst that's going to happen is that you pay the $9,600. We're reasonable people. We're reasonable people. We just want to know what's going on. We're not staff. We don't have to follow the rules exactly. That's their job. They do the job exactly as we give it to them. It's our job to look at the rules, look at the facts, and if there's something different, that's for us to decide. But we're not hearing anything different from you. I have yet to hear a single concern from you about the amount of money being a problem for you to pay. It seems you're unconcerned with the actual amount, It's like you just don't want to be seen as guilty or something. But our staff has even said they heard you in the room and then your friend shushed you and said, whoa, 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 don't say that. Like, talk to us here. We're not trying to, like, bring the hammer down on you. What's going on? You complained about the tree. They said the tree was fine. You complained about the tree. They said the tree was fine. And now we believe up here that, or at least some of us do, that you took it upon yourself. You say, you know what? I'm going to deal with it myself. Look, I get it. Sometimes government works slow. I will stop my questioning.
And get into conversation.
Yeah, so, Madam Mayor, we have the tree keeper reports, we have calls, we have work orders. Attachment 11 shows the subject tree in February 2021, July 2022, and July 2024. So July 2024 would be after the alleged trimming. You have tree trimmer declarations in attachment number 2 and attachment number 3, basically as to the fact of the trimming, at the time of the trimming. And then you have the declarations of the purported admission that the tree had been trimmed as attachments 6 and 7. And you're essentially giving weight as you determine to the credibility, essentially, of the statements, unless there's other evidence in here you wish to highlight as to what actually happened.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. I will pass it on to the Vice Mayor, but first I have a very quick question for staff, following in your original line of questioning, Councilmember. Have we had any other calls from any other members of the public about this tree?
Not that I'm aware of.
Seeing no from staff, so the appellant is the only person, to your knowledge, that has called about this particular tree. Okay.
Correct.
I see Marissa Garcia coming up.
Oh, yeah, the prior owner.
The prior owner of the same property. Okay.
I was just talking sense that, so yeah.
Okay. But nobody else within that neighborhood? Okay. Have we had any 311 complaints about this tree?
Not that I'm aware of.
Seeing head shaking no from our staff. Okay. A follow-up? Yeah.
Wait, not only about this tree, have we had any calls regarding any of the other trees on the street? Because what I'm hearing is that there's issues with other trees as well. Are you aware of calls coming in about the other trees on that street?
On that, that's a very, Harvard's a very long street, and it's right along the golf course. So yes, there's been a lot of tree calls up in there. Our tree maintenance cycle is 6 years. So we try to trim or inspect every tree within 6 years. So yes, we get, to say we haven't had any calls on Harvard, it would be incorrect. So yes, we've had lots of calls. I mean, we get hundreds of calls a day, a week. So, I mean, about tree trimming and tree requests and issues, and it's great because it helps us out to go out and look at certain trees and figure out what trees need to be done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I hope these follow-up questions aren't too redundant or repetitive, but, okay, so I have a tree in front of my house that gets overgrown. And we have called a couple times to request that it be trimmed. And the city has come out within a day or two. Usually there's somebody who comes out to trim it. And nobody says anything to us. They just come out and trim it. And then we walk outside one day and it's been trimmed. So if you come out to a tree and you deem it doesn't need to be trimmed, do you then contact the person who's requested that it doesn't need to be trimmed? Or do you then just not say anything? Generally, it's just like a practice for the city.
My practice is, yes, I contact the person who contacted me, and from what I've seen the team does, they do the same thing as well. So every phone call, every email, every 311 is responded to.
Okay, so when this happened for this tree and it was deemed to be not needing to be trimmed, you did try to reach the appellant to let her know.
The notes that we just found said no trim, so that probably meant that whoever determined that called that person back.
Okay, all right. And then this particular tree, so on the pictures that you gave us for this packet, which is February 2021 and July 2022, the tree was trimmed once or twice by the city? One time or twice? Do you remember?
From 2021?
Yeah, you have 2021 picture and you have February 2021 and July 2022. And the tree was trimmed once or twice?
From the pictures, it looks like once.
Once, okay. And then the one on the following page is the one that was after, yeah, okay. Just making sure I understand the timeline. Has it happened before that residents trim their tree without, on their own, without permit or without asking the city? And if that's the case, what generally happens when somebody doesn't trim, when somebody trims their tree on their own without going through the
Great
process?
question. Yes, that has happened before. It doesn't happen very often, but it happens more than you would expect. Everyone has omitted it and paid the fine.
Okay, and in these cases, do you always see the person trimming the tree, or do you sometimes, like this case, see it after the fact and just notice the tree has been trimmed and you didn't do it?
It's always been after the fact. It's always been resident calls or the old community service, Bob Kramer, would be around and he would see illegal trimmings because we only use a contractor and our forestry guys and then BWP, and he knew all three of those. So those were the calls we got, but it was from neighbors, residents, or the community service advisor.
Okay, so when that happens, then you contact the residence that's in front of the tree and you say everything that you said with this situation, which is this was an illegal tree trimming, here's the situation, and then they have, in the past, everyone you've contacted has owned up to doing it and followed the procedure.
Correct.
Right, okay. And when you contacted this particular appellant, what was the response when you contacted her, when you told her that information?
She called the office and we spoke, and I let her know that she needed to have, this is why, because she needed to do a permit, and that she needs to pay the fine. The letter was sent out, and that's when she called me. And then she started calling the office, and as you can see, all the dates she contacted. So there was a bunch of communication that way.
Great, got it, okay. And at that moment, from what you recall and what's in the notes, did the appellant say, wait a minute, I didn't trim this tree, what's going on? Did that come up to say, because I'm thinking if I come out and I see the tree trimmed, I just assume the city does it, right? But if then you call me 2 days later and say, why did you trim your tree? The first response out of my mouth would be, wait, I didn't trim the tree. Did you get that response back of that immediate, like, I didn't do it?
Yes.
Oh, immediately she said that to you. Okay, all right. And then, okay. So thank you for those questions. And then for the appellant, for you, so I'm looking at the information from April 28th, which is the day that you were notified that was the day that the tree was trimmed, and then you were notified that the tree was trimmed, and according to the notes, you were notified the same day, and then you called back, I guess? You called back the city the same day you were notified? So just really quickly, on the April 25th, the day you got notified, can you just briefly say kind of what happened?
It was a letter I received,
Okay.
and I tried calling. I did not speak directly with Mr. Del Campo, but I sent an email. And in the first email, I did say that I don't know what they're talking about and that I didn't cut any trees. And I believe he responded to that first email. Then I emailed back. I don't remember the specific dates. After a few emails, then there was no response to my emails.
Okay. So at that moment, when you realized that the city didn't cut the tree and you didn't cut the tree, did you try to figure out who actually cut the tree?
To be honest, and I didn't want to bring this up here because, again, these would be, I don't have proof for them. And I've stated in some of my emails, but Since we've started the construction of our ADU, we've had some neighbors that have shown great hostility towards my family because they did not like us building the ADU. They were stating that it would block their view, and they were not in favor of that. And that's the first thing, when the city said when they sent the letter and I realized, or I assumed they didn't cut the tree and now they're accusing me of cutting the tree, I did for a while think that perhaps it's the neighbors because they have done some other damage to us, like they've scratched the whole hood of my car. They've dropped some construction material in my property at night, which I've seen them do in our surveillance camera at times, but we haven't really addressed it. Now, the damage to my car, I did report to police, and I did see them in my camera, but I don't want to pursue them because I want to continue living in that neighborhood. But I have been facing great hostility, even some of the neighbors going through my trash and just ridiculous stuff. So that was the first thing I thought. If the city didn't do it, perhaps they did something and called and reported as if, accusing me of doing. I thought that was a possibility, but again, I can't prove that.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, and I understand that neighbors, it's tough. We have issues with our neighbors, and getting our car scratched or, these kinds of things are unfortunate. But investing in trimming your tree, that's like thousands of dollars potentially to get that done, depending on how much work they're doing. That's a big investment to retaliate to you. So I would hope that if you really believe that your neighbor might have done it, that there would be more investigation. And it's just kind of a bigger deal than going through trash. So I'm just a little bit not to say that they didn't, I don't know, but it does seem like a huge escalation that it's just unusual. So I'm just kind of have a big question mark around that for me.
Vice Mayor Takahashi, I think Councilman Rosati had a follow-up on one of your questions.
No.
No?
Okay.
Oh.
Okay. Let's see. But other than suspecting maybe your neighbor might have done it, you have no idea who could have possibly done it besides.
No, and can I make a comment, please?
Yes, sure.
It wasn't, when you mentioned it would cost thousands of dollars, I disagree with that because it was just a matter of one or two branches missing. And I don't think it would cost thousands to cut a branch off a tree.
It was one or two branches?
Yes, to my knowledge, it looked like it was just one or two branches missing off that tree.
Okay. Yeah, I have to say that while I don't disbelieve you per se, I mean, it's a kind of he said, she said on this kind of situation, the pictures I'm looking at is more than just a couple branches. So I think, do you have a follow-up?
It says 60% was removed.
Yeah, and I don't know a lot about trees, and again, I mean, it's based on what I'm seeing in the pictures and what I've seen when my tree has been trimmed. This does look like a lot more than a few branches, but just kind of my impression.
To clarify for the audience, we're looking at exhibits and evidence right here, which everybody has access to, and this is much more than one or two branches.
Yeah, I'm looking at the comparison between July 2022 and July 2024.
Madam Mayor, there have been quite a few questions about, if not the appellant, then who else? The violation is 7-4-104 in the subsection C, and it says it shall be unlawful for any person to alter or otherwise perform maintenance on a tree within a public area without a permit. I don't think there's any question that there's not a permit, but the key element is not that we don't know who else could have done it, but that we believe the appellant did it. On Attachment 9, the 4th paragraph, the permit appeals panel held that circumstantial evidence and appellant's admission was sufficient to determine Parks had not erred in holding appellants responsible for the damage. So I just want to the extent that focus is, it's not the absence of someone else, it's that you believe the evidence shows it was the appellant.
Right. Yeah, and fair information. I just think that it's, to be fair to the appellant and to the fact that there was not somebody on site looking at what happened, that we give a fair, consideration for what could have otherwise happened and see if that's even a reasonable thing to consider and giving it a fair shot. So just wanted to ask those questions and see if there was something else that could have been. Because I don't want to make an assumption without at least trying to see what could have been not possible. But thanks. Let's see, I have one other question. And it was about the other trees on site. So that one tree that was, this is for staff, the one tree that was trimmed, while your staff was out there looking at that one tree, did they also look at the other tree? And this might have been asked before, and I apologize if it asked again, because I'm trying to follow all the dots. But were the other trees that were also nearby the house looked at as well, or did the staff only look at that one particular tree that you're aware of?
The process is to look at the one tree that they were called for.
Mm-hmm.
They have 10, 15 calls to go through a day. So
Sure. It's just one.
unfortunately, our team level can only do the one tree they look at, and then they have to move on.
So they just looked at the one tree?
Correct.
Okay, great. Thank you. That was all my questions, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Rosati.
Just had a few more follow-up questions. You had mentioned that your neighbors had dumped some stuff on your lawn, some construction material, and you saw that through your camera. Did you have any video or footage of the tree being trimmed?
No, and I attempted to looking at that, but the alleged tree trimming took place in April, and the notice I got was way after that, so the camera doesn't go that far back. It just continues re-recording and looping, so we lose a lot of the footage over time. The trash dumping we did see because we would wake up in the morning and see the trash, so we were able to look back and see that.
And then with regards to, if you look at the pictures, it's a significant amount of trimming. So I'm assuming there would be trucks and people and saws, and so you would have been elated to see that. So you didn't see anyone in front of your house trimming a tree. This was kind of something that you would been wanting for a while. So you didn't see any trucks, you didn't see any saws going, nothing?
So we were actually out of town that weekend when that happened, and also the tree is not in front of my house, it's on the side. But we didn't see any trucks. It was, they stated that it happened over the weekend on a Sunday, and we weren't present.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Anthony.
Councilmember Mullins asked earlier if you could prove that you didn't do it. It's very hard to prove a negative, but you just stated that you may even have a solid alibi. You said you were out of town. Do you have any proof that you were out of town? Do you have receipts, photos, correspondence?
I never thought about that, but I think I do have photos of, I remember we were in Santa Barbara area, and I would have some photos there.
Do you have photos on your phone? Maybe go back to the date of scroll back. I would love to see some pictures of Santa Barbara.
I would have some photos, yes.
I'm happy to move on to deliberation while she finds that. It may or may not affect our decision, but
I had a couple questions for her, but I know you asked her to do something. Does anybody have questions for staff in the meantime? No?
When are you planning on planting a new tree?
We plan on, we usually plant in the fall and spring, so November, December, January, we're doing our normal planting.
Councilor Rosati.
Looking at the amount of debris, how long would it take to do that, like with trucks and whatnot? How many people, how much time? Is it hour, 2 hours?
Minimum. Depends on how big of the crew. I mean, it would be a two-man crew, more than likely, possibly three. It'd probably be an hour, 2 hours of work. 2 hours of work. Setting up would take a half hour or 45 minutes. Getting the rig ready to go on the tree, do the trimming, probably, yeah. So
it's noticeable.
2 to 4 hours.
Yeah.
Depends on how fast they're. An arborist would, a certified arborist, might take a little more time than someone who's not, who's just kind of cutting it. So.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and ask some questions of you here. So, you mentioned earlier that you didn't think it could cost about, that the estimate was less than a few thousand. Why do you think that for the tree trimming? When the vice mayor asked you, which I think is a very good point, that it's a lot of money to pay to retaliate to cut someone's tree. Why do you think that it would be less than about 1,000?
Just from, I guess, using my common sense that cutting one branch of tree wouldn't cost thousands of dollars.
So you've seen from the photo evidence that it was definitely more than one branch, and that's something that we have on record. It's basically 60% of the tree.
I'm not sure, because I don't have the same photos, I guess, that you have. But there's also photos of there are two identical trees to that, right next to that tree. Do you have the photos of those? Because those two trees look exactly like that.
We do. We have a collection of all the trees in the area, but we are looking at the one in question.
Yes, because what I meant was if you look at those two other trees, they look like they have several branches missing as well.
And then again, respectfully agree to disagree, but we have photo evidence of the tree in question being severely pruned. So that's why I ask why you might speculate on the cost.
I just wouldn't think that cutting a branch of a tree would cost thousands of dollars.
And then I know, okay, follow up.
I want to just ask a follow-up on that, because it seemed quick that you were to question the amount that the vice mayor put forward. Have you ever gotten a quote for a tree trimming?
No, because we don't have any trees in our property, so I never had to trim any trees.
So you've never asked around how much it would be, even though you wanted trees cut? Okay, all right.
Okay, and then follow up to my line of questioning. I know the city attorney mentioned we're not here to speculate who else could have done it, but in reading your statement and hearing some of the things you said today, those are very serious allegations. The word racism was mentioned somewhere in there, and attacks on your family and you. Have you ever shared, is there a neighbor, is there somebody else that you have in mind? Is there an actual person here that you think, oh, they cut the tree? Because it's really hard for us to look at hearsay, right? At saying, well, it could have been my neighbors. Well, my neighbors don't like me. Is there somebody else that you think it could have been? And that's the reason why we shouldn't be here talking to you, because I have to say a lot of the evidence points to you. You're the only caller on this tree. So if there was something tangible that you had to show, and I think that's where the vice mayor was heading, is there an actual person? Is there a property owner? Is there somebody who you think has cut the tree instead of you?
Well, I do suspect it's one person, one particular neighbor, but again, I don't have proof because I don't have photo of her cutting a tree or a video, or it would be the same person that scratched my car, but That's what I suspect, but I don't have a photo of her or video of her doing it, and so I don't have evidence for that.
Okay,
and I can't speak.
What reason do you have to suspect? I know you say you don't have photo proof, but what's your reasoning to suspect that it was this person?
That person has been trying to cause a lot of trouble to me and my family, like I stated earlier. And she's also caused a lot of trouble to other people in my neighborhood that they've had issues, ongoing issues actually, even now with that particular person, neighbor.
And then none of these folks were available to come today, perhaps back you up on some of these claims. I'm trying to find something here because, quite frankly, we're going on the word of the city and on your word, and there's a lot of lack of proof, right? So I'm trying to help you if there's anything you'd like to present.
One of the people that was, like I stated earlier, my friend, also neighbor, she lives on the next street, that did agree and had been trying to help me throughout this process. And she was the one that she was willing to help, and she did help me quite a bit because she also faced a lot of problems and issues yielding from this same neighbor, actually, that caused her great distress while she was trying to build a house. Her family was building a house, and she's gone through a lot of problems with that particular neighbor. So when she heard, me talk about this, she agreed to help, and she was the one that came to try to, help me speak with the Parks and Recreation in July. And she was the one that also wrote the declaration stating that I never admitted to cutting the tree, but she wasn't available to come today.
And for the record, you're talking about Miss Ashley Gamborian?
Correct.
Okay. And then one last question for you for clarification. In some instances, it's said that you stated this was your attorney. Is she your attorney, or is she just your neighbor and friend?
She is my neighbor and friend. She is an attorney. And initially, she said if if this was a legal matter and I needed to defend myself, she would be willing to represent me. So that's why I might have said in the letters that she's an attorney. She is my attorney.
But she's not currently contracted as your attorney?
She's not contracted.
Okay.
We don't have I have not retained her per se.
Okay.
But she is an attorney.
Thank you. Councilor Rosati?
Madam Mayor, I think we're ready to deliberate unless you think different.
No, I think we're ready. Does staff has anything to add? Responses, no? Okay, let's deliberate. I know this is a very difficult matter for the council. I'll address the elephant in the room. It's very hard to find a resolve when there's very little substantive matter to go off of.
So I wanted to hear.
Before you go ahead, I believe the city manager has something to share.
Real quick, I know we had some issues with the hearing script, so if you are done with questions now, it's important that we declare the hearing closed.
That's right.
So then, and then deliberate.
Okay, I now declare the public hearing closed. Let us deliberate. Councilmember Anthony.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I wanted to hear from Ms. Bazanian directly before I sort of piece this story together. I will say there may have been some frustration with the city. I know we try to get back to everybody that we can, but being frustrated does not allow you to go outside the rules that we have put in place. I think you do know who cut the tree. I think you don't want to implicate anybody because they did it to help you out. A non-sanctioned tree trimmer, an amateur who doesn't file a permit and doesn't check city ordinance, would only charge a couple $1,000s to do that job. I think that's how much it cost. And I think that's the amount that you think it would cost. The $9,600 is not there to punish people. It's to prevent folks from taking matters into their own hands, because it's an amount set at an understanding that that is what the value of that tree brings to the community.
Councilman Anthony, just for clarification, the $96,000 is also the cost that we spent to remove the tree, the direct exact cost.
Right.
9,600.
9,600.
It's cost, it's labor, it's materials, all of that stuff. Because that's the amount of time and effort put into putting that tree there. And so when it's removed, that cost needs to be taken back. I'm very frustrated with the way you have approached this. There was no remorse. There was no hope for understanding. I understand that you've been through the panel already and you've been dealing with staff, but we're here to hear your side of the story, and all we've heard from you is that all the facts they have gathered are not true. You have not given us an alternative to the facts. You have not presented an alternative case. All you've done is say, no, that's not it. That's very difficult for us, because I think you're trying to stay within the realm of telling the truth on that microphone by saying you didn't do it and you didn't hire anybody, but I think you know who did. And that's not what you're saying, because you're refusing to name anybody else. And so I'm stuck with this situation where you're the only person that we can hold accountable for the loss of what looked like a gorgeous tree beforehand. And although there may have been complaints about it, we have professionals who are working in the city making sure that you are safe. At the end of the day, and I hope this is a lesson for everybody, if you're having frustrations, this is the place you come to first. Come right to this microphone on a Tuesday night and say, hey, this tree is a problem. You're the decision makers. Fix it. We never saw you here. I'm fine with the 9,600.
Councilman Rosati. Thank you, Councilor Anthony.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to first start with, I was very impressed with the amount of documentation that we go through when we trim trees. I was actually shocked of how much documentation, dates, times, who was out at the property. So, which is very helpful. I lived in this town for 58 years, and I've never once called to have a tree trimmed. 18 calls just kind of rings a bell for me. And I think in your heart, you really felt that this tree was neglected. I do think you think that. You stated that numerous times tonight in your documentation. So I think in your mind, in your heart, you felt the tree was neglected. And I also feel that when the tree didn't get pruned the last two times, I think you took it upon yourself to do it. And I'm just going to be point blank with you. I can see the breadcrumbs. I could read the tea leaves. It's very evident to me that you had taken this into your own hands. So I'm going to uphold the panel's decision. I too wish there was some remorse so we could probably deliberate differently, but I'm not seeing that, and so I'm going to move forward with upholding that panel's decision.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilor Mullins?
Thank you. So I really came here tonight with hoping that to give you an opportunity to really give us new evidence. I'm looking for something to contradict what staff has given us. And I was hoping that you would say, here, I have this information, they didn't give it to you, and it would make me question staff's documentation, and then also wonder maybe if somebody else would have cut the tree. I was maybe hoping that you have a couple of neighbors that would have come with you to support you tonight. That always helps because it can demonstrate that perhaps maybe there's a third party that, again, that they talked about and maybe could have been they cut the tree and you don't want to reveal that information. I was also hoping that we talk about the actual $9,600 and see if that's like, something you can talk about how outrageous it is, or I can't afford it, or can you help with anything that would have helped maybe mitigate the amount or look at different information. This case is like very tough it's all one-sided with documents and information that we have and not enough document on the other side. And we're playing the judge here and we have to look at evidence. I didn't have any evidence on your side enough beside that I would just have to flat out believe you. But again, I talked about earlier, well, who did it? Is it a ghost that just came and cut the tree? We don't know that. Again, this is a terrible situation that happened. And I think listen, learn for everyone who's listening and for yourself as well. But we have to go by the evidence we have. We have to go by all the documentation that staff provided. And I wasn't coming in here tonight just automatically agreeing with staff. I just want you to know this, and I'm on record saying I wanted evidence from you. I wanted something else so I can look at staff and say, you guys failed to do this, and maybe next time we need to do it better. So unfortunately, I don't have that. Unfortunately, the amount, again, it is what it is because that's how they determine it's written in our code. And I hope this does not happen again in the future. And I know this is listen, learn, but, thank you for being here tonight and trying to plead your case. But I think it was important to provide some evidence. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Mullins. Vice Mayor Takahashi?
Yes. This was a tough one. And we went on long, I think, because we were really trying to make sure, I got the sense that we were really trying to make sure to be fair as possible. And before I make my comments, I want to just commend you because I know how hard it is to sit there in that spot and to receive these questions and these comments and to be in this position. So just wanted to commend you for being calm and collected through it all, as much as you're probably full of cortisol and very stressed right now, and you're sitting through it, and I just want to appreciate that and acknowledge that. I asked the questions I did because I did, like Councilmember Mullins and the others, I came in here with an open mind of trying to really understand as best as I could with what we have and to be fair. And the evidence that I see shows a severely trimmed tree, and I just am really confused of what any other possibility could be than somebody trimmed that tree too far. Without evidence, and without the evidence that it's somebody else who did it, without having some way to know that that could be true, there's really no way for us to consider there to be an alternative. We followed the protocol. We followed the same protocol we follow with all the other trees that are in the same situation. So it wasn't as if we had made a mistake or done something wrong that I could see through this process. So it's really unfortunate because if somebody else has done this, let's just assume that that's the truth, and they set you up, they did a really good job because it looks pretty clear. And honestly, thinking, as a neighbor, somebody who lives in the community and has a tree in front of their house, that if your neighbor did do this, I really that's a serious offense against somebody else's property. And I really hope that, that this is something that you can follow up on and find out what the heck happened, because if one of my neighbors did that to my tree, I would not be okay with that. I would not be okay with that. So, unfortunately, I can kind of see the writing on the wall here that I don't think here you're going to get the resolve that you're hoping for, but I hope that if the truth is that someone else did this, that you can find a path to figure out who that was and to get the compensation that you deserve, because that was not cool to set you up in this position to be in this seat if that's the case. But looks to me that everything was done well on our side on the city, that we followed protocol, we have evidence here, and I'm very sorry that we could not find a way to look at it differently. This is what is presented to us, and we have to follow what we have in front of us. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Takahashi. I know some of my colleagues have shared frustrations or thoughts and emotions. I try to go into these kind of hearings very coldly and just look at facts. We have a lot of evidence, like Councilmember Mullen said, from the city. Call logs, dates of going out, pictures, proof. And I came in here hoping that we could get some of that from you. And that's why when I ask my questions, I let you know it's very difficult for us to just hear, well, it might have been, or I think because of this. If with these hearings, we're looking for substantial evidence, right? And if you had substantial evidence that somebody else had done this, that there was no way you could have done this, that there were other folks complaining about this tree, that there was another way this did not point to you, that would have been very helpful for us. Instead, I think we all have agreed that we just heard you deny the evidence that we have in front of us. And thinking about this as a proceeding, as a matter of a council, of a body like this, we have to go off of evidence and proof that we have in front of us. And since you have not been able to provide any of that, we have to go with the council's, with the public, with the hearing's original decision. And just for the record too, that was a reduced fine. That went from $12,000 to $9,600. Taking into consideration that a new tree has not been planted, that work has not been conducted. So I do want to state that I think that has even been fair in the appeals process. So I think, like Councilmember Anthony said, a lesson for anybody else out there who's thinking about just cutting their tree or going about it the wrong way. The best way is to come to us first, and if you have an appeal, bring evidence. It's really important to bring evidence. We can't go off of just, I didn't do this, when there's a lot of evidence to point in the other direction. So I think the council has essentially made their points.
Madam Mayor, I'll move to uphold the Permanent Appeals Panel decision to uphold a fine issued by the Park, Recreation, and Community Services Department for the violation of Burbank Municipal Code related to the unauthorized pruning of a city-owned tree adjacent to 1083 East Harvard Road based on the reasons and authorities provided in this staff report and with the reduced $9,600.
Second.
Great. I have a motion and a second. Let's go to a vote.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Rosati?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Takahashi?
Yes.
And Mayor Perez?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. While folks shuffle out, we will now go on to reports to council. We have 3 reports to council this evening, and after staff's presentation, the city council will proceed with in-person public comment only. Speakers will be allowed to speak on the item at the conclusion of the presentation, as long as the speaker has not spoken on the item during the first period of general public comment. Please be sure to submit your public comment card now, and those are those yellow public comment cards. And once the comment period commences, we will not be able to accept any further cards. Our first report to council tonight is the appointment to fill vacancies on various City of Burbank boards, commissions, and committees, what I suspect many of you are waiting for in the audience. You guys are okay with us moving that to the end, right? Yeah. All right. Well, I now welcome Madam City Clerk Kimberly Clark to present the report.
That's for later. Yeah, it's okay. Good evening. Tonight I'll be presenting item number 10, appointment to fill vacancies on various City of Burbank boards, commissions, and committees. On May 1st, 2025, the City Clerk's Office began advertising and accepting applications for the upcoming vacancies set to occur on July 31st, 2025, for the following boards and commissions, which are listed in random draw order: the Planning Commission, the Police Commission, the Infrastructure Oversight Board, the Burbank Cultural Arts Commission, the Transportation Commission, the Sustainable Burbank Commission, and the Park, Recreation, and Community Services Board. To obtain qualified candidates, a notice of vacancy was publicized through multiple channels, including the city's website, announcements at city council meetings, all social media platforms managed by the city clerk's office, press releases distributed to the Burbank Leader and myburbank.com, notices posted on the City Hall bulletin board, the Administrative Services Building, Community Services Building, Recreation Centers, and libraries, outreach to community groups and organizations, and through constant contact email notifications. The deadline to submit applications to the City Clerk's Office was Friday, May 30th, 2025 at 5:00 p.m. The City Clerk's Office received a total of 66 qualified applications, 20 of which selected a first and second choice to fill the 26 vacancies. The applications are listed in the order received. Individuals who applied for more than one board or commission have the priority selection listed next to their name. Additional information regarding incumbents has also been included as a reference. Please note, Council, that after this report was distributed, Planning Commission applicant Steve Wedekamp withdrew his application. At this time, I'm happy to answer any questions Council might have.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Before we go to any questions, we're going to go to public comment. How many comment cards do we have? Just want to verify that my number is correct here. Oh, I have 19. 19. Got it. Okay. I'm going to count them because that makes a huge difference.
You would need to go to 21, would you not?
19. So we're all going to bear together. Everybody gets 3 minutes to speak. Given that. I will make a plea, not as a mayor, but as a very pregnant lady, that you try to use your time efficiently when you're up here, please. But you will each have 3 minutes to speak on this item, and then we will move on to council's vote. All right. Our first speaker, our first card, and thank you for this, is Jackie Brenneman. She provided us with documents, is not choosing to speak, but has provided us with her comments in writing. Thank you. Our second speaker is James Coombs, followed by Rachel Hastings Saunders.
And thank you, everyone, for your patience for sitting through. I know it's been really hard to sit and wait, so just wanted to acknowledge that, and thank you.
You're all troopers. Let's let Mr. Coombs
and
go.
all of you want to serve on a board and commission after seeing that? Okay. All right. Okay.
Welcome, Mr. Coombs. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Perez, Vice Mayor Takahashi, Councilmember Anthony, and Councilmembers Mullins and Rosati, and also staff. It's been a privilege to serve the last 4 years on the Police Commission, and those 3 of those years I was selected by the Commission to serve as chair, and I'm really grateful for that opportunity. With the Commission, we were able to hone in over the past 4 years on key topics, especially in light of the George Floyd murder and everything that was happening in 2020. We have mastered ad hoc subcommittees. It took a little bit of time, but we got that figured out so we can get focused and get some work done. We've developed a close working relationship with the police department itself and with city staff. We have been serving in an advisory role, but there's also an element of accountability there, and we've been really working on that partnership. We've been have collaborative discussions, and I've been reporting periodically back to council on the various topics that we've been covering. So with that, I'm just asking for your support for reappointment for a second term. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Rachel Hastings Saunders, followed by Roma Kakobian.
Good. Oh, can I go? Okay, cool. All right. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Rachel Hastings Saunders, and I'm here because I'm applying to serve on either the Sustainable Burbank Commission or the Parks and Recreation Board. I've been working in Burbank since 2010 and living here since 2020. I'm a television writer and the mother of an almost 3-year-old. I'm also a recent graduate of the Burbank Rise program, which was amazingly put on by our Parks and Rec department, and was so inspiring that it directly led to me standing here before you tonight. I think I'd be a great fit for the Sustainable Burbank Commission because I'm incredibly passionate about sustainability in my everyday life. Particularly, I'm a champion of reuse as a way to reduce consumption. My son dresses almost exclusively in hand-me-downs that I've tracked down, and I also use my Buy Nothing group to find toys that would have ended up in a landfill but now are taking over my backyard. I would love to help find ways to champion reuse on a city level. I loved the Share Fair at this year's Earth Day event. I think more of that would be amazing. I also think I'd be a great fit for the Parks and Rec Board because, again, as a mom, I am out in these parks. My son has been to every playground in the city and does 2 summers of parent and me swim at the Verdugo pool. We're also a family that pays a ton of money for childcare, and as you know, increasing childcare options is one of council's goals. I love to be a voice for young families on the board as those programs take shape. Really appreciate your time. I also want to shout out Kevin Morris and Zach Martin, fellow RISE grads who are applying for boards as well. Thank you so much for your time, and have a good night.
Thank you for your comment, and congrats to the RISE grads. Our next speaker is Roma Kakobian, otherwise known as Bromic. I go off the cards.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're followed by Abdi Sagafi.
Mayor Perez, Vice Mayor Takahashi, council members, city staff, and our Burbank community, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Roma Kakopian, and I'll be proudly serving on the Burbank Police Commission for the last 4 years, and it's been an incredible honor. As a commissioner, I saw my role as a bridge between the people and the process. We don't make laws, we don't write tickets, but we ask the questions that matter. We advise this council on public safety, accountability, and what's happening on the ground. So tonight, I'm asking to keep walking the road I've already been on with the city council, my colleagues, our officers, and our community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Abdi Sagafi. Sorry if I mispronounced your name.
Oh, perfect.
You're followed by Jessica Martin.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight. My name is Abdi Sagafi. I am applying for the position on the Infrastructure Oversight Board. I have been a Burbank resident for the last 14 years and very happy, very comfortable. I love this city, and I made the best choice when I moved to Los Angeles County. In 2011, I had an opportunity to purchase a home either in Glendale, La Crescenta, Pasadena, or Burbank, and I chose Burbank. And looking back, it was the best decision. A little bit about my educational background. I am a registered civil engineer in the state of California. I have a Bachelor of Science from University of Calgary in Canada. I have a Master's in Business Administration from Cal State LA, and a Master's in Civil Engineering from Cal State Long Beach. I am also a certified professional project manager through Project Management Institute. My work experience includes 35 years of experience with California Department of Transportation, also known as Caltrans. I know it's a very popular agency. And I retired in December of 2024. I worked at different capacities at Caltrans. For the last 10 years of my tenure with Caltrans, I was an office chief in the Division of Traffic Operations, and prior to that, I worked in various units such as maintenance engineering, design, as well as project management. I was actually in the earliest stages of project management. I was the project manager for the I-5 HOV projects from 605 all the way to 170, which included Empire, and I worked with Mr. Krisky from Planning Department on that one in the early stages. I also, for the last part of my career with Caltrans, I was an office chief, as I mentioned, and I had several engineers in my office that worked on various assignments under my direction. If I am selected to be on the board, my goals are to provide input to the Public Works Department and work closely on infrastructure improvements in the city of Burbank, use my education and technical background in providing proposals and solutions for the improvement of the city infrastructure, communicate with neighboring communities to learn about the improvements they have successfully completed, and be responsive to community inputs and keep the city council informed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Jessica Martin, followed by Zach Martin.
I have a comment to make. In regards to, I would appreciate the speakers if you applied for 2 different positions, if you can mention those positions. So because we have them all written in the list, so we look for your names on those lists. Thank you.
All right, my name is Jessica Martin. I'm applying for the Sustainable Burbank Commission only. I am a 10-year resident of Burbank. I love it, just like Ruth. And I am also a 15-year entertainment industry veteran as a union actor, pre-WGA writer, and also a producer. So I've made some things happen through that time. In the past few years, as our climate is changing, I have pivoted into climate and sustainability. I was the first cohort of the SPEC certification for sustainability managers for film and television. I've also been a self-motivated learner, getting certificates from Santa Monica College, Terra.do, and I was also a proud graduate of Burbank's Waste Warrior program, which is one of the big reasons I'm standing here today. Shout out to Amy Himmis. I spend a lot of time in the Burbank parks. I love them. My favorite part of my day is seeing the hummingbirds fly in front of my window. And I'd like to be a voice for the natural world here in Burbank and also for our citizens as our climate keeps changing and help us be creative and collaborative as we mitigate and adapt to our changing climate. So I would love to approach this position with humility and work with all the wonderful departments like Works and Parks and all of the wonderful projects that are already happening and help bring us forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Zach Martin, followed by Narbe Hartunian. Hi, Zach. Welcome.
Hey, good evening. Sorry, a little nervous. Good evening, council members and mayor and vice mayor. My name is Zach Martin, and I have applied for the Transportation and Planning Commissions. With regard to the planning commissions, my wife and I have lived in Burbank for the last few years, and we're homeowners over in Burbank. And we fell in love with the community and being a part of the fabric of community, the fabric of the community we've been with here in Burbank, and just value it so much and want to be a part of helping that grow and improving the quality of life here in Burbank as far as the Planning Commission is concerned. With regard to transportation, I'm a bike commuter, so I ride into work every day on my bike and get to see firsthand a lot of the traffic engagements that exist out there on the streets of Burbank. But in addition to that, I drive a car in Burbank too sometimes. So that's basically by interest, is just help getting the streets safer for bikes and figuring out ways to work together with those things. So thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Narbe Hartunian, followed by Kevin Morris. Welcome.
Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, esteemed council members, my name is Narbe Hartunian, and I'm honored to be considered for the Burbank Police Commission. I've been in various forms of federal service for over 20 years. I started in the military, and I've been in various national security and federal law enforcement positions, and I'm excited to tell you more about myself that goes beyond my resume. I grew up in Glendale, but not by choice. I came there as a refugee, as 3.5 years old from Iran. If I'd had any say in it, I would have grown up in Burbank, because now that my wife and I live here, this is, we fell in love with the community. We love our neighbors. We love everything about this city. And it's truly, in 3.5 years, we hope we stay here forever. And in looking for ways to serve this community that I love, I really thought about the unique perspective that I could bring to these various commissions. I think the police commission would be a great fit for my experience, especially now more than ever. I believe in justice, but I also know the law and understand that how the federal government works. In the Army, I was a bomb technician. My job was to mitigate risk. I worked for the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Service, where my job was to protect pathways to citizenship, and I investigated federal officials who abused their power. And now I work for the NASA Office of Inspector General, where I'm a supervisory criminal investigator. And day in, day out, my job is oversight, and I just use sunlight as the best disinfectant. So I believe in transparency, oversight, and I feel like that translates to all aspects of my life. And in looking at my community, I have family, friends, and neighbors who, especially right now, feel afraid and helpless. And I think I can channel my experiences towards making my community feel heard and to feel safe when it comes to things like policing and public safety. And in working with the commission and the council, I think I can help navigate some of the interplay between local policies and the changes that we're all dealing with as a federal government, recent changes that we've all been dealing with within the federal government. I want to share my knowledge and perspectives with the council to help inform difficult decisions that you guys are all going to make in the coming days, months, and years. I'm also ready to work. Being proactive and carving out a mission has been the hallmark of my career, and I'd be honored to apply those same values to the police commission, and I really appreciate the opportunity to share, and I'm just honored to be here. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Kevin Morris, followed by Maggie Kauzik. Sorry if I got that wrong.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Perez, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Kevin Morris. I am a proud Burbank resident, small business owner, and a doctor of physical therapy. I'm here tonight to express my strong interest to serve on the Parks and Recreation and Community Services Board as my primary choice, as well as the Sustainable Burbank Commission as my secondary choice. I'm interested in the Parks and Rec Board because of my profession. I see the firsthand difficulties and the accessibility needs of my older patients in home health and accessing public spaces. Even just recently, I helped someone who was recovering from a stroke try to ambulate and walk in our own Earth Walk Park by the Savant Elderly Center. My goal is to bring a healthcare perspective, which is really niche for this board, and how we plan, restore, and expand public spaces so that everyone can enjoy them. And if selected, I aim to ensure accessibility by supporting our prioritized plans like the Starlight Bowl restoration to have an emphasis on accessibility, as well as supporting the appropriate use of grants like the LA World Cup Legacy Grant to support adaptive sports and adaptive soccer. And additionally, even at our older adult senior centers, supporting the expansion of our fall risk assessments and preventions that we give to our elderly population in Burbank. My second choice for the Sustainable Burbank Commission reflects my deep passion for climate resiliency, and even in my post-professional education at the Harvard Kennedy School, I've designed climate policy proposals for local communities like Burbank, with the emphasis of expanding residential and commercial rebates for greener as well as more efficient appliances. And then on top of that, even recommending our own website to have more clear guidelines on how tenants in particular can access greener and efficient appliances. I know it's there, but it's really hard to find and to encourage that to be more accessible. Also, I understand that this role is a liaison position to the council. And I've had the privilege to attend and speak at this very council's goal-setting meeting in January of this year. So I got to see firsthand the goals that you want to employ and have picked out for the city, and that's something that I want to fully support. In both roles, I aim to bring a very niche healthcare perspective and also a real passion to serve this city. Thank you for your time and this opportunity.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Maggie Kauzik, followed by Eddie Poland.
Good pronunciation. It's great. Good evening, council, staff, and Madame Mayor Perez. My name is Maggie Kausek, and I am here today to introduce myself and my application for the Burbank Cultural Arts Commission. I promise I won't use all 3 minutes. I'm a professional artist working mainly in the animation and game cinematic space with a background in marketing and graphic design. I'm a relatively new Burbank resident, 4 years, and I don't think I've lived anywhere else with year-round Halloween stores. This is the kind of city where people gather in parking lots to admire cool cars and huddle in basements to enjoy comedians working out their material, and it's awesome. Burbank is truly a city of artists and people who love and support the arts. I especially appreciate the efforts of the Cultural Arts Committee and fully enjoy the murals, painted utility boxes, and art events throughout the city. I'm excited to represent new residents and connect more people in our community to the arts through fresh eyes. As a commission member, I will bring my expertise in social media, my organizational skills, my intercultural knowledge, and my curiosity. Again, my name is Maggie Kausek, and for the Burbank Cultural Arts Commission, thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Eddie Poland, followed by Brooks Pfeiffer.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Eddie Poland. I am a member of the current member of the Transportation Commission, but I'm not speaking in that capacity tonight. And I'm speaking as an avid bicyclist, a car driver, a pedestrian, a user of public transit, speaking in support of reappointing Commissioner Poland to the Transportation Commission. In all seriousness, it's really been an honor to serve on the commission. I've learned a lot about the city. I've had a chance to really work with our city staff. I feel we've had some wins on our commission in terms of getting moving on getting the Olive Avenue Bridge started in the rebuild process, which is amazing, and just really a lot of great conversations. And I really hope to continue in that capacity. I also like to give a shout out to my 3 fellow commissioners who are also asking to be reappointed: Commissioner Earhart, Commissioner Pfeiffer, Commissioner Lewis. Really, we don't all share the same worldview, but we share the same love of open, honest, and frank, and really fair communication. And I think that's really important for our city, and I think that we really have a great working relationship. So I hope that continues as well. Shout out to Stephanie Gerard for the Cultural Arts Commission, because they're doing a great job. I love all the artwork on our city streets. We cannot have enough of that. And Ramik, I'll give a shout out to Ramik because he's a great guy. Anyways, thank you so much. I won't take any more of your time, but I hope I can earn your vote. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment.
All right, next up we have Brooks Pfeiffer, followed by Jillian Stein. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Mayor, members of council. It's just want to thank you for the opportunity to be here speaking to you this evening. I am presently Vice Chair of the Transportation Commission, and of course not speaking for the commission, but just for myself, asking to be reinstated. I've served thus far a unexpired term of 3 years, and I would like to serve at least a full term. I'll tell you just a little bit about myself. I'm pastor of Covenant Church here in Burbank. I also run as manager a film and television studio here in Burbank as well. And so I get to see many sides of transportation. I get to see it from a production standpoint, as I know how important it is for a successful production to have accessibility for cars and for people to be able to come to the shoot. Also from the church side, to see people in all different walks of life with many different needs of transportation. And then personally, bicycling, I try to make it as my primary form of transportation. And that's been an interesting experience here in Burbank, but I'll tell you that my wife and I are planning to go next month to the Netherlands to spend 9 days bicycling through the Netherlands. And the main reason for that is to learn more about transportation done well. And so we're very excited for that, and hopefully to bring back some ideas to Burbank. I'll tell you, I'm a Christian. And as a Christian, I'm bound to love my neighbor. I find that there is one of the best ways I found to do that is by making transportation better for all of those around me, safer and more accessible. Thank you for that opportunity to live out my faith in that way. And I tell you that because I have taken this very seriously over the last 3 years. And if I am appointed again, I very much intend to continue to take this very seriously, this role as a transportation commissioner. I've loved serving this unexpired term. I think we've done a good job on the commission. I think I've done a good job, and I would love to, again, serve a full term. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you for your comment. Next, we have Jillian Stein, followed by Charles Wilson. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. Good evening, Council. Take a moment to introduce myself. My name is Jillian Stein. I'm a sustainability advisor in the entertainment industry, and I've applied to serve on Sustainable Burbank Commission. This year, I've had privilege, like many people today, to be part of the Waste Warriors program, which I hope you're finding how beneficial it was. It was incredible in my education of learning more about what zero waste and learning a lot about what Burbank is doing to make the cities more sustainable, and been incredibly impressed with that. That's what's led me to be here today. I've also loved to be a part of that, and I've already started being involved as being, was a part of the Burbank Earth Day, the Share Fair, and even ran a booth there. And I've also been beginning talks with Burbank Water and Power Sustainability to talk about ways to support clean energy within the film and television sets. I look forward to the opportunity to bring my expertise to the Commission, and thank you for your consideration.
Great, thank you for your comment. Next up, we have Charles Wilson, followed by Jeff Frame. Welcome, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, Vice Mayor, council members, staff. It's a pleasure to be here and speaking with you all today about continuing my service with the city. I've served an expired term this last year on the Sustainable Burbank Commission, and I'm looking to extend that to a full term for the next 4 years. I did provide you with the CV, kind of giving my professional background and all via email on Monday, but I also wanted to just kind of give you a little lean into my background broader and kind of the reason why, why serve, and it really boils down to, it's just been a lifelong mission of mine. I've been serving all my life, from grade school, working with my parents and their efforts, in Northern California through civil rights and working with other various campaigns, to working with various organizations at that point, and then trying to transferring that on to adulthood, where pretty much throughout my adulthood life, in some way, form, or fashion, found some way to serve, primarily advocacy roles, but supporting in a variety of capacities. But the one question that always stood was, how can I serve locally more in my community where I reside? And so I think it was around 2018, maybe a little bit before that, but that's when I first got involved and sat on the term with the Community Development Goals Commission. But that was inspired through an effort where just more awareness was being brought up around some of my activities professionally. And so I just saw that as a very good nexus, and I've had the pleasure to talk with a number of you and some of our former leadership as well, and they've all encouraged me to continue to lean into this type of work, which I've done over this past year. So greenhouse gas subcommittee, the budget subcommittee, also the environmental justice subcommittees were all subcommittees, ad hoc subcommittees I sat on last year. I feel I was very instrumental in helping with the budget process. It was our first time having a budget, and just working to have some leadership in that regard, and trying to work out a basic framework that we could use going forward. So in addition to that, just trying to be that balanced voice in the room and to help, with the decision-making process and bringing good thought to the table. And I know we're leaning into more a liaison type of role with the commission, and so I look forward to continuing that type of leadership there. But yeah, as a 27-year resident, 25 years of ownership here in the city, just really looking to lean more in and to continue to serve. So thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Jeff Frame, followed by Wendy Templeton. Hi, Jeff. Welcome.
Thank you. First, thank you for the opportunity, Honorable Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to apply to the Burbank's Cultural Art Commission. I am so excited at the possibility, and I'm excited to be here to get to introduce myself to you. In spite of being super hungry at this point, I'm thrilled at even the possibility, and I appreciate that. I appreciate that it's open for people like myself. My name is Jeff Frame, and I am applying to serve the city of Burbank and its residents as a passionate advocate for the advancement of the arts. I've owned and operated a business in Burbank for over a decade, Outpost Media, a film and television marketing post-production agency with 25 full-time employees. In addition to my 25 years in post-production, I have dedicated my life outside of work to the pursuit of the arts, starting as a gangly, shy 7th grader in Tacoma, Washington, which I know is an image that is very difficult to rectify with the hulking mass of self-confidence that you see before you today. I had a reading teacher who decided that signing me up against my will for auditions for the musical The Wiz was exactly what I needed to be brought out of my shell. That short time as the Tin Man and singing the song poorly was all it took to realize that I wanted to spend my life as an artist and a performer. I can unequivocally say that the arts have changed my life, and that's why I am dedicated to trying to do that for other people. When my oldest son exhibited painful anxiety and shyness at a young age, I knew what the right prescription might be, and he quickly took to the stage as well at the age of 7. All 3 of my kids have followed suit and dedicated their talents to visual, musical, and performing arts. The arts are a powerful, powerful tool for self-confidence and imagination, and I believe should be fostered with anything that you have. I'm a nationally touring stand-up comic, an actor, a photographer, and I am a regular independent theater producer and director, having directed 8 shows over the past decade. I served on the board of directors at the Canyon Theater Guild in Santa Clarita, including a term as the board president. My resume experience has me well suited to be an asset to the Burbank Cultural Art Commission. As a business owner, I have learned how to build a team. I have learned patience. I have learned humility at what it is that I do not know. I have learned empathy. I am also one of those kind of odd blends of an artist who is wildly fantastical and passionate while also being a pragmatic business owner who has kept a business flourishing and thriving here in Burbank through COVID with no layoffs, through the strikes with no layoffs, and has kept a staff employed through all of that time, finding ways, whatever way we had to scratch and claw to get it done. When we were moving recently, I made it a priority that I needed to stay in Burbank because I love being here, and we were able to find an office to move to in Burbank. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you for your comment. That's your time.
Thank you for considering me for the position.
Thank you for your comment, and I can neither confirm nor deny that I'll be there, but In-N-Out's open past midnight, so. Our next speaker is Wendy Templeton, followed by Samantha Wick. Wendy going once. Wendy Templeton going twice. Samantha Wick, followed by Colin Hoffmeister. Welcome, Samantha.
Sorry, I thought I had more time to walk. I'm going to take my 3-minute, no, I'm just kidding, don't worry. My name is Samantha Wick. I am currently the vice chair of the Burbank Planning Commission, or kind of acting chair. I took over chairing the meetings after our chair won his council seat last November. I'm also the liaison for the Art and Public Places Commission. I was appointed to the Burbank Planning Commission in October of 2022 for an unexpired term. I am currently the longest serving member of the Planning Commission, so yeah, I guess I beat out everybody else. I don't know. Maybe it's a personal issue. In all seriousness, no, as you all know, planning is a very important commission. We have a lot of exciting things coming
with the pipeline, with the Media City specific plan, and I think it's very important to have that consistency, and so I would like to continue to serve. Also would like to give a shout out to Stephanie Gerard for the Cultural Arts Commission. She walks the walk, talks the talk. I would also love to continue serving with Paulia Safarian, who's a fellow commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Colin Hoffmeister, followed by Mercedes Cooper.
Yes, hi, thank you, Mayor Perez and City Council and staff. It's been a long evening. I'm applying to be reappointed on the Infrastructure Oversight Board. I filled in for a 2-year appointment, and that's coming up. Fascinating evening. I got here early, and it was great to see the recognition for the Parks Department. I think they do a fantastic job. The recognition for Mrs. Sherman, and then to listen to all this public comment and watch how you all have to take all of this in and respond, and then go through the, and I'm not making a joke, but I guess the tree trial this evening. And it really hit me hard, realizing that, of course, I understand what these boards are all about, what everybody's applying for. And I understand my role in the last 2 years on the Infrastructure Oversight Board, but it really is important because you guys have to juggle a lot. And these boards are an important role for the community to kind of filter a lot of information. And that's why I'm honored to have been able to serve on it for 2 years. And I request your support and hope that you'll reappoint me for the next 4 years, because I'm a very enthusiastic member of this community. I've been here for 9 years, and it's a late evening, so I'll wrap it up there. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. And then my final speaker is Mercedes Cooper. Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Because I submitted a letter this morning, I won't take up the 3 minutes. I just really wanted to quickly acknowledge the current commissioners who were very welcoming of me when I was appointed in November. I'm serving a short-term appointment, and so my second point tonight would just be to say that I would love for you to consider allowing me the opportunity to serve for a full term this time around, because I feel like I'm just getting started and getting going, and I'm sitting on several ad hoc meetings, and I'd like to see those through. So thank you for your time and for your consideration.
Madam Mayor, Ms. Mendez has just alerted me that she filled out the wrong number and she wishes to speak on this item as well. So she did submit a card on time. She just wrote the wrong number, so we filed her under item 11's time.
All right, you got 3 minutes.
No, just one. Even that much.
Miss Sarah Mendez.
Hi, good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. My name is Sarah Mendez. I'm a 35-year resident of Burbank. I have seen the city go through a lot of changes. I was on the first Part 150 study, and I'm also a graduate of the Burbank Leadership. I've served on a lot of committees throughout the years, and I want to get more involved now that I've retired. I have managed in my career a $1 billion portfolio of Class A office buildings, 5-star hotels, and multifamily projects. I am well-versed in construction and commercial real estate financing. I have the ability to work with developers, financial institutions, and stakeholders. I have managed large construction projects from the inception to completion. I am respectfully asking for your consideration for the Planning Board or the Infrastructure Oversight Board. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And that is my last speaker card. All right. Let us now, I'm declaring the public comment period for this report closed. And we are now moving on to the appointments. Before we go on, does anybody have any thoughts, comments, or, okay. Councilmember Mullins? No?
Thank you. I do want to thank all of you who spoke tonight, and I did say earlier during the early public comment period, I'm going to talk about how important this process is, and my deep appreciation personally for all of you who are staying here very late with us tonight, and also just the your being here, your willingness to serve our community, and it is a very tough decision. I think you heard us say that earlier. You yourself heard a lot of the great applicants that we have. We have incumbents, we have newcomers. And the one thing that really impressed me with a lot of you, you're all giving shout out to each other. I have not seen that before, and that's great because that shows that you've learned about each other and you met each other through programs or serving on different boards and commissions. So thank you. It is a very difficult decision. If you don't receive our votes or my personal votes, has nothing to do with you personally. For those of you that I spoke to, I have a set of questions that I asked, and I basically look at the makeup of the current board or commission or committee and see how you would fit in with the rest of the group. So you're going to see some round of votes taking place, and things are going to move fast and change fast. So hang in there, and thank you again for being here tonight. I do want to also acknowledge the city clerk and her staff for putting all this together. Speaking from experience, I know it's a nightmare getting all these applications. So thank you, and thank your staff. One thing I would really deeply appreciate in the future, because some members indicated that they might be serving on one board or another, and now they're applying for something else. In the future, if we can possibly, if somebody already serves in the city, we can just add another column that they're currently serving on a board or commission already and what it is that they're serving on. So we know that if they move from that place, that they leave a vacancy in that board or commission. So that would help us making the decision. Thank you.
That would be helpful. And
yes,
for the sake of the night, and I have two council members I want to speak. Brief, please.
Just real brief. Every July, we have the annual appointments. A ton of people apply. Just understand, this is a big night. I know a lot of us, we have friends in the audience. We've worked with you on other projects. If at any point you don't get appointed and you're wondering, why was I slighted? Why did that person not vote for me? Do me a favor, go back into the reports and look at some of these resumes. It is astounding the amount of people who apply with over qualifications. And so we're glad to have those nights where we have an abundance of people to pick from. And please just keep paying attention, because again, every July, a whole bunch of new appointments.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ditto to what they said. I want to appoint you all, but can't. But I also wanted to say that what we heard during the interviews during the last few weeks and what we heard tonight is really great ideas and perspectives. And I really hope that for those of you who end up not being chosen, that you stay engaged with the commissions that you're hoping to get on. That you go to the meetings, that you bring your talents and your thoughts to those meetings, get involved, and then keep an eye out, because during the year the openings do come. And so really quickly, Madam City Clerk, how do folks keep track and keep aware that to make sure that they keep an eye out for openings that come up during the year, just briefly so that they know?
Pretty much all the ways I mentioned in the script that we advertise, we do. We have social media posts. We repeatedly send out, we have all kinds of notifications through the city's channels.
Great.
And yeah.
So thank you. So if you would like to stay, which I encourage you to stay informed, get on one of these channels or information sources and keep track of it, and then apply midterm for the position. So stay engaged. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. All right, we won't keep you waiting in anticipation any longer. We'll get to the vote, and I'll just end it with this. You may not get appointed this time. It takes some of us more than once, and it took your mayor like 3 times to get on a board and commission, so have hope. All right, let's go to the vote.
I'm going to read each name, and if we could indicate our vote with a show of hands.
All right, and can you indicate which commission you're starting with?
Of course, great. We're going to start with Planning Commission. We have 3 vacancies for a full 4-year term. I'll read them in order. Ellen Galstian, Namrata Singh Garal, Greg Jackson, Tony Nancy Shun, Bennett Terracina. I believe it's a misspell on your chart. It's Terracina, not Terraceba. Leslie Zwicker, Thomas Perez, Farah Asadi, Paulina Safarian, Zach Martin, Samantha Wick, Andre Krikorian, Katrina Summer, and Sarah Mendez. We need to have a runoff vote between Zach Martin and Sarah Mendez. I'll say each name in turn. Zach Martin. Still 2. Sarah Mendez. 3.
Vice Mayor, would you like to round it out? Okay, make it 5. Okay. Let's give her the votes.
So appointed for that one are Paulina Safarian, Samantha Wick, and Sarah Mendez. If you're in the audience, congratulations.
All righty.
Moving on to Police Commission. Romik Hakobian, Paul McKenna Jr. I'm sorry, this is for 4 vacancies. Harbe Hartunian. Jenny Lynn Deal, Yasmin Dunn, David Bloomberg, James Coombs. I believe we have our 4. Appointed are Romik Hakobian, Paul McKenna Jr., Narbe Hartunian, and David Bloomberg. Thank you.
You mean James Coombs?
I'm sorry, and James Coombs. Sorry.
Sorry, folks. It's
I wrote
late.
it on the wrong. It's late. I wrote it on the wrong line. I'm so sorry, James. And James Coombs. Thank you.
Sorry, it's a little late. And then we'll take grace. If one of us misses our vote, give us a second. Yes, it does. All right, congratulations. Moving on.
Okay, moving on to Infrastructure Oversight Board. I've removed Sarah since she's already been appointed. So we are down to Dwayne, and this is for 3 vacancies. Dwayne Gilmore, Abdi Saghafi, Colin Hofmeister, Maria Coronado. Appointed are Dwayne Gilmore, Colin Hofmeister, and Maria Coronado.
And I'll round out for Dwayne.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to Burbank Cultural Arts Commission. This is for 4 vacancies. Would you like me to specify whether they're the resident or the non-resident? Because you have the ability to do, it doesn't make any difference because you have to.
Well, can I ask, one of the positions is specifically locked as a resident, non-resident, so do we have to vote on that one separately?
Well, that's a good question. No.
Okay. We just have to
Yeah.
keep track of how many non-residents we're appointing.
Right, you just need to not exceed the number of non-residents.
And it's not necessary because you can vote for a resident or non-resident, so.
So for clarification, we can't exceed the non-residents, but we don't have to have a non-resident.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you have 3 applicants who are non-residents. I'll say it anyway, okay? Jeffrey Frame, he's a non-resident. Matthew Arat, non-resident. Marjani El Ghanady. Jeff Ferguson. Jacqueline Brenneman. Kyle Eaton. Namrata Singh Gural. Yasmin Dunn, Stephanie Gerard, Maribel Carrasco, Tessa Stokes, Rennie Gabriel, who is a non-resident, Leah Harrison, Gina Black, Margaret Kosek, Katie Massa Kennedy, Mercedes Cooper. Appointed are Jacqueline Brenneman, Stephanie Gerard, Leah Harrison, and Mercedes Cooper. Thank you. Transportation Commission. This is for 4 vacancies. Eddie Polon, Jason Lewis, Abdi Sagafi, Mark Earhart, John Brooks Pfeiffer, Joe Walsek, Zach Martin, Corey Mensing, and Gersum Michelle. So we need a runoff between Eddie Polon, Jason Lewis, and Abdi Sakavi. So appointed is Brooks Piper. He's appointed. So now we need to move on to the...
There's 4 vacancies.
Right, there's 4 Well, okay,
You have John.
we need one,
Brooks,
two... Oh, I
Eddie,
beg your pardon. We have
Jason,
3
Abdi.
with 3.
Yeah.
So appointed are Eddie Polon, Jason Lewis, Abdi Saghafi, and I mispronounced your name, I'm sorry, and John Brooks Piper. We're good. Thank you.
And we can make those 5.
Yeah, let's make
Yep.
all of those 5. I know we
Perfect.
all had like. our
Thank
own-
you.
Clearly, you've impressed all of us at some point.
All right, Sustainable Burbank. Charles Wilson, oh, this is for 5 vacancies. Charles Wilson, Jessica Martin, Colin Hoffmeister, Terry Friedman, Rennie Gabriel, who's a non-resident, Rachel Hastings Saunders, Wendy Templeton, Alessandra Valdez, Adrien Der Tavidian, Kevin Morris, Corey Mensing, Jillian Stein, also a non-resident, Nikki Parker Morgan, Jacqueline Molina, and Tim Cullen. 1, 2, 3, 4. Appointed are Charles Wilson, Rachel Hastings Saunders, Alessandra Valdez, and Adrian Terdavidian.
And do we need a runoff between Kevin and Corey?
Oh, wait, that's true, we do, because we need 5. So Kevin, Corey, Terry's out, and Jill's out. Yeah, so we'll redo the second vote. Kevin Morris? 3. And Corey Mensing. Also appointed, Kevin Morris. Thank you.
Let's round it out.
Yeah. Make it 5-0.
Round, okay. That's our last one, right? And last, Park, Recreation, and Community Services Board. This is for 3 vacancies. Ara Maserlian, Robbie Brody, Robin Savoyan, Glenn Cooper, Jenny Lynn Deal, Bennett Terracina, Leslie Zwicker, Stephen Beardsley, Farah Asadi. Appointed are Ara Maserlian, Robbie Brody, and Farah Asadi. If you're in the audience, congratulations, and that concludes this.
Congratulations to all of our new board
Give
and
yourselves a round of
commission members.
applause.
Thank you once again to everybody that participated. My 2 cents to this crowd, because a lot of you folks here applied. A lot of folks that applied, this is the first time we're seeing you. So if you want to apply again, it is helpful to reach out to council and have a discussion with us. I personally prefer the one-on-one a lot more because I get to learn a lot more about you. And if any of you have questions or are thinking about it, like Councilor Anthony said, look at the resumes, but also think about the time folks have spent on commissions. Definitely, there were some appointments mid-year that we wouldn't want to boot off of the commission. They're not done with their work. So definitely think about that, and I hope to see all of you reapply again. Thank you for the enthusiasm. This is the most enthusiasm we've ever had for this, so thank you all so much.
Madam Mayor, we need to take a motion about continuing after 11.
Oh my God, it's already 11.
I'll move
Okay,
that.
we have to confer with
yeah.
the city manager.
Yeah, so a couple things. So we still have 2 items. It's 11 o'clock. We have gas-powered leaf blower ban, plus the interactive kiosks. So, and then we also have 4 items to consider for additional agenda items. So, we do have a full agenda still at 11 o'clock. We are ready. Staff is ready if council is willing. I know we have for both at least for the interactive kiosks, we've had people patiently waiting. We do have a light agenda for next meeting, so I want to throw that out there if council wants to consider that. But we are ready to march through if council wants to streamline this and push forward. We're ready to do that. So it's up to the council.
I can push, but I think we should do the interactive, guys. They've been waiting a
And
long
push
time.
the leaf blowers.
Yeah.
Okay, we will push leaf blowers to the next
It will
council
be
meeting.
first report next meeting.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Vicky.
I'm sorry, Vicky. And then let's move on to the kiosk.
Yeah.
Okay, so the actual second report to council tonight is a first step report on consideration of the implementation of interactive kiosks. Oh, that was not an interactive kiosk. I welcome Ms. Courtney Paget, Assistant City Manager, to please present the report. Welcome, Ms. Paget.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. Courtney Paget with the City Manager's Office. And tonight I'm here to present a first step report for council's consideration of the potential implementation of interactive digital kiosk in the city of Burbank. This report was in response to a request from Councilmember Mullins at the March 11th, 2025 council meeting following a proposal received by the city. Digital kiosks are interactive touchscreen units designed to provide wayfinding and interactive mapping, transit information, public Wi-Fi, access to city services, and support for local businesses. They can also provide emergency messaging capabilities, event listings, public art displays, and interactive activities such as photo booths and games. While traditionally used in environments like malls and airports, digital kiosks are increasingly being used in urban areas to enhance pedestrian experience and public engagement. Earlier this year, the city received a proposal from Ike Smart City. Ike is a national provider of interactive kiosks with deployments in more than 20 cities, including Berkeley, Oakland, San Diego, and Seattle, and they recently have been approved for deployment in Culver City, and I think as recently as last night they finalized that agreement. Their kiosks are approximately 8 feet tall, are ADA compliant, multilingual, and designed for high-traffic pedestrian areas. Key features of the proposals submitted to the city include no cost to the city for the installation, maintenance, or operation of the kiosk, a revenue-sharing model with the city receiving a guaranteed minimum annual share of revenue from kiosk advertisements, and a 12.5% of advertising time dedicated to city messaging with the potential for more based on availability. Potential kiosk locations could include the downtown Burbank area, including high pedestrian areas such as the Metrolink station, as well as San Fernando, the Media District, and the Civic Center area, which would include the area surrounding City Hall, down to the library, PD, fire station, all of that. We do have a couple of photos that we have that were included in the staff report, that were included in the proposal that was submitted to the city just for perspective. The first one is an image depicting a proposed Ike kiosk in downtown. So you'll see the size of the kiosk there as the placement is at the end of Palm, at the Paseo there at San Fernando. And then the next photo is one that's actually deployed in the city of San Diego. So this is one out that is being used by public in that community. While there are potential benefits to digital kiosks, including in pedestrian support, local business promotion, and public information access, it is also noted that there have been community concerns raised in other cities. These concerns include kiosk placement and visibility, possible driver and cyclist distraction, impact on community aesthetics and character, and privacy considerations. Additionally, digital kiosks are not currently permitted under the Burbank Municipal Code, which prohibits self-illuminating and electronic signs. Moving forward would require a code amendment that defines kiosk standards, permitted locations, and addresses legal and design considerations. If council desires to proceed to further consider kiosk implementation, staff recommends bringing this item back for a dedicated study session. That session would provide a more detailed review of a potential pilot program that would include the number of kiosks, proposed locations, and revenue projections specific to the city, community engagement efforts to gather input from our residents and our businesses, legal and planning implications, including potential amendments to the municipal code, and procurement options, including information for other potential kiosk vendors. Given the wide range of factors involved with this topic, a study session provides the opportunity for a more comprehensive review, information gathering, and discussion to allow council to provide clear direction on whether to pursue a program, and if so, how best to proceed with that program. The implementation of digital kiosks may offer a contemporary and forward-thinking opportunity to improve public access to information, support our local businesses, and generate new revenue without direct costs to the city. With council's direction, staff is prepared to return later this year with further analysis and options through a study session. That concludes my presentation. Thank you, and staff are available for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Paget. We have 2 public comment cards. I believe that's it, right? Okay. So you each get 3 minutes. I'm starting with Clay Collette, followed by Terry Friedman. Hi, Clay. Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Don't worry, I won't use all 3 minutes. It's very late. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City staff. My name is Clay Collette, Senior Development Director with Smart City. It's my company that submitted this proposal to you. And I'm really here tonight to say thank you for taking up this item. Thank you for hearing it tonight and rearranging the agenda for us. Thank you to staff for the really thoughtful report and presentation. We remain eager to partnering with the city of Burbank. We think that we could develop a really compelling program as we have for 24 cities across the country, including San Diego, Oakland, Berkeley, and last night, staff is correct, we did finalize our contract with Culver City. In each of those cities, our kiosks activate downtown, support local businesses and nonprofits, and generate revenue for the city, all at no cost to you. We think we could develop something really cool and exciting for the city of Burbank. And so thank you for taking up this item, and I wanted to let you all know that I'm here to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And our next speaker is Terry Friedman. Terry, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, City Council. I want to say I appreciate the intentions of this proposal. However, as someone who has lived in dirty Los Angeles with all of the digital LED billboard blight, I want to implore you to reject this amendment of Article 10 in the Burbank Municipal Code regarding sign and advertising structure regulations that would allow for the illuminated kiosks. Like I said, digital signage is a blight, and it would be to our beautiful Burbank, where people come to gather and not experience pop-up ads in real time. In a world where it feels impossible to see anyone agree on anything, if you were to survey all the residents of Burbank, you would have them all agree that the thing they value about this city is its small town feel. LED signage is in direct opposition and conflict with that value that we Burbankians hold. Digital signage is also covertly designed and placed to attract drivers' attention, which is a blatant safety hazard for both drivers, bicyclists, and pedestrians alike. The staff report on page 3 that contains an image of a proposed sign in downtown Burbank is placed less than a sidewalk's width from San Fernando Boulevard that would be visible to both eastbound and westbound traffic. That would create a hazard for the driver. These signs are extremely bright, and they're intended to be a distractor. They are intended to capture attention. That is why they are advertising kiosks, not information kiosks. it's like edutainment. It's primarily advertising and secondary informational as a way to make a more palatable pill to swallow for our city. The signs are also placed where it can distract a driver where there's heavy pedestrian traffic. So when you have mixed populations, it creates a greater hazard for our pedestrians. Now, granted, that was just a proposed area. It's not definitive, but I want you to take these things into consideration for the population of Burbank. These signs also don't go off at night. They create a eerie glow, again, as someone who lived in LA across from digital billboards at night. So they not only reduce the quality of life for any people who live in housing or maybe work late at night and just want to have this, I'm a night owl, I like things to be serene at night. It also can create harm, undue harm to wildlife as they see bright lights and get confused about daylight. So for all of these reasons and more, I would encourage you to unfortunately reject this proposal for the city. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. All right. There being no more further public comment, we will. Well, that's my time, folks. Thank you. There being no further public comment, we'll move on to council questions. Councilmember Rosati.
I was going to say, I don't have a question. I think that's for the study session, but I do want to see more. I do want to have questions, and I would like to have a presentation. That's it.
Anybody else questions?
Yes, well, thank you. I appreciate the speaker's concerns, and I think these concerns will be addressed as we come, because this is the item that I had requested from staff to come back. I personally had the great experience of interacting with the kiosk and seeing what it can possibly do for our residents, our business community, and also enhancing our revenue. This is something that I think the city takes pride, obviously, in looking at all these things that you had mentioned regarding the glare, the lights, and all these things. That's why staff will be coming back, presenting to us what would look like in the code. And then also, it would be very helpful to hear from the company when we come back with the study session to talk about the glare and the concerns and where would these strategically be placed where they're not distracting to the public or distracting to our residents or the community. So unless we come back with additional information and looking at how is that going to look like for the city, I think it's premature to assume that this is what's going to happen. So I personally would like to see it come back and would like to see some additional information, do a study session, and more demonstration to see if what it would look like, maybe a video, some kind of demonstration. And I'm excited about it because this is, we're the media capital of the world. And this is obviously a media kiosk that's going to help our residents, our businesses, our nonprofit organizations, and will bring us revenue. So I'm excited with new ideas, and I'd like to see some more information come back.
Thank you. Questions? Question.
To the you're the owner of Ike, right? No. You're the rep.
West Coast Director.
You're the West Coast Director. Okay. If we come back, if we bring this back, can you jump up here on the microphone real quick? Sorry. If we ask staff to come back with a study session, we'll be able to sit down and ask a bunch more in-depth questions. But to the speaker's concern, would you be able to bring back some options on your technology for like dimming at night and like protecting the screen from the road and that kind of options? Like we'd be able to see that and talk about it. Is that okay?
We would welcome the opportunity to give a presentation on anything about our product and our program. To not get into it here, but
Yeah.
we see that a lot, and the screens don't emit glare. We regulate and control them so there's no flashing, no strobing, and we dim them so where they're always below ambient light conditions. And I can get into more detail on that at the next meeting.
Okay, because that's the kind of stuff I think more people, if we put this on the calendar, folks are going to ask about that. I think that's important for us to discuss.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? I just have one clarifying question for staff. And I know this has been a question from folks following this. So what is the reason we're suggesting a study session instead of a second step report? Just for clarification.
Yeah, similar to the information that the city attorney provided earlier, study session we'll be looking for more detailed direction from council. So there's a lot of options for this project. There's a lot of concerns about this project. So a study session allows us to kind of lay out all the options, talk about all these concerns, talk about different vendors, procurement processes, and get definitive, have comprehensive dialogue with council to get definitive direction, so that when we come back with the second step, we know exactly what the council's direction is.
And what would the timeline look like on that?
I don't have 100% sure on the timeline. We'd like to get this back sooner than later. There are multiple departments involved as far as the city attorney's office for the legal end and multiple other departments, but definitely prior to the end of the year.
Okay. And given that this is a different type of signage, we could have a conversation about this separately because I know our sign code is a whole other kind of headache. And to the speaker's point, and I'm speaking for myself, having seen this project, having been very involved in seeing their process and asking some of the same questions, is very different from some of the billboards we're trying to avoid, from some of the bright signage we're trying to avoid. The project itself has shown capacity for what Councilmember Anthony was asking about, dimming and other things like that. So having seen that in action, I would hate to hinder this one project for what we've been trying to avoid with billboards and other massive signage. Would we be able to separate that?
We would need to address, my preference would be to address all of the potential issues at the same time. We have had billboard operators who have proposed to the city more than a decade ago to remove all their non-conforming billboards if just one of them could be a digital supergraphic. It's very profitable. It could reduce many in favor of one, but those displays can be very polarizing. Also, we need direction because the city extended one bus shelter advertising agreement to align with a second bus shelter advertising agreement, both expiring this fall. And one of the activities that they've previously referenced is digital advertising displays in bus shelters, which also occur in the right-of-way, but are very similar, though not identical. It just so happens there are exact examples of that technology about a quarter mile down the street, I believe, from Ike's business. I saw them in West Hollywood, that they have Metro bus shelters with 50 or 60-inch displays in them. So transportation staff is on schedule to bring something before the end of the year, and they are illuminated, could be illuminated displays with advertising. And so our preference would be to get direction from the council to have standards that are similar, or at least understand what type of performance criteria the council would want. Technically, we don't treat the right-of-way exactly the same as private property. We don't have to, but we actually do, because we try not to have differing standards. The only place where we currently allow digital electronic signage, we made a very small carve-out for businesses which by law must display prices to the public on the outside of the business. It just so happens only gas stations have that requirement under law, and that's why you no longer see people out with a 20-foot pole changing pricing numbers at gas stations. So we want to make sure that we're not requiring multiple visits to council on very similar issues, and that we're able to do this work and leverage council's criteria for multiple types of projects.
So if you were supportive of pushing this forward, we'd bring that kind of a strategy back to make sure that we could try to get this going without, trying to cause delay.
That's my only concern, because I know the billboard issue is a much larger project that includes so many more things, like the city attorney just mentioned. That was a whole mouthful. So I would like to do this project, if my colleagues are amenable. My direction of staff is to do this sooner the better.
And I agree. I think we can start having this conversation sooner than later, and then we can separate that billboard, which I know is very convoluted discussion, but if we can start looking at that to come sooner, that would be great.
It's only convoluted depending upon
It's
council's
depending on what
direction.
the city attorney
It could be
tells
very
us to do.
simple.
All right. Vice Mayor Takahashi.
Yeah, thank you.
You didn't have
Just
questions this time.
No
so I didn't
questions this
turn-
time. I think the questions will be for the study session. I think this is an opportunity. It's kind of a cool idea. I mean, even if we end up not deciding after the study session to move forward, it's kind of cool to consider something new in this direction that goes in alignment to, I think it was Councilmember Rosati's point about us, or maybe Mullen's point about us being an entertainment, media capital of the world. So having this kind of modern approach, at the same time being cognizant of the potential issues and not turning into, an advertise-based focus, because that's brings its own issues. But I do like the idea of looking at something new and innovative in our city. So I'd like to see it come back a study session. I don't know how I feel in the study session, but at least that's this next step that I feel very comfortable doing.
Councilor Rosati, thoughts?
I was just going to say, again, I'm for the study session, and I did meet with these folks. I looked at, I got a chance to look at and ask. I asked a lot of tough questions, so I want to save all that for the study session. I thought they were going to throw me out, but I asked all the tough questions. I do think it'd be kind of cool to have one at the Jocelyn Center, where we can get these folks kind of interactive and learn kind of technology. And so I think there is a place in our city for it. And I have some ideas about other things, but I would like to see it come back.
Okay. So you need direction
Do we need a
from us.
motion?
Yeah, let's do that.
I'll move to direct staff to bring back the item for a study session to review and discuss feasibility of a pilot program, community engagement, and potential Burbank Municipal Code amendments and procurement process options for interactive kiosks.
I'll second, but I have a friendly amendment there, just to add in a timely manner, so we can get it done quickly.
Sounds good to me.
The intent of the maker of the motion, yes.
Thank
I think
you.
like in 2 weeks or something. No. Can you make that happen?
I said it was a light agenda, but that's asking for a lot. Yeah. No, we know it's a priority for council, so, we'll bring it back as soon as possible. We'll put it on the agenda forecast and let you know.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. Yes.
Wait, did we vote on that? Did
Can-
we vote on that?
Yes.
Councilmember, do you want to take a formal
Yeah.
vote? Or?
Yes, please.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Rosati?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Takahashi?
Yes.
And Mayor Priss?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you all. Thank you for being here. Now, believe it or not, we will hear council comments, including reporting on council committee assignments, attendance at conferences, regional meetings, and community events. Yeah, we skipped
We have the considerations.
for. No, that's, yeah, and then that's after. Yeah.
If you'd like to switch it up, we can.
Let's just hear our
Okay.
reports.
I mean, we're good. We'll be here.
Okay. I'm not sure if my script is mixed up or the agenda is, but somebody start with their reports.
I'll do it.
Vice Mayor Takahashi.
Okay, the Thursday, June 26th, I attended the Valley Economic Alliance Board of Directors meeting. June 28th, I attended with Councilmember Rosati, Burbank Association of Realtors breakfast honoring Burbank High School seniors and getting awarded grants from the various entities. July 8th, attended Affordable Housing Subcommittee meeting. And July 10th, Burbank Cultural Arts Commission, and the 14th, which also happened to be my oldest 27th birthday, which was kind of fun. Now they are officially in their late 20s. I have a child in their late 20s. On that day, I attended the San Fernando Valley, that was yesterday, San Fernando Valley COG board meeting. That's all I've got.
All right. Councilmember Anthony.
Thank you. On the 25th, I attended the late game for the Parks and Rec All-Star baseball game, and I threw out the first pitch. That was fun. I made it over the plate. The 26th, I attended the grand opening for Wisteria Theater. It's a tiny little theater right behind the airport there, and it's a nice little spot. I met with Lori Blyke to talk about FSA the next day. And then on the 28th, I went next door to Van Nuys and attended the San Fernando Valley Pride March. And then later that afternoon, went to the Burbank Historical Society Member Appreciation Day. They had the luncheon. They had a puppet show. It was very fun, very well attended. They were touting the new, not the new, but they had just recently acquired the Amelia Earhart bronze statue from the airport, and now it's over there. So that's great. I went to an Eagle Scout Corner of Honor for Homonetman Burbank Sepon chapter. The Sister City Exchange welcome reception, that was fun. Councilmember Rosati and Councilmember Mullins were there. Kids were running late. And then yesterday I saw Superman here at the AMC theaters, and we are now the #1 theater location for Superman worldwide. If you haven't seen it, go check it out. Made by our own, Burbank's own Warner Brothers.
Thank you, Councilmember. Who would like to go next? Councilmember Rosati.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On Thursday, the 26th, I met with Lori Blyke from FSA to discuss some new servicing additions. And then on Friday, the 27th of June, I threw out the first pitch at an all-star game, and that was a whole lot of fun. I was able to bring my family. On Saturday, the 28th, I went with Vice Mayor to the Burbank Association of Realtors breakfast and handed out scholarships, which was fantastic. And then I went on Monday the 30th with Councilmember Anthony and Mullins to the Sister City Exchange reception, and that was really a lot of fun getting to know those folks. On Monday the 7th, I had an interview with the Burbank PD Kalia assessor, and then on Thursday, July 10th, I went to the grand opening with Councilmember Mullins for the Capitol Grill. I highly recommend going there. It was absolutely gorgeous. The build out is sensational. So I wish them a lot of success. And then the same day I went to the Sister City farewell dinner in Glendale. And then on Saturday the 12th, I went to the Kiwanis Western Hoedown, honoring our Burbank Police Department and our Burbank Fire Department. And on Monday the 14th, I did another interview with SAS 99, and that was my schedule.
Thank you, Councilmember Rosati. Councilmember Mullins.
Trying to remember what was yesterday. It was Monday. He said Monday the 14th. I'm like, what was yesterday? On Wednesday, June 25th, I just counted them, 6 interviews with boards, commissions, and committees. I was one after another. It was a whole morning. Then I attended the Arroyo Verdugo special meeting we had in Pasadena. On the 26th, I met with some more members of the newly appointed, some of them from the boards, commissions, and committees. And I attended the Capitol Grill, had more interviews on July 1st. And then in the evening, we went to Glendale with Councilmember Rosati. The student, the farewell dinner. It was very lovely. All the students were happy. It was all like they were all family. And then everyone was doing the sign, and thought it was something new I didn't know about because it was in all of the pictures, but it's a peace sign. Just like, it is what it is. But all the kids were like this, all of them. So this is what we were doing the whole night. Peace. That was it.
Thank you, Councilmember Mullins. All right. On Thursday, June 26th, I attended the Valley Economic Alliance Board of Directors meeting. Saturday, June 28th, had a Zoom meeting with Mayor Dan O'Brien of Culver City, and we talked about film, since we are probably the two smaller cities that have the most production in our area. On Monday, June 30th, I had one of our mayoral Burbank business visitations to Woodbury University. I went with economic development staff. We got to learn a lot about what they're doing, what their plans are, and how we can support their growth here in the city. On Tuesday, July 1st, I had a press conference with Congresswoman Laura Friedman regarding ICE activity in the region. And I also met with our Incheon Sister City student delegation here for a tour of council chambers. They had a blast, and I'm sad I wasn't there for the farewell. Yeah, we're all doing this too. And let's see. On Wednesday, July 2nd, I attended a press conference with Governor Newsom regarding bolstering our state's film and television industry. We are so grateful and glad that the governor chose Burbank to do the signing of the official film tax credit. It was at the old Warner Ranch, soon to be the new Warner Ranch, with all of the sound stages. And it was really great to be inside because it shows that it's almost done. It's very, very well maintained, very well built. We're glad he chose Burbank, the media capital of the world, to have that signing. And I got to speak on behalf of the city and share both our support for the tax credit as we sent the letter, and also share what we're doing. And it was nice to welcome them to Burbank. Well, Mayor Karen Bass got to say, welcome to the LA region. And then on Tuesday, July 8th, I attended the Affordable Housing Subcommittee meeting with the Vice Mayor to talk about an upcoming study session. And then on Wednesday, July 9th, I attended our Burbank, Glendale, Pasadena Regional Housing Trust Board meeting. And finally, today, it's still today. Today, I had a Zoom meeting with Anna Mayberry from the Burbank International Film Festival. They're gearing up for that at the end of September. It sounds like a wonderful program, and I'm looking forward to it. And also, like Councilor Mullins, I'm not going to pretend to know how many, but I had many, many calls and Zooms about the boards and commissions with many of our applicants. Thank you to everybody again for applying. All right. Now is the time for the consideration of previously introduced agenda items. As a reminder, this is council's new process for adding additional agenda items. The 4 items for consideration tonight were requested by council members during the meeting of June 24th, 2025. Sorry, I just got kicked in the ribs. And for each item, the appropriate council member will have 2 minutes to provide a brief explanation of the request, along with how the request ties to the city council goals. After that, council will vote on whether or not the item should be added as a future agenda item for consideration at a future meeting. And if needed, council may provide clarification or additional information to staff regarding the request. We want to also take into consideration prioritization. Maybe you think this is an item that should be added, but not yet, or maybe later, or this is a priority for us. So just some things to think about, and we'll navigate it together since it's our first time doing this. So the first item is Vice Mayor Takahashi's request to consider providing a letter of support for SB 805, the No Vigilantes Act by Senator Sasha Renee Perez.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I'm requesting council to consider providing a letter of support from council as a group for SB 805. This is a bill that's proposed in the California legislature that would require personnel of law enforcement agency operating in California to visibly display identification that includes a name or badge number to the public when performing their duties. This bill would exempt personnel operating undercover. That's, also, by the way, the legislative calendar is over September 12th, so it has to be done before then, if we decide to do it.
So do you want to add any staff comments, or do you want us to just
Yeah,
go for
my
it?
only comment is it is not currently included in our legislative platform. We had not anticipated anything like that or agreed upon anything like that. So if you do move forward, we could probably bring the draft letter back pretty quickly as far as for consideration, knowing that it's just a letter. But otherwise, it's not part of the legislative platform.
Right. It is under two council goals. It's under public safety and quality of life goals, in my opinion.
Okay. Thoughts?
I mean, I'm okay. It's just a letter of support in the current iteration with the exemption for undercover. I think it's a fine bill.
Yeah.
And can we skip a second step if we like the letter as it comes back, right?
We would, so this kind of serves as that first step. So we would just come back as a draft with a draft letter for you to decide whether or not you want to. For letters, it's a lot easier for us to, if it was something else, I might say, hey, we got to bring back a initial report. For a draft letter, we could bring that back for you to discuss and decide whether or not you want to do something with it.
And given the timing as well, we've done this before, we kind of skip. Yeah.
I'm sorry, did you say it's under public safety?
Yes.
And which part of public safety?
She's making the argument that it could be.
Yeah,
It could be, but it's
consider it
not.
to be- I consider it to be public safety because it's ensuring the safety of our public, that when they are being asked to, they're going to be apprehended or whatever, that the police.
It's not explicitly in there.
Yeah,
Right.
because it says police and fire for appropriate level police and fire personnel and support services provided by mental health evaluation teams. So I'm looking at is our own police and fire.
Right,
That's
without
what-
arguing the value or the validity of that would be for the next step. Just to say that, in my view, that having that would provide ability for our personnel, our police to do a better job, to do their job.
And as a reminder, council goals can be very subjective, right? We can use them
Yeah.
to describe
So that's-
what we would like to, and I would agree with you that it falls under that category. But,
Do we take a vote at this point, or?
Yes, we'd like you to
Okay.
vote whether or not you want us to
move
spend city resources to actually bring that back or not. So,
Okay.
yeah.
To have a discussion about, do we have any authority over the federal government?
So what?
That's the next step.
So
that the next step?
if it proceeded, so we would then you'd have a substance discussion related to the substance,
Like a draft of a letter?
Correct.
And we would
look
debate the
at.
merits and,
Yeah.
okay.
And if it's something, for instance, for this one, you may want to ask for us to include whether or not it's applicable to federal law enforcement, to include some sort of discussion related to that, because it's a state bill.
So before we send the letter, it's going to come back to us for a second step?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes,
So
absolutely.
it's not, okay, because I'm
This is,
understanding
so
that
this
letter
is
will
just
be
a
sent out.
discussion. I know it's getting confusing in the weeds. This is just a discussion about whether we want to even move forward with this. And one thing that would help, maybe Mr. City Manager is mentioning, this is easy for us to come back with. This is not as easy for us to come back with. So my understanding is that this would be an easy thing to come back with for us to see. Would not be a heavy load for staff.
Yeah, I wouldn't say easy, but I would say we could probably bring it back quickly, as far as considering it's just a draft, a letter that you would consider, versus bringing back a whole ordinance or
Right,
something
right.
else
Right.
where that's a lot more involved, and there might be extra steps to that. If this is a letter for a legislative effort, that tends, whatever the topic is, it tends to be a lot easier than changing
Okay.
city ordinance.
But to Councilmember Rosati's point, the staff effort will have already put in before the debate on whether you all think it's the best use of staff's time. So in terms of So if we bring the letter back on a different issue, it could be more work. That work will have been done while you debate the issue. So it's a good question to consider as terms of timing.
Okay.
And the other thing I would want to know included in there with that, also what other cities have done it and the consequences if you do it or you don't do it. There's a lot more to it. If you just bring me back a letter, I'm going to ask these questions.
That's what we were saying.
Yeah.
We're going to have a full-bodied staff report, and we're going to spend a lot of time on this.
In the past, when we've had a letter consideration, staff has brought back the letter basically, and then we've decided with that whether to sign it, right? Is that how it's gone in the past?
Yeah, letters with discussion points on whether or not you want to include certain things. Yeah, certainly it kind of depends on what the matter was. Yeah,
That's fine.
but we
we'll
appreciate
take it up at the point. Yeah.
but we appreciate like what Councilmember Mullen says, like stuff to include as part of the report. If you have initial outstanding questions that we could include to better inform you when you actually debate the item.
Okay, so do you need a motion right now, or do you just need us to?
Yeah, yes, we would like to know if you'd want to proceed in going ahead and putting this as a future additional agenda item as far as considering a letter.
So
I'll move to support Vice Mayor's agenda item for consideration of a letter in support of SB 805.
Second.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I'm going to second my own item, but that's okay.
vote.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Rosati?
No.
Vice Mayor Takahashi?
Yes.
And Mayor Perez?
Yes. All right, great. The next item.
Also mine.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. No, it's
Oh,
also
it's
mine.
also yours, yes.
Yes.
The next item is Vice Mayor Takahashi's request
Yes.
to agendize a report regarding a potential ordinance requiring fire extinguishers when using weed removal tools in fire zones.
Yes, so this one actually is an ordinance request. The city of Los Angeles has an ordinance that whenever someone uses a weed whacker in a fire zone, that they must have a fire extinguisher or a water source within 100 feet in case there's a spark, because that's actually a pretty common thing. And so when I heard that they had that ordinance, I thought it'd be an ordinance that would be great to have here, and considering we have fire zones and people use weed whackers to avoid fires. So I'm asking the council to consider moving forward to the next step to consider an ordinance, a safety ordinance under fire safety on our council goals for that change in that requirement.
May I ask a question? Would that be something that the chief can come back, or he's preparing something for overall fire preparation for the city of Burbank? I don't know
yes.
if I'm saying it
Yeah.
correctly, but
Yeah, so so I was kind of waiting to see if there was some consensus, but let me just start by saying that if there is consensus and support to move ahead, typically fire brings back their annual fire code amendments towards the end of the year, start of the year. So if there was support, we would look to prioritize that as part of and incorporate it as part of those fire amendments.
Yeah, that would be fine for me.
I agree, it should
Great.
be included.
Great. Okay, are we amenable to that being included in that piece? Okay. Do you need a motion?
Me to it.
Well, I was looking at you. Don't we have something comes back? Okay.
Right.
So we need a motion, or is that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd
I'll
appreciate a
move
motion.
to include adding an ordinance to require a fire extinguisher or water source within 100 feet of a weed whacker into the, what was it called? The fire code update
That comes at the end of the year.
at the end of the year.
To consider that.
To consider it, yeah.
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 Okay, second. All right, let's vote.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
It's fine, it's
Who
fine.
am I pointing?
Councilmember Mullins? Councilmember Rosati?
Okay, yes.
Vice Mayor Takahashi?
Yes.
And Mayor Perez?
Yes.
Thank you.
It's late.
Okay. All right. The third item is Councilmember Anthony's request to consider providing a letter to Senator Padilla, Senator Schiff, and Congressmember Friedman regarding the constitutionality of President Trump's use of military force without congressional approval.
I'll be real quick. I don't want a report back on whether it is constitutional or not. I just would like our 3 federal representatives, I would just want to encourage them, for them to look into it. That's simple. It's that easy.
So are you sending a message to them?
Send it to them. Padilla, Schiff, and Friedman. 1, 2, 3 letters. That's
No,
it.
I'm saying, was that your message sent to them saying that you want them to do it, or did you want us to send a letter?
Oh, I want us.
Oh, okay.
Do you want a letter?
I want us to send a letter requesting that they look into it. That's all.
Mr. City Manager, clarification.
Can I have a clarification question?
Yes.
Is this related to the Middle East, or is this more related to?
So is the specific action taken to destroy the nuclear enrichment facilities in Iran? It was done without the gang of 8. It was done without congressional approval. That's
Okay. With that, as far as staff, I would say that that's clearly not in our legislative platform or any of our city council goals. So, I'll let the council.
Can I save us all a lot of time? They're all looking into it already.
Okay. If they're, yeah.
I appreciate
I don't
the-
think they're
the
going to
question,
look up
but they're-
Burbank.
They are looking
Yeah, it's
into
fine.
it.
If we don't want it, it's fine.
I had the chance to ask them actually after, and they are.
Okay, that's fine. I can
Thank
pull
you
it.
for looking into that.
I'll rescind it. I'll rescind it. No motion.
No motion. It's that one kind of dies. Yeah.
Okay. The 4th item is Councilmember Mullins' request to agendize a report on renaming the Landlord-Tenant Commission to Housing Provider Tenant Commission and amending BMC 2-1-417 and other references to replace landlord with housing provider. Councilor Mullins.
That was a mouthful. Thank you. It's really quick. We don't need a report right now. I just wanted to kind of streamline the terms that we're using right now. It seems like housing provider reflects more modern service-oriented role. It really it emphasizes the offering like stable of the housing versus landlord and tenant. I looked up in some cities, and some use housing providers, some use still landlord. So I wanted staff to look into it when you come back with all the reports in cleaning up our applications and cleaning up the boards, the landlord-tenant board, with the language, that we look into it and see if we can change that language to make it a housing provider.
Sure. I mean, if there's council support for that, we could either do it as standalone or package it when we come back. So it's up to the council. It's a policy call. I mean, as far as what you're calling it.
If we're going to have that discussion, I'd rather do it with all the other stuff.
It's fine.
I have a
If that's
question
okay.
for Councilor Rosati, actually. You used a term like last week. What was it? What you said something, oh my God, maybe it wasn't last week, but you said in real estate world it wasn't housing provider. Was it building, own a property? Or what was the term that you used?
No, I said landlord. I mean, I was talking to the city attorney that when you go to court and all the documents, everything's still landlord-tenant.
Okay.
And we're just using all these made-up words, and it just gets confusing and convoluted. So in my world, you know, when I'm looking at documents, everything says landlord on it. So when I come here, it's like, well, it's hard for me like to switch, you know, to housing provider.
Yeah.
And, you know, so it's just, the courts aren't changing, are they?
Yeah, so to Councilmember Rosati's point, it's contextual. It depends upon the law. So the Tenants' Rights Act, which was codified, AB 1482, which was codified in Civil Code Section 1946.2, it refers to the owner of residential real property.
Right.
So it depends upon the context. I didn't look up the unlawful detainer or eviction statute. I don't think I've ever seen housing provider listed in any code. So it's contextual. Some cases it may refer to the lessor and the lessee.
Yeah,
Right.
that's where I,
You know.
Right.
I think some cities are, like for example, quickly, Pasadena, they're using housing provider on their documents. I think it's more of some cities have officially changed it to housing providers, but some use the words like we use it here during our discussion. Instead of calling him landlord, they say housing providers. So it's still all over the map, but I just wanted to make sure we put an end to like what we really want to use here, because it seemed like some people are offended by these terms and people are okay with it, so.
I actually had an incident last week where I sent a document to somebody that said housing provider, it was a tenant, and she refused to sign it. She's like, what's a housing provider? And I had to go through this whole thing. And finally, I just said, you know what? If I put landlord, will you sign it? She goes, yeah. And she signed it.
And I kind of get that. I do have to say, like in my world, which is the affordable housing world and all that, housing provider is more used in the sense of somebody who is providing affordable housing or almost free housing. Like, no disrespect to the folks that come here, I've never heard it in that sense. It's always been in an affordable housing sense or in more of a charity housing type sense. So that's why I asked if there was a different term like property owner or like lesser lessee. And I'd be open to the conversation if we thought about different terms.
So, yeah, we could look at the statutes that we're concerned about. We don't actually have a role in unlawful detainer action. So the Tenant Protection Act uses the term owner and owner of residential property. But I think it would be most helpful if we first, so in this last year, we have been implementing many of the pieces of some of the dispute resolution, more specific dispute resolution and legal assistance for landlords and tenants, because that's what we put in the budget. And once we figure out what's left for the commission, maybe that's a good way to decide what words we want to use once you decide what their mission and purpose is.
Yeah, I mean,
Timing.
I've signed thousands of leases as a property manager. It says property owner or lessor or lessee. I've never seen housing provider. And then if we change that name, then the tenants are going to come down and go, well, we want a different name too. And I'm like,
Consumer.
So,
Don't even give people ideas.
if that's a motion, we could do lodger and lodgee.
Motion to do that.
Oh, God. Is it midnight yet? Oh, my God.
Camper and campsite owner.
No, if I may, I think the timing that you're discussing sounds about right.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, if we get a vote, we'll move it forward.
I'll vote till you wait to bring all the reports back and look into the proper wording for landlord and housing providers.
To include looking at different verbiage for
Yeah,
the
I mean, whatever.
housing
the appropriate
related
verbiage.
To
terms.
derive terms that relate to the purpose of the commission.
Yeah.
That sounds
much
good.
better. I move that.
I'll second that. Great.
Great. Motion for that and a second for that.
And I made the motion originally, so we have three,
I'll say yes to that.
and the
Let's take a
city
vote,
clerk
take a vote.
hasn't taken
Ready?
a vote.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Rosati?
Yes to that.
Vice Mayor Takahashi?
Yes to that.
And Mayor Perez.
In the good words of Councilman Rosati, okay. All right. Believe it or not, now is the time for the introduction of additional agenda items. Do members of the council, I will commit murder.
I have one
Have anything
real
to
small,
introduce?
white paper only, white paper. Has there been any movement either at the state, county, or any local cities on banning live ammunition for film and television production? Just any
Okay,
updates?
so that's an informational memo, so
Right.
that's not going to be brought back. We will just provide a informational memo in a weekly management report. Our goal right now is to do it within 3 weeks, and if we don't get that done within 3 weeks, we'll let you know if we're having issues. But if it's an informational memo, we won't have this discussion. Just
Can you say that again?
Sorry, any movement, either state bill, county ordinance, or any local cities on a ban, an outright ban on live ammunition used during film and television production. And
Alex Baldwin's
Are
rust.
people doing that purposely, though?
I think the activity was actually unlawful
yes.
on the
yes.
set of Rust.
Yeah, because
Yeah, we're
you're
going to
not
find
coming
out
on the
in the
set with
memo.
live
We'll
ammo.
find out
That's
in the
where we're
memo.
going to learn about
The reason
this
I've-
in the memo.
No reason, no.
Talk now.
We will find out in the memo. All right. Thank you, everybody. And somehow, miraculously, before midnight, we now adjourn the meeting to Tuesday, July 29th, 2025, for regular meeting in the council chamber, 275 East Olive Avenue, second floor. Thank you so much, Burbank, and have a wonderful night.